unwell and has got what looks like tonsillitis. That's what Ollie Robinson was suffering from last week. So no Chris Jordan, big blow. And the other big blow is that there is no Stian Van Zyl, who has apparently got an elbow injury. As in comes Robinson and bowls, and Vasconcelos is forward, basically to the onside, and there is no run. And the total remains 2 without loss. So the Sussex lineup, and I'm not sure whether this is going to be batting order or not, so you'll have to sort of bear with me slightly, is Chopra, I'm presuming Salt's going to open, Wells, Evans, Delray, Rawlings, Ben Brown, David Visa, Aaron Thomason, Ollie Robinson, Avi Sakandi. And the other debutant, who, let's just wait for a minute, as in comes Robinson running in down the hill. Bowls, and that looked pretty tight. That looked very close. We are absolutely wicket to wicket here. And that was a good shout from Ollie Robinson. That can't have been missing the leg stump by very much. However, it's not given. So just describe the field for you. So I think there's Chopra in at first slip, Evans at second, Wells at third, Thomason at fourth, Delray Rawlings at backward point, David Visa at mid-off, Phil Salt at mid-on, and Will Beer. Oh, that's a good appeal, and this time he's given, and Robinson has got his man. He thought he might have got his man in the previous over, in the previous delivery, but he's got him this time. And in the very first over, Ricardo Vasconcelos is on his way, and Ollie Robinson gets the breakthrough straight away for Sussex, and Northamptonshire are 2 for 1. Well, the one before that looked fairly adjacent, and that one certainly was. So, a wicket in the opening over for Sussex. So just running through that Sussex scorecard for you. Chopra, Salt, Wells, Evans, Brown, Visa, Sakandi, Rawlings, Thomason, Robinson and Beer. So my feeling is that probably Rawlings will bat at 5, with Brown at 6, Visa 7, perhaps Beer 8, or perhaps Thomason 8, Beer 9, Robinson 10 and Sakandi 11. So we'll just have to get sort of absolute confirmation of that. Anyway, David Visa is going to open the bowling from this C end of the ground as Ricardo Vasconcelos wanders off. It's a long walk. The wicket is cut a long way towards the clock tower scoreboard here at Hove. And the boundary is a little over 50 yards. So not a great start for... Oh, we'll just do this update to the listeners on BBC Sussex, and then I'll go and sort out Alex's effect mic for him as well. We had to move our effects microphones with about 10 minutes notice, because apparently they're behind the bowler's arms as the wicket is cut away to this side of the ground. If anyone's able to give us a little wave who's listening around the grounds, let us know they can hear the comments. Yes, we are. Thank you, sir. At the top of the grandstand. That's Tim up there, I think. Yes, it is Tim. Thank you, Tim. So we had a bit of a kerfuffle, and we had to move all our microphones around at very short notice. Hence, we're just trying to get to grips with everything that's gone on here this morning, not least the illness into the Sussex camp. But in comes David Visa, running in to bowl to the right-handed Rob Newton. He's in. That's a full toss. That's a horrible ball down the leg side, taken by Brown, and there is no run. So he's a little fortunate to get a 10, Sakandi 11. Yes, I think that's how they'll line up. So Chopra, Salt, Wells, Evans, Rawlings, Brown, Visa, Sakandi, Thomason, Robinson and Beer, not necessarily in that order, so we'll wait and see how it works out. I've been really caught on the hop by Phil Salt playing today. In comes Visa, bowls, and Newton turns this nicely to mid-wicket, fielded there by Avi Sakandi, and there is no run. I'll wait to the end of this over, and I'll go and see if I can sort out that effects mic.
Bit of a helter-skelter morning all of a sudden, isn't it?
It has, absolutely. We've got some effects going out though, that's the good news. I need to sort them out for Alex. The good news is it's a lovely sunny day down on the
That's a cracker, isn't it?
And I think the forecast is pretty good for the next few days.
It is, yeah.
I don't think it's going to be scorcher, but it's going to be dry, that's the main thing. As in comes Visa on bowls outside the off stump, taken by Brown. and there is no run. David Visa's over. It's a maiden over. Northampton 2 for 1. I'm going to leave you for a few minutes with Alex, and then I will return.
Thank you, Adrian Harms. As Adrian was saying, glorious day here at Hove. Great to be here. First time I've been here for a championship match since 2015. Not covering Northants. Northants last played here in the championship back in 2014 during that terrible season, and they were beaten here by an innings. Last time that Northants played Sussex away was back in 2016, and it was at Arundel, which is a beautiful place to go. But there is something very special coming down right by the sea. We're a mere 2 blocks in American language from the sea, down behind us on this famous old ground. But a tough start here for Northants, losing Vasconcelos very cheaply, and now Robinson is coming in from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to Wakely, the right-hander, who's forward, pushing in front of point. They set off for a sharp single here, and they get home. And may have been a little tight, that, had the fieldsman coming across from point. Rawlins there collected cleanly, but he fumbled, and Wakely gets himself off the mark. So Northants 3 for 1. Vasconcelos pinned LBW by Robinson in the opening over of the game for just 2, by one that looked pretty good, I think. Vasconcelos was a little disappointed with the decision, but certainly from where we are here it looked pretty good. Just swung back a little bit. 4 slips in place. Robinson in right arm over, and Newton forward, pushing with the inner half of the bat out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So point, extra cover, come mid-off really, and a mid-on, that man there at mid-wicket, and then long leg to our left-hand side. We're playing to the extreme eastern half of the square here at Hove this week. We cannot go further across than this, which means that for our commentary position it's perfect, because we're pretty much behind the arm. But there's a very short boundary to our right-hand side as Robinson comes in again, and this is back of a length and just nipping back in slightly to Newton, who moves it away to mid-wicket, and there is no run as far as Will Beer in there, coming to his left-hand side, and there is no run. 3 for 1 here, Northants, with the breeze, a reasonable one actually. It's coming from the west, which is decent news. If it comes from the north or east as it did earlier in the week back at Northampton, it was very cold, but quite a pleasant breeze this morning, a freshening breeze because it's pretty warm. As Robinson comes in again from the far end and bowls a 1.5 foot outside the off stump. Good carry there through to Brown behind the stumps. Had a look at the wicket at the toss, and it looks a pretty good deck. Fairly straw coloured, nice good even covering of grass, but not green grass. And I think it should be a pretty good pitch on which to have a bat. And with the weather forecast, if Northants can get through the new ball here this morning, there could be a good score for them here today. But work to do first thing as Robinson is in past the umpire, and Newton forward, half forward really. He was a bit jittery there, pushing down out towards mid-off. Well, I think Phil Salt is the man coming in there to his left-hand side, short sleeve shirt on. Phil Salt we saw belt that wonderful 100 at Northampton in the return fixture between these sides. It was eventually drawn. Northants batted out the final day, and the points were shared. As Robinson comes in again from the far end and bowls a full delivery, driven away, thick outside edge, but it'll run away for 4. Away to the hospitality boxes to our right hand side. It was up there for the drive, but a touch wide, and Newton keen to have a drive at it. It was all the way along the ground, but via the outside edge, squithered away wide of 4th slip. So Newton is away with the boundary to his 11th delivery, and Northants, after 3 overs, having won the toss, are 7 for 1 on a really, really lovely day. I was very excited to have a trip to Hove for the first time in a while, in general really, but particularly when the forecast looked pretty good last week. I was getting very excited about my trip down here, and so far very much living up to expectations, and hoping for 4 days of very competitive cricket as we had at Northampton in the return fixture earlier in the season. So 7 for 1, and David Visa is running away from us from the C end to go into Wakely just outside the off stump, and Wakely lets it go. Just 3 slips here for Visa, extra man in the covers for David Visa, point extra cover mid-off, then a mid-on square leg and long leg. And rather cliche, the squawks of some seagulls in the background and the sea breeze buffeting away at our Effects Mike that Adrian, I think, has gone up to the roof now to put into position. Visa in past umpire Baldwin, full and straight, nicely bowled, Wakely forward, thickish inside edge, runs out towards Secandi square leg, and there's no run. Both the batsmen here in slip overs, suggesting they're just feeling the breeze slightly. Rob Newton, I think it may be a superstitious thing, because generally he always wears a slip over. I've seen him wearing a slip over in the hottest of conditions. Wakely will chop and change, but slip over on first thing here as he waits for Visa in right arm over, but down the leg side, and this is flicked to long leg just for a single, out down towards what looks like a bank of offices down there. I think that's a new development since I was here last. Slightly tinted roof down there, that white structure. Several parts of the ground here have been developed over the years, and I think a couple of areas are actually rented out as offices. I think in the what would be the northeast corner of the ground, away to our right, I think those are offices that are rented out. Fine place to work over there, as Visa goes into Newton at 8 for 1 and goes outside the off stump, and Newton wandering forward lets it go through to Brown behind the stump. So Varun Chopra on loan here for Sussex. He's in at first slip with 3 men in the cordon there. Now Anish Kapil from the names on the score sheets here, and Chris Jordan ill, which was a great shame because he played that wonderful innings at Northampton, a career best 166, as Visa moves up again and bowls just outside the off stump and brings Newton forward. He's pushing back up towards the bowler, who bends down to his right hand side to collect, and there is no run. A bank of marquees on the far side of the ground. They weren't there when I was here last. That was generally the area in which all the deck chairs were positioned. I hope the deck chairs haven't been removed, because that would be a great shame. It's a real feature of the ground here at Sussex, those deck chairs, as Visa goes up again past the umpire, and Newton is in his crease here, just nudging out in front of point. Fieldsman comes across to collect with the right hand, and the over comes to an end. So we've had 4 this morning. Northampton won the toss, chose to bat first on a decent wicket, and they're 8 for 1. The man at Ricardo Vasconcelos in the first over, LBW to Ollie Robinson for just 2. Plenty of other cricket going on around the country today, including a huge World Cup match at Edgbaston where England are playing India. Must-win game, you feel, for England, with Pakistan having got up to beat Afghanistan in a thriller at Leeds yesterday. There's Robinson begins a new over from the far end, the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Wakely, and Wakely is forward, pushing in front of point, and there's no run. And England won the toss. They chose to bat first, and they're 46 without loss in the 10th over. In the county championship, Kent are playing Warwickshire at Canterbury, and Kent won the toss, chose to bat first. They're 10 without loss there. At Taunton, big game this, Somerset against Hampshire. Somerset won the toss, chose to bat first. They're 12 without loss. That'll be a nice place to be this week, Taunton, as Robinson is in from the far end, bowls 1.5 foot outside the off stump, and Wakely is letting it go through. And Notts against Essex at Trent Bridge is also a very, very big game, because Essex are on a real roll in the last few weeks or so. Notts yet to win this season, have a lot of work to do to try and get out of danger in the last half of the season. 13 for 1 they are, Notts, having won the toss and chose to bat first. As Robinson at the far end turns and runs in towards us. Tall figure, short sleeve shirt, runs down the slope, and Wakely has a feel for one that just moves away slightly. Nicely bowled. Wakely probably forced to play, just moved away enough, and the former Northampton captain, having a little feel for it, got beaten. Scarborough, that'll be nice if the sun is shining up there as well. Yorkshire Surrey, big game. Surrey winning last week. Yorkshire mid-table for the moment, 2 big counties. Yorkshire 6 without loss there, won the toss and chose to bat first, as Robinson is in from the far end again past the umpire, and whoa, this bounces on Wakely, who was letting it go from quite a full length, and that rather did take off, and Brown ended up taking it behind the stumps around shoulder height. A bit of lift there, Adrian Harms, welcome back.
There was a little bit of lift. In fact, the groundsman, when we were talking to him, said, "Oh, this was the wicket they used, used last year for the Derbyshire game," and He said there was a bit of bounce in it, so that's good news.
Yeah,
well, good bit of bounce in a track.
Definitely, but lift and carry always helps as Robinson comes in again, and Wakely here pushes and gets one wide of the slips cordon, and they'll race away down the slope to the short boundary for 4 runs. Nothing to stop that on that side of the ground this week, it seems. Very short boundary. At its shortest point towards the big screen away to our right hand side, the lovely old score box over there. It'd be no more than 50 yards, I dare suggest. And immediately here, I think they are going to put a third man down away to our right hand side. That's a sensible move because a couple of boundaries have gone down there already. And with Robinson generally pretty reliable, he can do away with a long leg. So third man is down, and Northamptonshire 12 for 1. And Wakely is on 6. And Robinson is into him, and this comes back and strikes the pad. Would have gone down leg side. There was no real appeal. The ball just bobbles up a yard or two in front of the bat, and there is no run to end the over. So 5 overs gone this morning. Lovely day. And Northamptonshire 12 for 1, Wakely 6, and Newton 4. You're with myself, Alex Winter, and Adrian Harms here at beautiful Hove.
Do you like black coffee?
You're about to tell me there's no milk.
I am, yeah, you're a clever man.
Don't worry, I will go to the Tony Gregg Cafe.
No, they're going to... Sam, the press officer, has just gone to get some milk, so when he returns, I will make you one. David Visa is going to pick up the attack, or carry on the attack, I should say, from this Cian. Bowls to Rob Newton. In fact, umpire Baldwin is right in my line of vision, so it's quite a little bit... Although we shouldn't complain, because we have got a great view, but it's just... I can't quite see the stumps at the far end, so I'm going to have to sort of move over more in Alex's direction. A very good morning, wherever you're listening from. I know we've got some listeners in the ground. Just to let you know that Luke Wright is going to be joining our commentary from 12 o'clock today, so just for 15-20 minutes. If you've got any questions for Luke, please let us have them. As in comes Visa bowls outside the off stump, let go by Newton in his low run. So you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. Oh, right, is that me? Okay, let's see if we can adjust the headphones here. I was playing around with your kit and left some headphones in there, so let me try and use those. Hold on 2 seconds. Do you want to pick up, Alex?
Oh, why not? Away goes Visa, tall figure, running up the slope into Newton, and Newton is getting a leg side delivery here to whip away towards deep backward square, really. Long leg is quite wide down there. It's exaggerated a bit because of the angle. It's quite a square ground here at Hove, really, because of the tight plot, I suppose, in among all the terraced houses and flats and shops and restaurants, pubs and bars. Beautiful place here at Hove. But as such, because of the plot, it is quite a square ground, so that boundary away to our right hand side cuts in rather at deep backward square as Visa is in, and this is pushed by Wakely to mid-on for no run. 13 for 1 here, Northamptonshire. We got underway a couple of minutes early according to the scoreboard away to our right hand side. It was 10:58 when play got underway. I think Vasconcelos just about managed to reach 11 o'clock before he was dismissed.
How does that sound? Does that sound better?
Sounds a bit better to me.
Okay. You carry on, Alex, and I'll...
Visa in and full, and there's an appeal for LBW again here. Not out, says the umpire. Wakely pushing forward. There's a little flick of the pad, I think, through to the keeper, and they all went up pretty quickly. They were very keen, but umpire Baldwin turned the appeal down. We're quite low here, just behind the arm, and as you say, umpire Baldwin is just about in the way. We could do with being on the roof really here, Eddie, couldn't we?
We could. So just to repeat, Luke Wright is joining us from 12 o'clock for 15-20 minutes to have a natter about cricket and 4-day cricket, why he's not playing.
Visa in, very full, and whipped away from mid-wicket here by Wakely. Not perfectly timed, it'll run down the slope and will take some saving here, and it's just brought back in a yard or so inside the boundary down towards that hospitality away to our right. And they come back for a second run. Robinson with the chase there down the hill. And the over comes to an end, so 6 gone, 15 for 1 Northamptonshire. Wakely is 8, and Newton is 5.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Alex Winter on a glorious Sunday morning at Hove. A few sort of high fair weather clouds around, but apart from that, it's a glorious morning. And if you missed the news was that Northamptonshire won the toss elected to bat first. They've lost a wicket though, the wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who was LBW to Ollie Robinson off the last ball of the opening over. Robinson happily restored to duty. He barely bowled last week. He was clearly under the weather, suffering with tonsillitis last week. He did play, but it would now seem that Chris Jordan has picked up the bug, and Chris has been laid low, turned up at the ground today, but was sent packing to get himself better. So he's out of the side, as indeed is Stian Van Zyl for Sussex, who's got an elbow injury. As in comes Robinson and bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. And Newton, just playing down the wrong line, is beaten, and the ball is whistling through to keeper Brown, and there is no run. So Viram Chopra making his Sussex debut at first slip, Laurie Evans at second, Luke Wells at third, Aaron Thomason at fourth, Abby Sakandi down at third man, Delray Rawlings at point, Phil Salt, who I really didn't expect to play, is fielding at mid-off, David Visa at mid-on, and Will Beer at mid-wicket. The wicket set well over towards the clock tower scoreboard away to our right, as in comes Robinson and bowls, and forward comes Newton and plays easily into the covers, fielded by Salt, and there is no run. Just keeping an eye on the World Cup, and England going along nicely, aren't they? That's Jason Roy back into the England side, and it seems to be making quite a difference. There were concerns about the track, weren't there, what it would be like at Edgbaston, but apparently it's
warm weather, fresh pitch, just to England's liking.
Yeah.
About blooming time, I dare say.
Absolutely. In comes Robinson, running in over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. That nips away from the right-handed Newton. No, I think pulled the bat out the way at the last minute. The ball goes through to Brown, and there is no run. Yes.
So England 60 without loss after 11 overs there. Ryan Bairstow finding some form at last, it seems. I was just going through those championship scores. I'll keep going just to complete the boards. Derbyshire 19 without loss at Derby against Middlesex. No toss took place there. Glamorgan 22 without loss at Cardiff. No toss took place against Worcestershire.
In comes Robinson bowls, and let go by Newton, taken by Brown again. There is no run.
And a new first-class ground is in use this week. It's at Sedbergh School.
Yes.
Which technically is in Cumbria, but Lancashire are using it as their home ground this week. They're playing Durham. No toss took place. So Durham in the field. Lancashire 13 without loss after 4 overs, but bad light has intervened up there.
Really?
Yeah. It's a great shame. But it looks an absolute picture, Sedbergh School.
Apparently it was all ticket, that game. Apparently. In comes Robinson and bowls. Oh! And Newton was definitely beaten by that. He was just groping for a delivery outside of the off stump. The ball whistles through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. Brown looks, I was so close to getting a nick.
That was a poor one, really, from Newton. It was too wide to consider playing.
Yeah, apparently it was made all ticket because I was concerned that there wouldn't be enough space for the Lancashire members. But I think they've relaxed that slightly. But Martin Emerson was here on, I can't remember, what did we finish? The days roll into each other. They finished here Thursday, they went back up north, and then they're over to Sedbergh School today. As in comes Robinson, that's wide of the off stump, taken by Brown. There is no run. End of the over, and Northamptonshire, having won the toss and decided to bat on a lovely morning here at 15 for 1. Wakely on 8, Newton on 5. The man out Vasconcelos for 2 in the opening over. LBW to Ollie Robinson.
And that hazy cloud that had moved in first thing, just being blown away, and where the weather is coming from the west, looking lovely and clear over there, which is great news. Except for a cracking afternoon. Cracking 4 days, we hope.
Yeah, we hope so. I need to get a message saying my mic sounded a bit dodgy, so I don't know if, hopefully it sounds better now.
I'm told you're sounding much clearer.
Wonderful.
Which is good news.
Well, in comes David Visa, running into bowl to Alex Wakely. Wakely shoulders, arms, and lets the ball pass by outside the off stump. There is no run, so there are 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Yes, we had a slightly disjointed start, for which I apologise this morning. We were all set to go when suddenly we were informed that our effects microphones, which were hanging out of the window away to the right of our commentary box, were likely to distract the batsman. So we had to hastily remove them and think of another plan, as in comes Visa on bowls and driven by Wakely to mid-on, fielded by Robinson, and there is no run. However, it's all done and dusted, which is the good news. I saw quite a lot of spectators making their way into the ground this morning with their cool boxes and getting ready for the day's play, and plenty of hats, t-shirts, shorts, very much the order of the day. a lot more comfortable, as Alex was saying, than yesterday. As Visa makes a change in the field, so there are 3 slips of backward point, a mid-off. There's now a mid-wicket. I think that's Aaron Thomason who's gone in there. Fairly straight as Visa bowls and worked away exactly where Thomason was, and he picks up a single, so that'll be frustrating for David Visa. And Northamptonshire go to 16 for 1 and Wakely to 9.
Incredible, the change to the Sussex side from only, what was it, a month, 6 weeks ago?
Just incredible.
From the game at Northampton here.
Yeah.
The side that played at Wantage Row was Salt, Haynes, Wells, Van Zyl, Finch, Brown, Visa, Jordan, Briggs, Sakanda and Hamza.
Wow.
Take 5 of those out here this week.
In comes Visa, bowls, and forward comes Newton, plays into the offside. There is no run. So there's no Haynes, no Van Zyl, no Finch, no Jordan, no Briggs, no Hamza. 6 changes.
Incredible.
Yeah, 6, yeah. And of those, Van Zyl injury, Jordan ill, Briggs injury, Hamza injury. So 4 of the 6 are injury induced, the other 2 form induced, which is Haynes and Finch. In comes Visa, running in over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Newton, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Now, what are you after, Alex? Are you after? You need some headphones, right? Now, hang on. Let's just. Hopefully, they're going to be okay. Alex has got to do an update to the listeners on BBC Northampton. As in comes Visa, running in a bowls and cut away, but doesn't time it at all, does. Rob Newton played to Sakandi at backward point, and there is no run. So, end of the over. And Northamptonshire 16 for 1. Wakely on 9, Newton on 5. In the World Cup, England batting first against India. Jason Roy in the side. As I understand, is Jofra Archer. There was a bit of doubt about Jofra playing in this game with a side strain, but he is playing. England 71 without loss in the 13th over at Edgbaston. And Bairstow and Roy back opening the batting. 3 slips, in fact that's now going to change because Sussex put a fine leg in place, so Thomason has come out from 3rd slip and he's going down to fine leg. As in comes Robinson from the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end, bowls and let go outside the off stump. In fact that didn't miss the off stump by very much, in which case you have to say it was a good leave by Alex Wakely, taken by Brown, and there is no run. So just to run through the Sussex lineup for you in this match, it is Chopra, Salt, Wells, Evans, Rawlings, Brown, Visa, Beer, Thomason, Robinson I should say, and Sakandi. Chris Jordan away with illness, as in comes Robinson again, and bowls, and a good delivery which would have knocked out middle stump if Wakely hadn't played it, which he did to mid-off, and there is no run. So it remains 16 for 1. You're on BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. As I say, Luke Wright joining our commentary team from midday today. As in comes Robinson, but oh, that's a good delivery, bit of extra bounce and lift there, and that beat Wakely. I think he'll be honest enough to admit that did beat him, but there was extra bounce there. The slip cordon was up, but it whistled past the outside edge, and there is no run. In comes Robinson again in and bowls and flicked away. That's a nice shot. That's probably his nicest shot of the morning from Wakely as he flicks that through mid-wicket. It's a long chase over towards the pavilion for David Visa, but nonetheless 3 more to Wakely, and Northamptonshire go to 19 for 1. Just erring slightly onto the leg stump there, Ollie Robinson, but flicked away, and a nice looking shot through the onside, piercing or finding the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Robinson is back to his mark. And he's in and bowls. And Newton, playing a miss outside the off stump, and Ollie Robinson is frustrated. It was a terrific delivery by Ollie Robinson. And he's really back to his best. Not at all himself last week was the Sussex seamer, but he's really back in the groove today. And that was a cracking delivery, and it beat Newton all ends up outside of the off stump. Robinson back to his mark. He's in again and bowls, and Newton is forward, none too comfortably, played into the offside. That's the end of another Ollie Robinson over. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14 for Ollie Robinson, accounting for the wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos. It was out in the opening over, and we are going to have our fast bowling change of the morning, because Abby Sakandi is going to come in to bowl from the C end of the ground as a replacement for David Visa. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 5. Well, Sussex have been asked to field first this morning by Northamptonshire, and in the opening over they got a breakthrough. Ollie Robinson accounting for the wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who was LBW with just 2 on the board. No further breakthrough since then. Sussex in the field, Northamptonshire 19 for 1. Elsewhere, Surrey playing up at Scarborough, also in the county championship. Yorkshire batting first are 18 without loss, and in the World Cup, England going along very nicely against India at Edgbaston. They're 77 without loss in the 14th over. So that's our update I've done for the listeners to BBC Sussex. In fact, Johnny Bairstow just hit another huge 6. I think they're going like a train at the moment. In comes Sakandi, running in over the wicket and bowls. Oh, it's an awful ball down the leg side. Lucky to get away with that. And I think Newton will rather feel he missed out with that delivery. So, just to reiterate, Luke Wright, the Sussex T20 skipper, joining us from midday today to talk about 4-day cricket, why he's not playing, and his decision, what was behind that. As in comes Sakandi running in over the wicket and bowls, and clipped away, and that's a poor ball by Abby Sakandi down the leg side, and that was really meat and drink to Rob Newton, who just flicked the ball away. And he'll need to do a little better than that, Abby Sakandi. That was not a great delivery, and with the new ball, Sussex really needing to make the batsman play a little more than that. He's just remarking his run, is Abby Sakandi. And he'll be coming in to bowl to the right-handed Rob Newton, who's on 9. Northamptonshire 24 for 1 as Sakandi runs away from us up the hill, comes in and bowls. There's a much better delivery, but it's driven on the onside. Wasn't where Newton intended that to go. He was looking to play that through mid-off, but a good sprawling save by Robinson, actually at mid-on, and again there is no run. Decent crowd, certainly the spectators that are here have got a lovely day to watch cricket as Sakandi runs away from us. Just the 2 slips in place. He's in and bowls and gets a thick outside edge. That's going to run away to third man, and that's going to go for 4 runs, but there's no blame attached there to Abby Sakandi. That was a perfectly decent delivery by Sakandi. It was pitching round about middle and off, and Newton was looking to clip that one away through mid-wicket, but he got a leading edge and the ball went past third slip and down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. So 9 runs conceded by Abby Sakandi in this opening over, but as I say, no blame attached to Sakandi for that boundary. That was unfortunate. He's back to his mark, literally just down in front of us. You can just wait, making sure there hasn't been any material changes in the field, as in he comes again. Secandi bowls outside the off stump, driven into the offside, fielded there by Aaron Thomason, and there is no run. So end of the over, 28 for 1 are Northamptonshire. Alex Wakely on 13, Rob Newton also on 13. For those of you just joining us here on BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton, the news here, it was the match where Phil Salt smashed a very rapid century, and it was a pitch with good bounce as well. So in comes Robinson, running in and bowls to Wakely, a ball that was pitching round about middle and off, and Wakely eases forward and plays it into the offside, and there is no run. 28 for 1, Wakely and Newton both on 13. And Alex, as he did at Northamptonshire, has shamed me by bringing his reusable coffee cup, which he's got here, and I still haven't got one, which is very bad. In comes Robinson and bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery, and that beats Wakely outside the off stump, and that's the umpteenth time this morning that Ollie Robinson has beaten these batsmen outside of the off stump. I saw a photograph of our colleague Richard Ray, who was at Northamptonshire. Was that a couple of weeks ago? Was
Correct. That was last week.
And he looked frozen. He was in a bobble hat. I'm trying to think what the weather was like last week. There's been so much cricket recently. I've just sort of lost track of games and what the weather was like.
Last Monday was a very strange day, really, because it was very cloudy, very muggy, really humid.
Here comes Robinson down the hill. Bowls. Oh, it beats him again. I tell you what, Robinson could this morning have had about 3 or 4 wickets quite easily. He keeps beating the bat. He's just got to keep bowling that line. He wasn't well at all last week, but back to his best today. Sorry, Alex.
Tuesday was a complete washout, horrendous weather. Wednesday was dry, but chilly, because there was this breeze that came across the ground from the north, and it was very cold indeed, and it was dry. And then Thursday was a nice day, but still a bit chilly, because the breeze was still coming from the east.
In comes Robinson, bowls.
Oh, goodness.
So I think that's 3 balls in this over. He's beaten Wakely, all ends up. And Robinson sort of stops and turns around and wanders back as if to say, well, I don't know what else I've got to do, really. I mean they've been beautiful deliveries. Quite how they haven't got the outside edge, I don't know.
All you can do is keep sticking them down there and hope they nick them.
Yeah.
And as a batsman, you just got to hope you're lucky enough to keep missing it as Wakely is here.
Robinson in and bowls, and this time this is slightly wide of the off stump, and Wakely with a legitimate leave on this occasion. The ball rattles through to Brown, and there is no run.
But so far, I think the wicket's played very well, hasn't it? It's been good carry, not a great deal of pace, I don't think, but a little bit of bounce there, and that's what everybody needs. Bit of carry just brings the bowlers into the equation. The ball will just do a bit more. We saw one bounce from quite a full length that Wakely let go earlier on.
Comes Robinson again, running in and bowls, and Wakely's going to get a single. No, he's not. A good bit of fielding by Rawlins at backward point prevents a single. So a maiden over from Ollie Robinson. It could have been a wicket maiden, but well, he won't bowl many better overs than that and not get a wicket. So 28 for 1, Wakely on 13, Newton on 13. Did everything work all right next door for your update?
It was a little quiet in my ears, but I heard what was going on, so I heard the cue, which was the most important thing.
Did you have effects?
I did, yeah. They said it was a bit windy.
Oh, right, okay.
Maybe that's not your fault.
Yeah,
I'm not holding the weather against you, don't worry.
Our effect sounds okay, doesn't it?
I think so.
Up on the roof, it's running out the same feed, so it ought to be okay. Anyway.
So 28 for 1, and Sekande's running away from the sea. Going in right arm over to Newton, and Newton is flicking this out towards deep square. And reasonably early here, Sussex a little bit on the defensive, because we're down to 2 slips in the 12th over here. Long leg and deep square have both gone back. Not too surprised to see early protection on that short side of the ground.
Yeah.
Away to our right hand side.
I think as well, Alex, it's a slight reflection of Abby Secandi, who was pretty wayward in that first over. A couple of deliveries down the leg side, he went for 9.
And goes Secandi again, and this is driven by Wakely, not perfectly timed, out towards mid-off, and there's no run. So 2 slips, point extra cover, then mid-off mid-on, and now they're just going to switch around the fieldsman out on that leg side, because Robinson is now being posted out to deep square, away to our right hand side. Luke Wells is there waving his arms about to get everybody in position. David Visa is coming back here to mid-on, and then Longleg is down out on the far side of the ground towards where a few cars are parked over there to our right as Sakande goes away. Short sleeve shirt past umpire Baldwin, and this is down the leg side. Poor delivery really, bit of a waste. Likely as a flick at it misses, and Brown tumbles away to his left hand side to take it. I think Wells was just waving his arms around there to get a drink to come out for Robinson away to our right hand side, and a drink has indeed been brought out for the fast bowler. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Great start for Robinson, but it could have been so much better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, seriously, he could have had 2 or 3 this morning. I was impressed that you said you played cricket yesterday, Alex.
Got to get the games in while he can, you see, as Sakande goes away from us again. And this is full and driven very nicely here by Wakely on the bounce back to the bowler. It makes a good save, just reaching out with the left hand to knock it down out towards mid-off, because that was nicely pushed back by Alex Wakely, who made some important runs last week at Northampton. Runs against the new ball in both innings. Top scored was 65 in the first innings, as Northampton made an over par total really for the conditions, and then a 46 in the second innings to help make the game safe. Sakande going in again, and bowls again down the leg side, a very full length this time. Wakely trying to clip it away, misses, and Brown has to tumble away to his left hand side to take it, and there is no run.
You must have been talking about deck chairs, Alex, because Jamie's been in touch on sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk, and he says, don't panic, Alex, the deck chairs are in storage. The marquee was put there for the Elton John concert that was here 3 weeks ago.
Oh, good.
And will be there for the visit of Rod Stewart, which is here in a few weeks' time. So
right.
They've done an amazing job with the ground since the Elton John concert.
Sakande to complete the over, and it's outside the off stump, and Wakely lets it go. It did just nip back slightly, but Wakely was shouldering arms, and Brown takes it outside his left hip. So 12 overs gone this morning. Northampton won the toss and chose to bat first. They're 29 for 1. The man out, Ricardo Vasconcelos, LBW to Robinson, for just 2 in the opening over of the day. I was a little concerned because whenever I've come to Hove, that little part of the ground over there, just in front of the nets, has been covered in deck chairs, and it's been a really pretty place to sit and watch. A really traditional part of the ground over there. It's been around since days of yore. But a marquee over there this week, but pleased to see it's only a temporary measure. Yeah,
I was talking to Andy Mackay, the groundsman, last week actually, and saying what was it like after the Elton John concert, because it had been very wet 2 or 3 weeks ago. And he said he didn't come to the ground on the Monday. He said he just... In comes Robinson and bowls, and Newton up on his toes. Back to Robinson, who tends to shy at the stumps, but decides not to. He said he came on the Tuesday when a lot of the litter had gone. I think the ground looked a bit better, but it was really wet, and where the machinery had been in and out. And certainly, apparently, you can see there's been some reseeding has been done down here. This is where the stage was. But actually, it could have been so much worse, because on the Monday, it absolutely hosed it down all day. And apparently the concert would have gone ahead. In comes Robinson, bowls. Terrific delivery to Newton, who just plays in, well, he played and missed, and again the ball goes through to Brown. And Robinson's got his hands on his hips as if to say, do you know, I don't quite know what else I'm meant to do here. He's bowled beautifully. 1 for 14 is in his 7th over. But anyway, they've worked really hard, and the ground looks great, and they'll just be hoping that we don't get a spell of wet weather in advance of Rod Stewart, which is in, I think, a couple of weeks' time. Luke Wright joining us on commentary here on BBC Sussex in about 15-20 minutes' time, as in comes Robinson running in down the hill, and bowls and let go by Newton. Good delivery from Robinson over the top of off stump, and there is no run. So any questions? People have been keen to hear from Luke, so he's coming on to have a chat. So if you want to hear from Luke and you want to know what he's got to say, then email me some questions, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or tweet at BBC Sussex Sport. And if you want to tweet anything during the day, use those addresses, or of course at Alex Winter as well. And we can reply, and we can have a chat, and we can have some fun, which will be good. As in comes Robinson running in down the hill. He bowls, and well pitched up and driven to mid-on. Well, he didn't mean it to go there, did Rob Newton. He was looking to play it to mid-off. But he played it to mid-on instead, and there is no run. So, runs or wickets yesterday, Alex? How'd it go?
I didn't get a bat.
Didn't you?
Didn't get a bat.
What number were you due in?
I was due in at 4. We bowled
Wow!
we restricted the opposition to 124 for 9 in 46 overs, and then openers and the number 3 did the job.
Wow, that's impressive. In comes Robinson and bowls. Oh, and he's got behind,
yes.
and at long last, Ollie Robinson has got his reward. Rob Newton is on his way for 14, and you can't say Ollie Robinson hasn't deserved that, because I've counted at least 6 plays and misses outside of the off stump. So Ollie Robinson, who was really under the weather last week, is back with a bang last week. A lot of talk that he could well be in contention for the England Lions game. There is a game, in fact, it's the week that Sussex are due up at Old Trafford to play Lancashire, so actually we could do with Ollie for that game, but he's already picked up over 30 wickets in the Championship this season, and he's bowled really beautifully here this morning, really well. Newton is on his way for 14, and a second wicket for Robinson, and I don't like to sound biased, because I like to be... what's the word I'm thinking of?
Objective?
Objective. But I have to say, I think Ollie Robinson deserved that. He's bowled really well this morning.
Of course he does, yeah. Nothing biased to say that. He's bowled really well so far this morning. Used the new ball wisely. Feel it's a day where the new ball has to work for Sussex, otherwise it could be a bit of a grind into the afternoon if it becomes hot and it looks a decent wicket.
Right.
But they're using the new ball pretty well so far. Both openers now dismissed, and both wickets to Robinson.
Alan has sent a message through for Luke Wright. Anybody else? Messages for Luke Wright, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or tweet at BBC Sussex Sport, or at Alex Winter, and we'll do our best. Shall I see if I can play around with your microphone and see if I can get it to work a little better while the next over's being bowled?
If you like.
Shall I do that? So I feel as you are our guest, you need to be entertained. And have you got your lunch voucher?
I have indeed.
Wonderful.
That's the main thing.
You are very organised. It's under your clip. I'm impressed.
And this clipboard changed my life. And I found it in the office a few years ago. Keeps everything neatly together. So 29 for 2, and Temba Bavuma is the new batsman, who in his 9th innings for Northants finally got himself a half century last week against Leicestershire in the 2nd innings, but has been battling away for some form. This is the 6th match of his 8-game stay, and he's got 4 slips to contend with here as Robinson comes down the hill, and it's a full delivery, just eased out towards extra cover, and there is no run to end the over. So further success for Ollie Robinson, who came into the match with 30 wickets and 19 so far this season in 6 matches. So he's missed a couple of those with injury. Didn't play against Northamptonshire. Back to his best, going really nicely. Robinson, classic English seamer it seems. 25 years of age. Has had a good haul of wickets. Certainly last year had a fantastic season. 74 victims off the top of my head, just one behind Matt Henry of Kent. But can he find the support from the other end, which hasn't quite happened so far? It's Sakandi running away from the sea, going into Wakely again. It's down the leg side, and Wakely having a little flick at it, misses, and Brown goes to his left hand side to take it. So 2 slips here, point extra cover, mid off, mid on. A tight short mid wicket has gone in, away to our right hand side. Wells in there having a catch up on the onside, and then deep square towards the lovely old score box with the clock perched atop its roof, and then long leg down in the distance away to our right hand side as well as Sakandi goes away from us into the right-handed Wakely, and Wakely's on the back foot working this down towards that man at long leg. It runs away down towards that white building down there, and 2 floodlight pylons stationed in very close company for each other down there. Away to our right, they take the single, 30 for 2. Wakely goes to 14. Am I right in saying, Adrian, that white building is our offices that the club rent out?
Yes, they do. Yes, absolutely. They're relatively new. Not a bad place to have an office, actually, is it? If you look out your window, even in the middle of winter, must be quite nice to think, oh,
absolutely,
I'm on a cricket ground. Even when it's a bit depressing and cold and snowy, that the season is on its way.
Sakande with his short sleeve shirt goes in past umpire Baldwin, and Bavuma gets one outside the off stump that he lets go through.
I must admit, Alex, I sort of think that in about October, actually. You know, the season finishes and you have a couple of weeks to catch your breath, and then you think, oh, looking forward to the new season now.
It really is fabulous this time of year. The cricket coming thick and fast, the weather good. I'm watching some championship cricket in the middle part of the summer, which is really nice. Still 3 weeks to go, thereabouts, before the T20s get underway. And when they kick off, really do rattle through the games quite quickly. As Sakande is in again, going away from us, and Bavuma edging here, but down and away through the slips cordon and up towards that marquee at third man for 4 runs. Little push, genuine nick, but it was down and away from second slip, ran through where a 4th, maybe 5th slip may have been, but wouldn't have been a chance had a field been in place. And Bavuma is off the mark, 34 for 2.
What have Northamptonshire done in terms of signings for T20, Alex? Have they got any names coming in?
Yeah, they've gone a bit harder than last year, as it were, with a couple of names. Dwayne Pretorius, currently playing for South Africa in the World Cup, is coming. And Fakim Ashraf, the Pakistani all-rounder, is also in for the whole competition as Bavuma blocks here out towards extra cover. Ball runs away into the covers. And there is no run, 34 for 2. A few light clouds just scudding across the sky above us. Scudding's probably the wrong word, they're drifting across the sky in this gentle, freshening breeze. It's coming from the west today. And just to change the field now, because short mid-wicket is going back into third slip, which is a good move for the new man, I think. So 3 orthodox slips, and Sakande is into Bavuma, and Bavuma lets one go, 1.5 foot outside the off stump, and the over comes to an end. So 56 minutes of cricket gone this morning. Northampton won the toss, chose to bat first, and both their openers have gone to Ollie Robinson, Vasconcelos LBW for 2, Rob Newton caught behind for 14, and after 14 overs, Northamptonshire 34 for 2, Adrian Harms.
Just double checking that we're going out around the ground, actually. I got a wave from Tim up in the top tier. He's waving back. Thank you, Tim. I think they may have an issue with the pictures as well that are going up. I just wanted confirmation that the commentary is indeed going out. So we've done everything we can here. So there may be something wrong with the live stream, which I think the Sussex press office, etc., are getting on with. Meanwhile, Ollie Robinson is coming in, 7 overs. He's bowled. He's picked up 2 wickets. Comes in and bowls to Wakely, who works this one down to fine leg, and it's going to be 4 runs. Just erring slightly there, Ollie Robinson. We can't say that too much today. And Wakely picks up a boundary. He goes to 18, and Northamptonshire to 38 for 2. Bavuma on 4, live cricket on the BBC, BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Alex Winter. How long ago was it we were up in Northampton? About a month, a bit more than that?
Yeah, it was May the 20th that game got underway.
And it was lovely weather up there as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, decent week.
Yeah, we had a good week. Robinson back to his mark at the far end of the ground. He just waits as comes in and bowls to Wakely, who plays that one backward of point, and he's just going to get 1 as Sakande comes into field, and it's just the 1. Yes, that was the Sussex 68 for 6, and the 300 partnership between Jordan and Brown, which rescued Sussex and some because they were in a dreadful state. England are going berserk, aren't they, in this World Cup game against India? They're
going very nicely indeed, yeah. Roy back in the side, and it's working. He and Bairstow have got England off to a rollicking start after winning the toss.
In comes Robinson, running in, bowls, and Bavuma is forward and works that one down to third man and picks up another single as Sakande comes into field. Yes, 141 without loss. Bairstow on 77 not out. He's been a bit short of runs, hasn't he, Johnny Bairstow, but not
yeah,
today.
Yeah, a couple of first ballers in the tournament so far.
And I think he might be a little riled because he's had a bit of stick, hasn't he?
Yes, yeah. He got a bit touchy in the press conference the other day. Some comments about people wanting England to lose, which is quite ridiculous.
In comes Robinson and Bowles, and let go by Wakely outside of the off stump. There is no run. Yeah, I think he's had a bit of a spat with Michael Vaughan on Twitter, and so Luke Wright has arrived. I'll have a word to him. You keep going, Alex.
I'm told the live stream is fine.
Oh, good.
So I think we're going out okay, which is good news. 40 for 2 here, Northants. Wakely is 19. And he's waiting for Robinson. He's coming down the hill towards us. And Wakely is forward, pushing out here towards extra cover. And there is no run. First visit here, as I've been mentioning, for quite some time. And you can sometimes forget about the dimensions of the ground. And the slope here really is quite pronounced, isn't it, from top to bottom. Robinson coming down it now into Wakely, and Wakely is driving nicely up the slope, and this is running out towards that white building and will run away for 4. It's a nice stroke from Alex Wakely, full of length from Robinson, perhaps the first time really today that he's presented a genuine drive ball, and Wakely has punished it up the slope, looking in reasonable touch here. He's got 23 to his name, 44 for 2 Northants then, after 15 overs.
Well, I guess the thing is, Alex, at Ben Brown, he can't bowl Ollie Robinson all morning. He'd probably like to, but at some stage he's going to have a bit of a breather. But he's picked up 2 for 24, and he could have had 4 or 5 this morning, amount of times that he's beaten the bat. So Alex has got to go and do his update to the listeners on BBC Northampton. I've got to do my update to the listeners on BBC Sussex, and then we'll have Luke Wright with us to have a natter. So any questions for Luke, please do. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport, as Abby Sakandi is going to start a new over from this, the C end of the ground, coming running into bowl to Bavuma, who's on 5. Northamptonshire 44 for 2. Sakandi's in and drives straight back down the ground, footed by Sakandi, and there is no run. So actually, with Alex going to do his updates, I'm going to bring Luke in now. How about that? And we're going to have a natter away about matters Sussex and different bits and pieces. Hello, Luke.
Hi, thanks for having me.
How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Good to see you. Abby Sakandi makes his way back to his mark. 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg as Sakandi runs away from us and comes into bowl to Bavuma. He's in and bowls and clipped away nicely on the leg side. Phil Salt comes around the boundary, makes a good tumbling save. Does Phil Salt, but he can't do anything about preventing the second run. A good throw comes in from Ollie Robinson. So 2 more to the total, 44 for 2. You've been having a net and bits and pieces today, Luke? Or?
Yeah, I have just been hitting with yards. It's been nice being back playing some cricket again. So played in the second team on Friday and a couple of 2020 games, which was good fun. And yeah, it's been nice playing again and dusting a few cobwebs off, I suppose.
Sakandi runs away from us, coming into bowl to Bavuma. He's in and bowls, and Bavuma is just working this one away on the leg side, and he picks up another single down towards Phil Salt down there at fine leg, who gets in the throw, which is over the head of Ben Brown and then over the head of Luke Wells as well, but fortunately Delray Rawlings is Edlinson backing up, so it is just a single. 47 for 2, Wakely 23, Bavuma on 8. So where were those T20s, Luke?
They were at Billericay in Essex. So no, it was good practice. Essex had a good strong side out, so yeah, it was nice to get a good run out and get a few runs under my belt and feel in the good form like I was in the 50 over competition.
In comes Sakandi running in and bowls, and well, gets through with the offside. Took his hand off the bat there, did Alex Wakely. He's got a couple of runs. Delray Rawlings in hot pursuit gets in the throw, but it's 2 more to Northamptonshire. They go to 49 for 2, and Wakely on to 25. And we're going to talk about 4-day cricket and everything in a minute, Luke, but first of all, with the T20, I guess you haven't played a lot of cricket for a while, so is that quite good just to get a hit? And
yeah, it is. I mean, it's something I've been almost used to. I suppose with franchise cricket around the world, you sort of left to your own devices, and you have periods where you don't hit for a month or so it doesn't feel too foreign. It's not something that particularly worried me, but yeah, it was nice. I felt really fresh. I was really excited to get back playing and carry on where I sort of left off, really.
Sakandi runs away from us. The 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and it's a better delivery from Sakandi, and just played out into the covers by Wakely, and there is no run. So who did Tamel Mills play in that as well?
Yeah, he played the first game. There was 2 games, and it was nice. It was good to see young Haynes. Obviously, he's had his struggles, so he looks like he's been hitting a bit of form as well. And sometimes 2020 can do that. It gives you a chance just to free yourself up a little bit. Obviously, he probably tried too hard in the first team, so it was good to see someone like him starting to score the runs we know he can do.
Sakandi runs away from us, comes in to bowl the final ball of his 4th over. He's in and bowls, and Wakely just works that one from the onside, and that brings up the Northamptonshire 50. So 50 for 2, Wakely on 26, Bavuma on 8, Abhi Sakandi 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21. I'm just mindful I've got a news bulletin coming up, Luke, so we'll have a natter about 4-day cricket and bits and pieces in a minute. You've got half an eye on the England game there, and I'm sure more than a passing interest in the World Cup, and perhaps no surprise suddenly Jason Roy comes back in and England off to an absolute flyer.
Yeah, I think it just shows what a player Jason Roy is, isn't it? I mean, he's a similar sort of thing. He's come in fresh, hasn't he? But I think that shows the strength of England at the moment. This is a huge game. They'll probably be outnumbered in terms of crowd, so they could probably gone back to what they've been doing before and being that attacking, aggressive cricket.
Got to change of bowling. David Visa is going to come in from the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end. So we're just going to give our updates to the listeners on BBC Sussex, and then Luke and I can have a proper chat in between. So just to keep you up to date with the World Cup, England 154 without loss, Roy 62, Bairstow on 87, and David Visa is going to pick up the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground with 3 slips, comes in and bowls, and that's a wide delivery outside of the off stump and let go by Alex Wakely. And there is no run. Wakely on 26, Bavuma on 8, Northamptonshire 50 for 2 here on BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. Luke Wright joining us on commentary for the next 20 minutes or so. And if you've got any questions, sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet BBC Sussex Sport as in comes Visa running in down the hill and bowls, and driven by Wakely to mid-on, fielded by Ollie Robinson, who's up there, who's bowled beautifully this morning, picked up a couple of wickets, could have easily had a couple more as he beat particularly Newton and Wakely on numerous occasions. He's now out of the attack and looks like he's recovered from the tonsillitis that laid him low last week. Visa in again, bowls, and forward comes Wakely and just plays it down the track, fielded by Phil Salt and mid-off, and there is no run. Well, Northamptonshire, having won the toss this morning, are 50 for 2. Both wickets to Ollie Robinson, who's bowled absolutely beautifully, and on another day could have had 3 or 4, but he'll settle for the 2. Northants 50 for 2, Wakely on 26, Bavuma on 8. Yorkshire are 58 without loss against Surrey, that game taking place at Scarborough. And in the World Cup, England off to a flyer against India at Edgbaston. They're 155 without loss. Right, I can relax now, Luke. Visa walks back to his mark. So if I could turn the feed off back at the studio, that would be very helpful. As Visa wanders away back to his mark at the far end of the ground, and he comes running in to bowl to the right-handed Wakely. He's in and bowls, and Wakely lets that one go outside the off stump. I could do without the real thing in my ears, Luke. Have you got the real thing
I've
as
got
well?
exactly as well.
It's like listening to Glastonbury while trying to commentate on the cricket. So I'll put a little call into the studio and we'll get rid of that. And then we can have a natter away. I'll just turn that off for a second. Visa turns at the far end and comes running in, bowls to Wakely. Wakely just punches that through the covers, picks up a couple of runs. Phil Salt is in hot pursuit, but it's a couple of runs, and Wakely goes to 20. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Luke. I'm going to let you commentate for a couple of balls. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely fine. I think obviously from a Sussex point of view, it's probably on as even so far, but just trying to find someone to really back up Ollie Robinson. As you said, he bowled absolutely beautifully. He has done all season since he got back from fitness. So it's been, I suppose, trying to rally around him at the moment. going to be Abby Sikandi again coming from this end, so hopefully he can just string a few more balls together in the right area. I think his consistency's just not quite been there. Too many balls on the leg stump, which has just been able to easily work to a deep square leg for singles. So just trying. In comes Abby Sikandi, ball into Bavuma, and he's bowled it leg stump half volley that's been beautifully put away. I don't know if it's going to go all the way. David Visa at deep square legs, gingerly running around to try and get it, and he cuts it off. Just luckily he got a nice bounce for Sussex. I think it just stopped in the grass a little bit by hitting something, but yeah, full ball on leg stump. Bavuma just put it through mid wicket for 2.
How annoying is this having this music at our age, Lee?
Feels like I'm on hold ringing Vodafone or something.
Dreadful, isn't it? You're doing a good job commentating, Luke. You keep going.
Once again, Abby Sikandi comes into bowl, and it's just outside the off stump, and it's left well alone by Bavuma. He's someone that we certainly need to get early. We've obviously seen him at international level, and you know, he looks like from what I've seen so far over in county cricket, you've got to get him early, you know, because he's obviously very dangerous. So it's a balancing. The wicket looks pretty timid, to be honest, looking at it. So it's hard. You want to bowl straight to bring LBW and Bold into the game, but at the moment I think Abby's just struggling with his lengths a lot, hence why he's going for a few too many runs and not able to build that pressure he'd want to.
Apparently it's the same wicket that was used for the game against Derbyshire last year, Luke. In comes Sikandi and bowls, and Bavuma just eases that out into the offside, and there is no run. So we've come to talk about 4-day cricket, Luke, and I'll read this. There was a number of questions came in last week, and I'll read this one which came in from Alan Locke. So Alan, thanks for listening. So he talks, he says, good start today, sounds like Robbo is unplayable, which he is and was. Well, after your chat with Dizzy last week discussing our batting options, we now have a real quality batsman in Varun Chopra, albeit only on loan. I'll get Luke's views on Varun in a minute, as in comes Sikandi running away from us, comes in and bowls to Bavuma, and Bavuma is forward and plays to mid-on, fielded by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. He says, I'm looking forward to hearing your chat with Luke Wright and his explanation as to why he chose to stop playing red ball cricket during the season, as this left Sussex an experienced batsman short. Keep up the commentary, says Alan. And I know you wanted to come and talk, Luke, about it, because I think you'd noticed there's been quite a reaction as well on social media.
Yeah, there has. I mean, I obviously get bits coming my way as well, and you know, I think it's only fair to have, you know, all the sides of the story, and I think Dizzy's been very open about it as well, which has been good.
In comes Sikandi running in over the wicket and bowls, and 4 comes Bavuma, and that's a class shot actually, beautifully played, slightly over pitched by Abby Sikandi, and he didn't hammer the ball, he just timed the ball beautifully through the covers, and that was a quality shot from a quality player, probably the shot of the morning really, Luke.
It was. I think Abby just seems to be struggling with his lengths a little bit, but yeah, I mean, you can't bowl that full to someone of his class, and as you said, he just leant on it beautifully and put it through extra cover.
58 for 2, so we'll just wait for this final ball of this over, then we've got a little bit of a break in play as wait for the next over to be bowled from the Cromwell Road end. Sikandi back to his mark, 2 slips, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg right the way down in the distance. Sikandi runs away from us, he's in and bowls to Bavuma, he's on 14, he clips that onto the onside. Ollie Robinson quickly round, and there is no run over the over, so 58 for 2. So just sort of tell us what happened, Luke.
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose it started in January. I mean, Keith Greenfield spoke to me the chat where I was with 4-day cricket, and just said from his point of view and the board's point of view, they were open for me to go down a white ball route if that's where I wanted to go. And that was a good open conversation, of which I said, look, I'm desperate to get back to where I was in 4-day cricket. I understood that I'd had a tough season the year before, like many batters, but I also recognised there's things I wanted to change in my game. But you know, at that point said I was hugely committed to playing 4-day cricket, and I was willing to give up on a couple of franchise opportunities to put the work in, which I did. And then I suppose it went through. I was sort of, you know, I said as long as, you know, there is an opportunity for me there if I'm playing well, of which I was told there was.
Visa comes in and bowls. Wakely lets it go outside the off stump, no run.
So then I obviously went away. I went away with Ben Brown into Cape Town. But before that, just hit red balls all in the winter, put a lot of work in, and then pre-season went really well. But I suppose, there was always the chance of Sussex had spoken about going down the younger player route, but I was hoping I'd be able to force my way in. But once I was told I wasn't going to be in the plans for the top 6, I suppose it made the decision harder for me, really.
Visa bowls and played to bat with point no run. When were you told you weren't going to be in the top 6? Was that the opening game against Leicestershire? Or?
Yeah, pretty much. I was told, there might be a role at 7 if they go with the number 7, but if I wanted to get in the top 6, I was going to have to go in the second team and score runs and put pressure on that way. And I understood, if I wasn't going to play, I was going to have to play a lot of seconds. And you get to that point in your career where the idea is not that I'm too big to play in the second team, but 3-4 day cricket in there playing there.
Visa in and bowls. Forward comes Wakely, plays to the offside. There is no run.
I felt I couldn't really justify the time away from the family. Also, I wanted to do it right, and I didn't want to be going in the second team and not feel like I was fully committed to playing second team. So I put all that work in to really try and push. I felt like I deserved the place, but Dizzy was great. I had a real frank and honest conversation with him and said, look, I just can't see myself going back and waiting for an opportunity to come up.
Visa in again, bowls, and Wakely edges into the slip corner, fielded by Wells. There is no run. Good stop by Luke Wells.
And I just said, look, the one thing that Dizzy's great on is he tries to give everyone a good run. So I knew once, if you're not in that top 6, it wasn't going to change unless there was an injury. And like anyone, I hoped the lads would go well. I didn't want to be sat in the second team hoping for anyone to fail. So I said to Dee, I didn't want to be in that position. I wanted to see the lads succeed. And I suppose the way that it's happened, obviously it's probably made things look worse.
In comes Visa bowls outside the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run.
So Dizzy, as I said, Dizzy was great. Once I spoke to him and just said, look, the motivation isn't really there to sit in the seconds. In hindsight, maybe an opportunity would have come quicker than I thought, but
because I think Harry missed out at Durham, didn't he? Didn't he have an injury? So might you have played at Durham?
Maybe, you don't know. But at that point in the decision, you're hoping everything works well, and the club were happy with the decision. And as I said, they'd already mentioned it before anyway.
Comes Visa and bowls outside the off stump. And have you ever made over from David Visa? 58 for 2, Wakely 28, Bavuma on 14. As I said, once I had that conversation with Dizzy and obviously with Brownie that the initial team I wasn't going to be in, so I suppose it made the decision for me a lot easier. I sat down with my family and said, look, I want to play for Sussex and cricket as long as possible, and I felt that at that point going off and playing 3-day cricket in the second team wasn't really for me, so made the decision. And as I said, Dizzy and the board and the club were great at trying to make me extend for as long as possible, and I've got a lot of cricket left in me, I suppose that's where it was. As we said, I think it's a shame that the youngsters didn't quite take the chance, which happens, and I suppose we've had to change the policy. We were going down a little bit now because we've gone to someone like Chopper, as you mentioned, but in the perfect world, the lads would have taken their opportunities and really cemented their places, but it unfortunately didn't happen that way. Were you upset initially, Luke, when you were left out against Leicester?
I was disappointed. I felt I deserved a place. I was scoring lots of runs in pre-season.
Thomason is coming in to bowl down the leg side. He's got a wicket with his first ball. Well, they sometimes say that poor balls get wickets, and I don't think that's a great ball from Aaron Thomason. It looked like it was going down the leg side, and I reckon Bavuma's been strangled, and he's caught behind by Ben Brown.
It was a bit of a drag down, wasn't it? Drag down. He looked like he tried to just get out of the way of it at the end, but
it was a curious dismissal. So that was Thomason's first ball. He's just been brought into the attack, and he gets a wicket. And I think Bavuma, it was a very strange dismissal and a bit of a bonus wicket for Sussex, really.
Massive wicket, yeah. I think at that point it was just starting to, in the first so many games that Aaron's played, he's probably, he's leaked and gone for plenty of runs. Yeah. So I think if that had happened straight away without getting another wicket, they'd have been really happy, Northampton, with their morning. But to pick a big wicket of Bavuma up, I think obviously now we're in the sort of ascendancy. We'll be very happy with that.
So sorry, Lee. So I was saying. So I said, were you upset? And you said no. You were disappointed because you'd missed out, and presumably financially, Luke. That if you're not, I don't know what you earn when you go and play in T20 franchises, but I imagine they're pretty well paid.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I made the decision, because it was not really about money when I want to do it. I want to hopefully help Sussex go up this year, and I suppose if I was ever going to finish, try and leave them in where I'd finished in that first division. But yeah, I mean, financially I did take a hit, so looking back now, I probably should have gone for the money. But do you know, I don't have regrets in that way, because I felt I did everything I could to give myself the best chance to be selected, and when I wasn't, then I sort of know that at least I gave everything, and it also helped my 50 over cricket as well. I think the changes I made technically gave me a lot of the rewards of how well I then did in the 50 over comp. So I certainly don't regret that at all, and it's just the way it is. But you know, there's certainly no bitterness now. You know, I also love the young Sussex players we're trying to get through. So I completely understood when Dizzy spoke to me and said that's the way they wanted to go. Then I suppose I just had to take it and try and support those lads as best as I could, and just focus on now white ball that I'm going to be doing.
And I guess you've answered what was going to be my next question, Luke. Is there any animosity at all?
Not at all, no. Not at all. I mean, Dizzy's been great with me, and as I said, it was just a real grown-up conversation about where we're both at, and he completely understood once I took that decision, and as I said, from a club point of view, once they decided that's where they want to go with the young kids, and I had to accept that.
In comes Thomason, bowls. That's a better delivery actually. He doesn't get a wicket as the new batsman Rob Keogh plays down the wrong line, taken by Brown, and there is no run. So some of the stuff that's been around on social media, has that been critical of your decision, Luke? I mean,
no, not at all. I think people were just wondering what the timing, I suppose.
Yeah.
I think if the decision made in the winter had been then, I don't think anyone would have looked at it. And as I said, I think obviously a lot of things are reactive, aren't they? Once we struggled at the top of the order, then suddenly those things come up again.
Thomason in again and bowls, and Keogh is forward, played into the onside on this occasion, and there is no run. But as going forward, Luke, you're committed to Sussex in terms of white ball cricket. Yeah, hugely, and I hope
I hope I've got a long time left of me. Obviously, I've signed for this year and 2 more, and I feel fit. I feel I'm hitting the ball well, so I want to play as long as I can, and maybe this decision might help that as well.
In comes Thomason running in over the wicket, bowls and let go by Keogh outside of the off stump, and there is no run. And you're looking very fit, Luke. And I know you had some back issues, well, a little bit. Not so much last season, but the season. Are they gone now, Luke? Is it something that you?
Yeah, it was. It's like anything. I think in county cricket, the one thing you're constantly doing is because we play so much, you end up trying to play with niggles, etc. So the winter helped with that. I stayed home pretty much most of the winter and got fit and stronger. And yeah, the touchwood, the back's been really good.
In comes Thomason and bowls, played to backward point, sharp bit of fielding there by Delray Rawlings. Barron appealed there. I don't know if he thought that carried to Delray Rawlings. Anyway, there is no run. And just talking about Ben for a minute, because I know you and Ben are good mates as well. Was he okay with your?
Yeah, I mean,
was he a bit disappointed, I'd imagine?
Yeah, I mean, it's like anything. We had a lot of conversations on our way, and he did the same thing. I suppose he's been training loads to try and get in the 2020 side. And then we've gone and signed Carey. So between us as best mates, we've sort of stuffed each other.
In comes Thomason and bowls, and played onto the leg side by Carey. He gets his first run, and Northamptonshire go to 59 for 3. Mind you, the way that Carey's batting, I'm a bit surprised he's not the Australian keeper, to be honest.
Well, that's the thing, yeah. I suppose we're going to have to wait and see. That would be the one, isn't it, if he's in the Ashes squad or not. But, I mean, he's a great pickup for us, and I think, once Burgess decided he wasn't going to sign and was going to leave, then it was something we had to do. And when someone like a Carey comes up, you can't turn that down. And we've seen everyone talks what a great leader he is from the front. He's obviously keeps the rash in the Big Bash as well, which is going to help us. So I think having him in the team is going to be a massive help.
And I guess someone who we're not going to see a lot of this summer is Jofra.
No, I mean, I think for planning wise, we've pretty much known that for a long time. So hopefully other guys can step up. We've got Topley playing in the second team as well, who bowled beautifully the other day as well. So whether he becomes an option.
In comes Visa over the wicket, bowls and let go outside the off stump by Keogh, and there is no run. That's interesting actually. People talking about Reece Topley, and Jason has spoken about him as well and said, well, he's been around, and I think they're just sort of seeing how fit he is. Is that the case, Luke, really?
Yeah, it is.
He's had a lot of problems.
Yeah, he's wanted to take his time, really. Understandably, he's been 2 years of being injured, etc. So we just offered him the chance to get fit here and use the facilities and try and get him back. And watching him bowl the other day in the second team, you could see the England bowler he was.
In comes Visa bowls and clipped away, and that's more than a clip actually. It's nicely played away onto the leg side by Keogh. He's going to get a couple of runs fielded by Abby Sakandi. Really, that's high praise, Luke, to say that he's back to where he was. That suggests he's...
Yeah, well, I mean, he wasn't far. I mean, he was the standout bowler in both games with both teams at Billericay. He bowled really well. I think his first game he bowled 4 overs for 1 for 12 or something. But and he's been bowling well in the nets. I think he's just taking it step by step, and whether he's going to be fit for the 2020, we'll have to wait and see. But on the count at the moment, he looks very good.
In comes Visa bowls, and Keogh works that one away on the leg side. All the hands are up in the slips, and did that nearly york him, Luke? I think it did. He just got the bottom of Keogh's back, and he managed to get it down to fine leg for a single.
Yeah, what Visa often does, he shapes the ball gently away nicely, and then has this ball that looks like it's going to shape, but actually just carries on with the arm. And I think that's just got a little bit crossed on it, Keogh, and it nearly took the pad. If it had hit the pad, I think he'd have been off ski. But no, he's a clever bowler. It's that one that goes straight on often his danger ball.
He's back to his mark now. 62 for 3 are Northamptonshire as Visa comes running in down the hill and bowls, and up on his toes is Wakely, forces that into the offside, and there is no. Was there anything else you wanted to say about the 4-day, Luke? Because I was going to talk a bit about T20 as well, but I wanted to, because people have had their say on social media, and as you say, it's only right that you have your chance to explain exactly what the situation was, which I think you've done.
Yeah, and as I
well.
said, I think Dizzy's been open as well. He's obviously a Christian. I've seen people are asking why I'm not playing now, and as he said, I've given it up, which is fair. But no, I think the guys will be absolutely fine.
Here comes Visa bowls, let go outside the off stump, and there is no... Yeah, but I guess some people might say, well, hang on, we've got a bit of a crisis now. Stian's injured as well, so could he come to you and say, well, would you help us out? But I guess, is that...
No, look, I mean, I've got Sussex at heart, I always have, so, I mean, if it got to the point where there wasn't players to play, or they couldn't go, the youngsters were injured or something they didn't want to do, then of course I would always help Sussex out, and that would never be the case. But as I was told, they wanted to go with other people at the time, so.
Visa in and bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run. 62 for 3 at the end of the over, 28 Wakely, Keogh in 4. Live cricket on the BBC Sussex, BBC Northampton, myself, Adrian Harms, talking to Luke Wright for the next 5 minutes or so. So T20 around the corner, Luke. I guess you're, after last year as well, getting all the way to the final, must be exciting stuff.
Yeah, it is. We've got a good side, and I think, one thing, people, the Salts and the Delras are another year on as well, so, to see the way someone like Salts kicked on, was, to see him in that England side was great, because I remember, I think the first 5 T20 games we picked him in last year, he'd seen out a few maidings, etc., which you can't believe now looking back, but to then stick with him and see how well he's done in all forms was great. So I think we're in a good place as a T20 squad, but we certainly know in that South group, every team you look at looks so strong, so you could almost pick it out of the hat who's going to go through. It's about getting the momentum and getting on a run as soon as possible.
In comes Aaron Thomason running away from us, 62 for 3. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Keogh and plays it into the offside, and there is no run. So I guess in terms of the balance of the side, pretty much as last year. I guess it doesn't help with Danny Briggs now with this ankle injury, which is a blow. Yeah, I'm just hoping we can get him back as soon as possible. I mean, he's a huge part of our success last year, and he's one that sort of goes under the radar. But yeah, I mean, he's huge. So hopefully the physios can do a good job with him and get him back as soon as possible. Thomason runs away from us, comes into bowl to Keogh. He's in and bowls. It's a full toss, and he's lucky to get away with that. Thomason, it's driven into the offside, footed by Beer, and there is no run. And interesting to say, he's an important member of that side. And I probably lose count, Luke, of the amount of times I say, oh, well footed by Danny Briggs, because that backward point position is so important in one-day cricket. It is, yeah. And I think, he's my go-to as well. I know obviously we've got Rashid Khan, but you can sort of give Danny any of the hardest overs as well, like Rashid, and he does a job. And as you said, in the field, he's good as well, because he's got a good cricket brain for advice. He showed that when he took on the captaincy after I was injured, so... In comes Thomason and bowls, and that's played a strange looking shot, but it's got away for 4 runs actually. I didn't realise how much pace there was on that ball, and he's played it away between third slip and backward point for 4 runs. But no, I think looking at 2020, I think the exciting thing was I didn't actually feel like we played our best cricket last year in 2020. We showed a lot of resilience, we played some good stuff, but we sort of got through in the end on the skin of our teeth, winning the last game, which I think there was a lot of areas we can improve, which was exciting, which we've said to the squad in terms of this year. I think we can play better,
and we're probably going to have to as well, looking at even someone like Middlesex, who are known for being one of the bottom teams, and they've signed AB de Villiers and Majib. So I mean, they're going to be tough as well.
In comes Thomason running in and bowls down the leg side. That's not a great ball taken by Brown. And there is no run. At the current side, I mean, I'm thinking of last year, and obviously people like David Visa, Chris Jordan, Key. Ollie Robinson hasn't played much T20. Would he come into consideration at all, Luke?
He will. I think the one thing with Ollie is always managing his body. Obviously, he's had a few operations now. He bowls a lot of the overs in the 4-day cricket, so it's always how fit and how jaded he is.
In comes Thomason running in and bowls, and it's a better delivery. There's a bit of extra lift and played to backward point fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. End of the over. No, 66-3.
But no, he'll certainly will consider him. I think the one thing to always remember in 2020 is, I suppose his great asset in county cricket is the lengthy bowls, etc., which often in 2020 doesn't hang around or do much for long. So it's those other skills that you need, which I'm sure Ollie's got, but again, it's just managing him and his body.
In comes Thomason bowls and played into the offside by Keogh. There is no run. End of the over. 66-3. Wakeley on 28. Keogh on 8.
And I think the other thing for Ollie is as well, obviously, it's got to be a priority to try and go up this year. I mean, with 3 going up, it's something the club need to do, and for the sake of him playing 2020, when we have got other people, I think obviously this 4-day cricket for him is going to have to take priority as well. So we'll have to consider that. There's a 4-day game, I think, in the middle of the 2020s at some point.
Yes, they're playing Middlesex, yeah.
But I think with Ollie always, when these 4 days are finished, after all these he's played, he's going to need a period of rest and management and probably a bit more strengthening again, because he's sort of still slightly undercooked from where he was, which shows how good a bowler he is to do what he's done so far in 4-day cricket, on coming back late and not really having a pre-season has been a great effort by him.
Verge of Lions, do you think, Luke? I mean, is he good enough to be playing Lions cricket?
Oh, absolutely.
Visa running in from the Cromwell Road in bowls, and that was a good straight delivery and played by Wakeley uncertainly into the offside, followed by Salt, and there is no run. I mean, just through the amount of wickets.
Yeah, no, he's got the skill. I think the skill for Ollie is never in doubt. I think the one bit he can make a move on is obviously going to be physically, and I think that if he can add that to his game. As I said, he's not been able to do that this winter because of his injuries, so he couldn't get that real physical work in. But if he can have a real strong winter physically and get stronger, he's definitely got the skill there to do it.
Visa comes in down the hill from the Cromwell Road in. 3 slips go down. He comes in and bowls and played off about middle and off by Wakeley. Kept a little low, played to mid-wicket, and there is no run. John Malone has been in touch from Bexhill, and I think, to be honest, John, as Luke has answered your question, really. The question was, any chance you can play 4-day matches for Sussex again in the first team, especially as we need you until the young lads fully develop? Well, I think Luke has explained that, really, John, exactly what the situation is. And Luke has said, if Sussex were in dire straits and they needed him, he would play. But the club are going in a different direction. As in comes Visa on bowls, and that cuts back from just outside of the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run. And actually, we'll talk about T20 in a minute. Again, I'm all over the place here, but talking about Ben as well, a keeper, he just makes so many runs, Ben, doesn't he? And yet he doesn't seem to be getting talked about in other circles as well. Does he deserve to be, Luke? He
does. I feel for him. I mean, there was a stat, I think, a few years ago that showed he'd scored, after Johnny Burstow, was by far the highest run scorer of any other keeper.
Visa in and bowls and played by Wakeley down to third man. Will Beer is quickly round and prevents anything more than a single. 67-3.
But I think that's why you want to be in the first division. I have no doubts that if Ben had been playing for Surrey or for someone else and scored the runs he had, he'd have been given a go straight away. But sometimes it can affect you being in second division. I think everyone realises that and wants to be in that top division. But for someone like Ben, I mean, his character shown through after such a tough start.
Yeah.
To go on the run he's done just shows, one, how mentally strong he is, but what a fine player he is.
Visa comes running in down the hill and bowls and playing to the onside, and there is no run. So back to 2020, Rashid Khan playing in the World Cup. Are you going to have him for most of the tournament this year, Luke?
Yeah, as far as I know, I think we've got him for pretty much all the group games, and then he can come back as well if hopefully we get through. So, that's a massive boost for us. I think just for the whole group. Told as a club they want to try and get the youngsters through, and the feeling in the camp's very good around Dizzy. Dizzy's been great.
In comes Thomason and bowls, and again Irving onto the leg stump, and it's an easy run, just ease down to fine leg fielded there by Salt. 1 more to the total.
But I think everyone knows that as a team we've not played anywhere near our potential. But I think the nice thing is we're still in third. You feel like if we were to get a good result in this game, it pushes you on again without playing, as I said, our best stuff. And there's disappointed players there. I think for Finchy and for Hainsey, they know they had a great opportunity.
In comes Thomason Bowles, short pulled away, and he's lucky to get away with just conceding a single there as the throw comes in from David Visa. And actually, Wakely just need to get him a move on then to make sure he gets home. One more to the total, 76 for 3.
But yeah, so from a youngster's point of view, I think they're hugely disappointed they didn't take the chance. I mean, what an opportunity! Unfortunately, they missed really because Dizzy's gave them full backing, and but that's cricket. It happens, and that young players, that can happen. They'll come again. They'll be fine.
In comes Thomason Bowles, up on his toes as Wakely.
But I think it's almost to stop the bleeding, isn't it? You get a senior player in like Chopra, and hopefully that can help. I think it's big, obviously, getting Salty back in here, and if we can regroup again and as I say, get a good couple of results here, and it just gives the youngsters that bit of time. And I think any youngster coming team, you want to be coming into a team that's winning, because it just takes that pressure off you a little bit. But they'll be fine. They'll come back again. They're good players.
In comes Thomason and Bowles, and cut away. That was wide outside the off stump and carved away by Keogh into the covers. But there is no run. And sometimes, Luke, I don't know if it probably didn't happen during your career, but I wonder if you reach the stage when you're in a bad trot, when you think actually it's perhaps kinder to take someone out the firing line.
Yeah, it is, and I think you can see it from a coach's or a player's point of view. Sometimes people look like they're just missing out and they're playing well, and that can happen. And other times people just don't look quite right and they need taking out the firing line.
Thomason runs away from us. He's in his 4th over. He's in and bowls wide of the off stump, let go by Rob Keogh, and there is no run. And although you're not involved in the championship side anymore, I guess you're still keen on it, and you keep an eye on what Sussex are doing, and you're as desperate as anyone.
Of course I am. I want to see us win. I want to see us do well. Obviously with Brownie captain as well, I'm fully behind Brownie, and I see my role now trying to help some of the youngsters out. I rang Hainsey and Finchy the other day to have a chat with them once the squads are announced. Obviously they're always going to be disappointed, and it's tough to take. You see a loan signing coming in, it affects your confidence. So
Thomason Bowles, play back to Thomason. That's nice, Luke. So you took that on yourself to do that?
Yeah, because I think as a youngster you live in this little bubble where you live day by day because you're just so desperate to make it, and you don't always see the bigger picture. And I think you get the bigger picture when you've played a lot of cricket. You say had the careers I've had, then you see that it's not just all about each game. And I think for the young kids, it's their world. They're so desperate to make it, and sometimes, as I said, they want it so much that they put too much pressure on themselves. And it was just to say, look, you're going to have long careers. I have no doubt that Haynes and Finchy will make it as cricketers, but it was almost just that, look, there's bigger things in cricket. Take yourself out of the bubble. You realise that actually, you'll look back on this and it might be a great lesson that you learn, and it actually makes you a far better player.
In comes Visa Bowles, let go outside the off stump by Wakely, and there is a couple of questions here actually, Luke. This guy's a Charlton fan.
Bad start.
Yeah.
Saying that I'm a Newcastle fan and things are going terribly at the moment.
You need a manager.
We do. We need a new owner, to be honest.
He says, what's Luke's favourite moment of his career so far?
I think when we were winning championships with Sussex, I was only a young pup then and wasn't having a huge say in performance-wise, but
Visa in Bowles, wide of the off stump taken by Brown.
But I think being part of that era when playing alongside Mushtaq Ahmed and I suppose look back now and look at those senior players in Jason Lurie and James Kirtley and just going through them all, even Robin Martin Jenkins, and being part of that squad, I think for me set me up massively, and I was lucky. I learnt off a lot of those players, so it helped me throughout my career, was just being part of the team, learning, and if I can do anything like that for some of our kids, I'll be very lucky.
Visa Bowles, that's a good delivery, and it's a wicket. David Visa gets the breakthrough, and he's really deserved that, Luke. That's a terrific bit of bowling, and the important wicket of Alex Wakely is gobbled up by Laurie Evans in the slip. And you said he's been bowling, he supported Ollie Robinson well, and that's a nice wicket to get Alex Wakely on his way for 36, and a good time to get a wicket as well. Yeah,
he's deserved it. He's bowled beautifully. As you said, he's had that drop chance not too long ago, so Laurie will be pleased. He's been a bit of a 50-50 man in there. That's the other thing with injuries. We've lost, with Finch, he's a great slipper, and same with Salty now with his hand. So, great for Laurie. He's been practicing so hard to improve in there, and that'll help his confidence. But, for considering they've won the toss, got themselves in on a good wicket. This is a great start, and we said at the start, I think if we can keep them anything under 250 for this innings, and hopefully we get a bit greedy and can keep them lower than that, then I feel like we could build a big score in this and put them under massive pressure.
I'll tell you what, Laurie Evans got a belter up at Kidderminster, Luke. It was probably one of the best slip catches we'll see this season, and then he put one down this week. But I mean,
I know that's what he said. You know, and you have respect. To go up and win things, you need to have a good slip cord, and I think we've been very lucky over the years, going back to people like Chris Adams and ones we had, but then Michael Yardy was very good in there. But you know, with Chris Jordan and Sultan Finch, they were three very, very good slippers. So, as I said, that's great for Laurie's confidence. He's got his little swagger back now. He struts straight out again. So no, it was a big wicket, and you know, we can put them under a lot of pressure now. And I think this is a bit like at the Durham game. We let that pressure slip. I think they were 90 for 5.
Yes, they were.
And we dropped a couple of chances, and then that was the change in the game. So, huge part of today is this first innings is really where we can get better. I think if we can put pressure on them, first with the ball, but then get those first innings runs, that's where you set up wins, isn't it?
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Luke Wright for our Northamptonshire listeners. I'm sorry for being a bit sort of Sussexy, but it's an opportunity to speak to Luke. And if you've got any questions you want to send through, please do. David Visa is back to his mark. The new batsman is the Northamptonshire skipper Adam Rosington, as in comes Visa on bowls, and Rosington drives to mid-off, fielded there by Phil Salt, and there is no run. I think Julie's been in touch. She says, how's Luke feeling about the T20 campaign? We've kind of spoken about that, and excited is the word. Do you sort of get to the stage you think, I can't wait for that first game?
Yeah, you know, we've got a good side. I suppose that's the biggest thing I miss, is that competitiveness. I love going out and trying to score runs and win games, and I can't wait to get going.
In comes Visa and bowls, and Rosington is looking to turn that one down the leg side. I think he got struck in that nasty little bit between the thigh pad and the pad, and that might have hurt, but he wanders back to his crease, and there is no run. Luckily
for Rosington, he's got a little bit of help there, hasn't he? He's got a little bit of extra padding that just helps with the bruising, I would have thought.
We could tell him that later.
But no, I think, you know, going to the 23, I think it's great. We're seeing so many big overseas come into the Blast, which is fantastic. You want to play against the best players, and that's what's going to happen.
In comes Visa on bowls, and driven by Rosington, who's looking to play that through the offside. He got squared up, played it onto the onside, and that's a very good over by David Visa.
I got the man on my side straight away. So
in comes Thomason and bowls, and let go outside the offside. That's a no ball, and that's something that Jason Gillespie doesn't like. He doesn't like no balls. He doesn't like slow over rates.
But no, it's such a great day, and you know, trying to get back there for the younger kids to experience as well. Those big days out are so special, and you know, we've been lucky in my career with Sussex. We got used to being there quite a bit, and obviously winning before. So it's such a special day.
In comes Thomason and bowls, and work to backward point, fielded there by Delray Rawlins, and there is no run. The total rate's to 82 for 4.
But going back to the beach ball, I don't know how the steward does it. He sat there just getting absolute pelters from everyone just to pass the ball back, and yeah, looking back now, it's nice it was caught on video, because it's such a funny moment. And as I said, it sort of set me up for them to be on my side all day. So when I walked out to bat, they were all sort of cheering for me, and it was a wise move actually. Get the hollow stand on your side.
In comes Thomason in and bowls. Well pitched up delivery, clipped away down towards fine leg towards Phil Salt. Picks up another single, does Keogh. He goes to 15, 83 for 4. And in terms of stands, I mean, as I've been in there as a fan, Luke, for Ashes matches, I mean, it is fantastic being in there to watch a game of cricket.
Yeah, I think it sells out within about 10 minutes of the tickets going on sale there. So no, I mean, they just have great fun, don't they? And I've been going up there doing appearances while Sussex haven't been in it, and you just get this feeling of how much fun they're having when you're out the back, and to play in it was fantastic. And he said to come so close.
Here comes Thomason and bowls, and that's driven away through the covers. There's just too much width there from Aaron Thomason, and it's with just 3 men up on the offside, no sweeper at this stage, and it's just driven through the covers for 4. He's just struggling a little bit here, Aaron Thomason. He's his 5th over, 1 for 18.
Yeah, he's just not quite his rhythm. I suppose he's been out of cricket a little bit. He's still feeling his way back into it, isn't he? And I think Ben will probably realise, unless he picks up a wicket here, he'd probably take him off. And I would normally the captain log says put a spinner on before lunch, doesn't it? So it's just building up that pressure. I think if we can just hold this end, it will just give us a much bigger chance.
In comes Thomason and Bowles, and forward comes Rosington, plays into the offside. England have lost a wicket actually, 205 for 2 in the 32nd over against India up at Edgbaston. Joe Root on 22, Owen Morgan just coming in, but I think Johnny Bairstow, while we were talking, went through to a century. So I'll get confirmation of that in just a couple of moments' time. You happy to stay till lunch, Luke?
Yeah, that's fine.
We've got another 5 minutes or so. So, live cricket here, BBC Sussex, BBC Northampton. Thank you for getting in touch. And I know people wanted to hear Luke's version. The reason we're talking really was to talk about Luke.
No, Chris Jordan, obviously Hamza's not been available, which has been a shame because that's been a huge. He's done really well since he's been with us. So it is trying to. I suppose that's going to be Ben's biggest challenge. He's trying to keep that pressure on, but he'll know going back to that Durham game, this was where it was almost lost, that game. So I'm sure after lunch, Ollie Robinson will come back on again.
Here comes Visa and Bowles. That's down the leg side. A good stop by Ben Brown. He doesn't take it cleanly, but he manages to get down well to his left-hand side and prevents a bye. Still 89 for 4. Rosington on 5. Keogh on 16. You spoke earlier on about your great days for Sussex and still some of those players around, Michael Yardy helping here, and the likes of Ed Joyce. Do you keep in touch with those guys, Luke? And I know Mike's obviously here as the batting coach, as in comes Visa running in over the wicket. Bowles and worked wide of Luke Wells at third slip. Down to Will Beer. One more to the total, 90 for 4.
No, we see Joycey quite a lot. We try and go over to Ireland and see him, or he comes over and I think he's just taken on the Ireland women's job, is he? Or he's interim coach or something. But he's really enjoying his coaching. I don't know if he wants to come over into county cricket at some point, but he's someone that obviously vast experience, and he's a great lad. So no, it's nice to still speak to him. I miss him as a player, that's for sure.
Here comes Visa Bowles, wide of the off stump, taken by Brown. There is no one. I mean, in terms of county batsmen and just volume of runs, there weren't many who were his equal, really.
No, I think that's been the change over Sussex. Obviously, we lost that vast experience of Nash and Joyce combo was huge for us for so many years. And I know Will Beer said he's got a newfound respect for Nash. He said to have opened the batting for all those times and have the career he's had. He said he's realised how hard it is. So losing those two, it was always going to be difficult. Obviously Luke Wells then came into it, and we're trying to find that combo at the moment. I think Luke said himself he's not scored the runs he wants to, but you always need spot, but he's got the ability to score big runs. So anyone that can do that, you're just trying to get them, keep the confidence going there, knowing that at any point, if he gets himself going, then he'll be ruthless, and that's what we've got to hope this will happen in this game.
And I thought actually, Luke, when he came back from Australia, I spoke to him at the press day, and he sort of had a bit of a glint in his eye, Luke, and I thought I really fancied him to get a lot of runs. And you just feel it is. I just feel it's just around the corner with Luke. He must be a difficult guy to think about dropping. As in comes Beer and Bowles, and cut away by Keogh out to the sweep on the cover boundary. One more to Keogh. He goes to 18. The total to 91 for 4.
Yeah, and the other thing is he contributes with the ball as well. He's actually bowled really well this year. Unfortunately, he's got a bit of a side injury in this game, so I don't think he's going to be bowling. But that's the thing with Luke. You know that he's got big runs in him, and he's desperate to do it. And he's just having a few battles at the moment. But like anyone, if he's just getting that first score, if you can get that big score under your belt, then there's no doubt he'll get on a run. And the club are definitely going to back him to the hilt, I'm sure.
Well, it's because of his runs they won the game at Durham, really, because they were in all sorts of trouble in the first innings. Of Beer, Bowles, and driven through the offside. That could well be 4 runs. Thomason is chasing around the boundary, does well actually, makes a good tumbling stop and prevents a couple of runs, does Aaron Thomason, but it's 2 more to Rosington. He goes to 7, the total to 93 for 4. Somebody else I saw up at Kidderminster, Luke, who came and spent some time on commentary, was Steve McGoffin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he'd come up from Worcester, and he said his times at Sussex were the happiest of his cricketing career, which I thought was very nice.
Yeah, he's a great guy, Mags, and what a bowler,
In comes Beer and Bowles, and played by Rosington, just out to the offside. And there is no run. And you just skip at him a bit, Luke. I guess it's quite nice just to think.
Well, that's what it is. When you can bring someone, even if he wasn't getting wickets, he went for no runs whatsoever, and he often was getting wickets, which was even handier.
In comes Beer and Bowles, and driven by Rosington into the offside, fielded by Delray Rawlings, and there is no run. 93 for 4, Rosington 7, Keogh on 18.
But I think there's been a changeover in this period now where we've had a lot of senior players leave or retire, etc. So
Beer in again and bowls and played into the offside, and a good sprawling save by Delray Rawlings, way to his right hand side, gets a round of applause, and there is no run. 90, and maybe that's something that people do think about, isn't it? It's not just the likes of Chris Nash, but Ed Joyce, Mike Yardy, all in the last 3 or 4 years. Matt Pryor,
yeah.
In comes Beer again over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Rossington, played to the offside.
Yeah,
just what Ben Brown would have wanted there.
Yeah, just to quieten it down, just to make him hardly go for any runs is what he needs. But I think, going back to our team, I think that's where your recruitment now is going to be important. Obviously, we want to get some of the youngsters through, but you want to make sure there's competitiveness in the squad. You need that depth, and I suppose our depth of squad's been tested at the moment, especially with the injuries, and it's shown we probably need a bit more. And there was probably signs in the winter that we needed to try and add a few, but it's very tough. It's not as easy as it sounds to go out and get players, but something I'm sure that Keith Greenfield's working on.
Visa bowls and played. This will be the last over before lunch. Rossington plays to mid-on. In there is no run. And I guess as well, Luke, the supporters see, it's a bit like football, isn't it? You see the big clubs going out, spending a lot of money, and you see that in cricket to a certain extent. We see Nottinghamshire seemed to sign pretty much everyone that was going.
And that's the thing, when people talk about, I know people talk about going and getting a quality batsman, but it's very hard, and especially if you're in the second division as well.
Visa in again and bowls, and forward comes Keogh. And does that make it, that's what makes it important for Sussex to get in that first division?
Yeah, definitely. And I think the other thing, naturally it's very expensive to live here. So, for what someone can go and get given at Nottingham, if they're offering more money and you live in Nottingham, it's a lot cheaper to buy a house there than it is here, and it's a factor. So it does make it harder, and I think that's why you want to be in the first division, to attract the bigger players. And give yourself a chance to sign them as well.
Here comes Visa and bowls, and Keogh just covers up and plays it into the offside, and there is no run. So 93 for 4. This is going to be the last over before lunch. You've been listening to myself, Adrian Harms, chatting away all matters cricket to Luke Wright this morning. Luke came to have a chat about 4-day cricket, and he's not playing, and I think he gave a very good explanation of that. So I'm grateful to you, Luke, for doing that.
No problem at all.
And so we've had a couple of questions, and I think Luke's answered them. As in comes Visa and bowls, and turned away by Keogh onto the leg side. He's picked up one, he's going to come back for a second. Abhi Sakandi chases out to the boundary and gets in the throw to keeper Brown, and 2 more. The total goes up to 95 for 4, and Keogh goes to 20. A good morning for Sussex, I'd have thought, isn't it, Luke?
Yeah, definitely. I was really happy with this. It was, especially as you said, we haven't got our strongest bowling lineup out, but you need your senior players to stand up, and that's exactly what David Visa and Ollie Robinson have done.
In comes Visa over the wicket, bowls and let go outside of the off stump.
And I think that wicket to Bavuma was with an awful ball, to say the least, was a real bonus. I think to not got that one, we could have been in a bit more strife. But we take this at lunch. It gives a chance for Ollie to get a bit of a rub and get a bit of tender loving care, and ready to come second for the second session, and just try and knock him over as cheaply as possible, hopefully.
In comes Visa with the last ball before lunch. He comes in and bowls and worked away down backward of point, and Will Beer comes trotting in from third man to field. So lunch 96 for 4, Keogh on 21, Rossington is on 7. The players wander off. Talk about bad.
Unfortunate strangle down the leg side.
It was a horrible ball, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It just seemed to bounce, and it came back at the right hander as he tried to shoulder arms, and a bit of glove behind the stumps. And then with Wakely falling to a decent delivery, one he was just pushing at maybe, but fair enough dismissal. And now a wicket just after lunch, and Northampton big bother as Beer resumes from the CN, bowling to Rossington, who's driving firmly but straight to short extra cover. Rawlins in there in the sun hat, long sleeve shirt, goes down to his left hand side to collect, and there's no run. Mid-off has just retreated almost to the boundaries, edge to our left hand side here as Beer comes in again, and back in his crease is Rossington, and Beer almost slipping one through. Rossington playing back up towards the bowler for no run. Still deep square, deep cover and deep mid wicket back here. Beer pausing, stepping in past umpire Baldwin, floats one up, and Rossington is driving out through the covers across the square, way to our left hand side, out towards the pavilion over there that I always liken to a railway station with the hanging baskets hanging down off the roof.
That's a great description. It is, isn't it?
It's a lovely old structure. Modernised inside a few years ago now, wasn't it? Development took place over there with the Spen Kammer money. Beer to Proctor here, the left-hander, and Proctor is forward, pushing gently, very gently, out towards extra cover. Wells comes across to collect, and there's no run. So for Proctor here, the left-hander, we've got another man up saving the single on the leg side, still deep mid-wicket and deep square. A deep cover rather, remain back as Proctor works a much straighter ball here through square leg, and from backward square leg forced to come up chopper to his right hand side to collect, and they're able to go through for the single. So Proctor gets himself off the mark, and Northampton's got a 99 for 5. With a right left hand combination out there now. Beer floats one up outside the off stump, and it's cracked away by Rossington, but into the ground and out to short extra cover where Rawlings does the fielding, and there is no run to end the over. So a great start of the afternoon session for Sussex with the wicket of Keogh going for 21, and Northants in bother at 99 for 5, having won the toss this morning. Some work to do to try and battle up into bonus point period, but with the lower order out there now.
You're listening to Live Cricket on the BBC, BBC Sussex, BBC Northampton, myself Adrian Harms alongside Alex Winter in the World Cup. England are 286 for 4 with Butler and Stokes at the crease. Stokes on 49, Joe Root just out for 44. And loads of cricket in the County Championship today. So we'll rattle those scores during the over as Ollie Robinson comes in to bowl the next over from the Cromwell Road end, running down the hill, comes in and bowls to Proctor, and Proctor easily forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So Derbyshire 128 without loss against Middlesex. Having a decent season are Derbyshire, and that's a very good start against Middlesex, the team that everyone keeps on saying at some stage they're going to make a run up the table, but at the minute they're having a pretty wretched time of it. Glamorgan have started well against Worcestershire, the leaders of Division 2 of the County Championship, 97 for 1. As in comes Robinson and bowls, and Proctor drives straight back down the ground. Robinson feels there is no run. Lancashire 73 for 2 against Durham. Did you say it was Sedgeborough School, Alex?
Sedber.
Okay.
I think.
73 for 2. But I'll double... you are quite right. Yes, Sedbergh School. Sedbergh. Robinson in again and bowls, and Proctor's gone. That's a brilliant catch. That is an outstanding catch by Luke Wells at third slip. Well, that's why you practice slip catches, and that was beautifully taken. It's a 4th wicket for Ollie Robinson, a drive by Proctor outside the left stump, and that went like a rocket, and that was brilliantly caught by Luke Wells, low to his left-hand side, and now Northants really are in trouble. 99 for 6. Robinson has picked up 2 wickets since lunch, and he has very impressive figures of 4 for 25.
That's a fantastic catch, isn't it? Poor stroke from Proctor. Ball wasn't by no means a half volley, and he's just been scratching around with some form in the last few weeks. Luke Proctor had been contributing well for Northants, generally with the lower order, but last few weeks has just struggled. And another failure here, goes for just 1, and like you say, Northants in big bother now, 6 down, only 99 on the board. Second bowling bonus point for Sussex, and having lost the toss they will be absolutely delighted. Just a little loose from Proctor. Thick outside edge, really well held. He went very quickly to Wells' left-hand side, and he's clung on there to take a blinder.
It's funny really, because last week when Sussex had Durham 90 for 5, they then put down 2 catches. Laurie Evans put down a catch in the slips when he could have had Ned Eckersley on 5, and Eckersley went on to get 118, and then Bancroft was dropped when he was on 58 down the leg side by Ben Brown, a chance that Ben would have normally taken, and those 2 chances went begging, and that's what let Durham off the hook. Whereas today 2 very difficult chances have been taken. That was a really good catch by Luke Wells, And actually Laurie Evans got a good slip catch before lunch. It made Luke Wright laugh actually, because he knew that Laurie Evans had dropped one. Looks like Butler's into his stride very quickly at Edgbaston. England 292 for 4 in the 46th. In comes Robinson. He's a man in form, 4 for 25. He comes in and bowls. Oh, and that moved away from the left-handed. How do you pronounce? Is it Zabe? Zabe. And taken by Brown. And he's getting some movement off the pitch and some movement through the air here. Is Ollie Robinson? It's a very good spell of bowling. So they're the second division scores. Derbyshire 132 without loss at Derby against Middlesex. Glamorgan 97 for 1 against Worcester in Cardiff. And Lancashire 73 for 2 at Sedbergh score. As in comes Robinson again. Down the hill and bowls. And David just lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Brown. There is no run. In the first division, Kent 128 without loss against Warwickshire, who I think are struggling in the bowling ranks at the moment, with Liam Norwell out for the season with a hamstring problem. Notts 103 for 2 against Essex, who are picked up in recent weeks, now second in the championship. Chris Nash on 18 for Nottinghamshire, former Sussex man. Comes Robinson again and bowls, and Zabi's forward solidly and plays into the offside, fielded by David V. Set another fine over by Ollie Robinson, a maiden over, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 25, and he gets a very good and deserved round of applause. And elsewhere in the second division, Somerset 117 for 1 against Hampshire at Taunton, and Yorkshire 149 for 1 against Surrey at Scarborough. Have you ever been to Scarborough?
Yes, did a 50 over game there. Ooh, I think it was 3 years ago now. I think it was 2016. I think it was in the middle of the Euro 2016 championships, I think.
Everyone always says it's lovely there.
Yeah, very pleasant. I mean, Scarborough is a classic seaside town that's obviously had its day, but the cricket ground is very pleasant indeed. 99 for 6 here. And Beer is bowling to Rossington, who turns quite a straight ball down to deep backward square, way to our right hand side. He's moving very gently in away from the maybe 5 cars that are parked over there by the Super Sopper, which is also in position to our right hand side. Thankfully not needed for the next few days. 100 comes up for Northants, 100 for 6, and Rossington goes into double figures. He's got 10. Yeah, very pleasant place to go and watch cricket, Scarborough. Classic traditional venue, as Zabe lets his first ball from Beer go just outside the off stump. Yeah, certainly Scarborough's best days behind it as a tourist venue.
I've been there covering football but never cricket.
Oh really?
Yeah.
And the old Scarborough Football Club, as Beer bowls quite straight, and forward comes Zabe to push to short extra cover for no run. They went out of business quite a few years ago now, didn't they, Scarborough?
I covered a game up there one day. It was a last minute thing. I got a call on a Friday.
Of course, the Seagulls.
Yeah.
I think only the most pedantic would tell you otherwise. And anyone who's pedantic about seagulls, well, come on, they're seagulls, for heaven's sake. Robinson in, again just outside the off stump, and Zabe is covering up and shouldering arms and allowing it to pass through to Brown behind the stumps. If they were peculiar about a nice bird, my father often goes out with his binoculars, looks at birds of prey, things like this. Some can be quite interesting because they're sometimes quite rare birds, but seagulls, for heaven's sake, they're rats in the sky. They deserve to be shot. 109 for 6. Robinson in again from the far end, and Zabe is playing a missing. Just probed away for 4 balls in the over there outside Zabe's off stump, and on the last of those occasions just got the left-hander to field for 1 and beat the bat. Zabe is there on 3, Rossington is with him on 16, and Northants really struggling at 109 for 6. The man out since the lunch break, Keogh for 21 without adding to his lunchtime score, and Proctor for 1. Both wickets to Ollie Robinson, who now has 4 for 28.
Yeah, and 34 in the season for Ollie Robinson. We saw a very fine display of seam bowling down here last week from Chris Rushworth, who seems to be the evergreen Rushworth.
Indeed,
he just keeps on going. But Will Beer is going to continue his spell. I think Ben Stokes is in terrific form. He's on 67 off 48 balls. England 23 for 6 in the 49th. As Beer is in and bowls, and forward comes Rosington, played into the offside, and there is no run. Just a slip is the only close fielder. As Beer is in again. Bowls and forward comes Rosington again, plays into the offside, and again there is no run. There are two men guarding that relatively short leg side boundary. There's a deep mid wicket and a deep backward square. David Visa warming up out there, so maybe Ollie Robinson isn't going to bowl too much more in this spell. Well, I think it'll take a little bit to get the ball out of his hands, as in comes Beer again and bowls, and flicked away by Rosington down to fine leg. Picks up another single, does Rosington, fielded by Visa, and there is no run. Stokes just hit another huge 6 by the looks of it.
He's going well. Good late hand here. Again with good runs, and Stokes trying to finish it off. They've got the 3:30 now.
I bet that's a good atmosphere at Edgbaston today.
I think it'd be good if you're an Indian fan. There's too many England fans in the ground, to be honest.
Here comes Beer again and bowls, and Zabe is back and punches at a nice looking shot through the inner ring of fielders and picks up a single, fielded by Salt. The cover boundary not before Zabe has taken another single. He goes to 4 on Sussex to 111 for 6. Beer again. Waits in, is in and bowls, and Rosington just works this one quietly to mid-wicket, fielded there by Luke Wells. But again, there is no run. The offside field, there's a backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, and a sweeper on the cover boundary. As Beer is on his way again, bowls, and Rosington punches. That's a good shot through the offside. It beats the diving Rawlings at short extra cover. They've taken 1. They won't be able to come back for 2 because Thomason was in quickly sweeping on the cover boundary and prevented that second run. But Rosington goes to 18 at Northamptonshire, 112 for 6 here on BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. Is it BBC Northampton or BBC Northamptonshire?
Well, you can call it what you like.
Okay.
It makes no bones to me.
BBC Northampton. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Alex Winter. For those of you just joining us, Northampton winning the toss this morning, deciding to bat first, but finding themselves in a little bit of a pickle here, and primarily because of some very good bowling by Ollie Robinson, who's taken so far 4 for 28. He's bowled very well down the hill.
Fresh breeze continues to blow across the ground from the west, left to right as we look out here from the sea end. Ollie Robinson coming in towards us down the slope, and this comes back at Rosington, and he works it away down to long leg, away to our left hand side. We go through for just a single, so Rosington goes to 19, 113 for 6, and you can hear the breeze really picking up on our effects mic, which is on the roof of this little stand here. So Zabe playing his first championship match of the summer here. Northampton need him to make a little contribution. Robinson probed away at him in the previous over. What can he do here? It's just outside the off stump again. And Zabe, what does it go past? He's been around the Northampton squad for a very long time, safe Zabe, without really ever cracking it in the first team. Very occasionally, I think he hasn't had too many chances, it must be said. Always generally on the fringe of the first team squad. But when he has had his chance, hasn't really been able to completely grasp it. But a great opportunity here to show what he can do. Robinson now goes round the wicket to him. Past umpire Jerry Lloyds, and bowls a foot outside the off stump again, and Zabe is covering up and allowing it to pass behind the stumps to Brown. Still with 3 slips for company, third man and long leg the man out. And there's a backward point, a mid-off in, very tight, almost level with the stumps at the far end, as is mid-on. And then a man at short mid-wicket in a catching position, just up on the onside there. As Robinson turns and comes in again and bowls a tighter line, and it's a dab and go into the covers here for Zabe. Good cricket, little push forward, little block in front of mid-off, and they go scrambling through for, in the end, a pretty comfortable single. So Zabe goes to 5, 114 for 6, but
He's looked very solid so far, Zabe. He plays very straight.
yeah, has always generally looked the part, but Ben Curran's in the same boat really. He's had a few chances in the last season and this.
Yes, he's
He can look the part, but you got to get a number on the board, haven't you?
Yeah. And has that been the problem with Ben Curran? He just hasn't made the runs.
Yeah, hasn't had the weight of runs really. His best knock came against Sussex in the last game of last season, a game that you were in much more exotic climes for, weren't you? With Robinson bowls to Rossington here, who's opening the blade on one in defence, coming forward, pushing out to backward point for no run.
A game that didn't last too long.
No, yeah, 2-day affair to end the season last year. Yeah, it doesn't matter how you look, it matters what number you put in the box. Very much like golf in that regard. It doesn't matter how you do it. It's what you get on the board. 114 for 6, and Robinson is in again, and Rossington is defending out towards mid-off on this occasion, and the over comes to an end. Tidy stuff from Robinson. Good start of the afternoon for Sussex, and Northamptonshire with a huge job to try and recover this situation. At 114 for 6 in the morning session, they lost Vasconcelos to the opening over for just 2, then Newton for 14, Bavuma also for 14, and Wakely for 36. And then after lunch, Keogh for 21 and Proctor for 1 have pushed the visitors who won the toss this morning into a big hole. Take quite some digging out of. I'm sure they were envisaging a nice day of batting in the sunshine, but not quite going to be like that, you wouldn't think, here.
No, Sussex are making a bowling change. Abby Zakandi, who was very expensive this morning, 5 overs for 27, is going to come into the attack. I'm a little surprised because I think Will Beer has kept the North Hats batsmen fairly quiet since just before lunch, and certainly since lunch. Robinson can't bowl all day, of course, and I just saw Ben Brown have a word with Ollie Robinson. David Visa has been warming up, but really the other Sussex seamers, Sakandi and Thomason, haven't really bowled particularly well. So it is going to be Abby Sakandi with a chance to redeem himself from that opening spell. Runs away from us, coming into bowl to the left-handed Zabe. He's in and bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump, taken by Brown. And there is no run. 2 slips and a third man. Backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a fine leg. David Visa's going through quite a rigorous warm-up now, which makes me think that probably he's going to replace Ollie Robinson, who was ill last week. And I'm sure probably Sussex won't want to over-bowl him. In comes Sakandi over the wicket, bowls, and that's wide again outside the off stump, taken by Brown. Ben Brown will not want to let Northants off the hook here, as they did with Durham last week.
I suppose the difference between this and last week is that Durham had not only a top order batsman in there, but a test class batsman at the crease as well.
Yeah, and he batted really well. And actually, with credit to Bancroft, I thought he skippered very well last week as well, actually. He rotated his bowlers, field placings were good. In comes Sakandi with this lovely smooth approach to the wicket. Bowls to Zabe, who drives into the covers. Footed there by Luke Wells, who got an extremely good catch at third slip to get rid of Luke Proctor just after the break. 114 for 6. I think Ben Stokes is out in the cricket, but a very rapid 70 or so from Stokes. Yeah, England 336 for 7, and just 1 ball to go. As in comes Sakandi and bowls to Zabe, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. The total remains on 114 for 6, and in fact England have now finished their innings on 337 for 7. So they need to win that game.
Well, they do, yeah. That's decent runs for England there. They need to defend that after Pakistan's remarkable win against Afghanistan yesterday. That was a great game.
Sakandi runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and Zabe is forward and works that one down to third man. And there is a single to Zabe. He goes to 6-1-1-5 for 6. You said you were playing cricket yesterday. You didn't get a knock batting at 4. Were you sort of sitting, I'm sure you wanted your team to win it, but you're sitting there thinking, I just fancy getting out there and having a bit of a knock.
The problem is in that situation, if you're sort of 4 or 5, you can't really win because, well, I suppose you could win if you're sort of 10 for 2, 10 for 3, but the opener's got off to a really good start, and if you're coming in as number 4 with 50 to win, all you can do is get out, really.
Well, you padded up for a long time.
Yeah. So it's a
bit frustrating.
Bit of an awkward situation, really, but.
Candy is in and bowls to Rosington, who's forward and plays it straight back down the track. Better over from Abby Candy, just concedes the 1 run. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 28. But I have to say, it has looked a little bit different when Visa and Robinson are in bowling. I think the others haven't really looked like taking wickets, and certainly there was no discernible movement there for Abby Candy. So that had been hot fielding yesterday afternoon, Alex.
It was, yeah, really sweaty. Obviously, I'm so fair, so I'm very susceptible to the sun, so I always lather myself up in factor 30.
Yeah.
Sort of sweating away, my eyes were getting a bit stingy at one
horrible
stage.
When that happened. Do you bowl, or...?
I do bowl, wasn't required yesterday,
right,
though, because we were doing so well, so that was that, yeah.
And is that a club up in Derby, or?
It is, yeah. On the very, very tip of Derbyshire, on the Derbyshire-Leicestershire border. So they're about half a mile into Derbyshire. So they just play in the Derbyshire League. Yeah, good to just contribute to the club.
What time do they start?
Be available.
What time do they start matches in the league matches on Saturday?
1 o'clock.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'd prefer an earlier start personally, but there you go. Here is a Visa from the Cromwell Road end, bowling to Zabe, who's back and across and working one to square leg. And across comes the fieldsman to collect with the left hand in there, Rawlings, and there's no run.
So you were done yesterday then by what, 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, done and dusted, so well in time for the initial train I was planning on catching down here, but I was able to slip on an earlier one as well, and it was just as well because the trains were having to go a bit slow yesterday because the railway lines were getting too hot and were melting as Visa is in. And on the back foot, Zabe is working this down to third now with an open blade. Steers it away down the hill and goes to 116 for 6 Northants. Yeah, just south of Leicester, the train was having to go really slow. There's nothing, I find it so frustrating when the train is just sort of edging along. You're thinking, just put the accelerator down, man, come on. And you're just edging along and there's nothing he can do because he's having to go carefully with the signals and all this business and whatever. And then I got to Victoria Station, and Victoria was a bit of a mess really because trains were being cancelled and diverted and delayed and all sorts was going on. Deep square drops back here for Rossington, who gets one outside the off stump and he cracks it away but straight to cover, and there's no run, and he's frustrated there. Rossington walks away to square leg, having missed out on a short wide one from Visa here. So 3 men on the boundaries, third man long leg and deep square, but still 2 slips in place here for the Northants captain, who's got 19.
Sam Keir, the Sussex press officer, is taking a photograph down below as he's leaning over the advertising awning and half revealing his backside.
Visa in, full of length, just outside the off stump, and Rossington lets it go. Adrian Harms, ladies and gentlemen, taking photographs of men's backsides.
There we are.
Yeah, Victoria Station was
chaos, was it?
Bit of a sweaty mess yesterday evening, it must be said, in the heat. Trains were lovely in air conditioning, but it was really nice train ride down once you were on them, as Visa is in, bowling very full, 4th stumpish line, and Rossington forward to block out to Wells at extra cover, and there is no run. But standing at Victoria Station for half an hour wasn't overly pleasant. It was the classic situation. I've done it at Paddington Station many a time, where you're sat there waiting for the platform number to be revealed in a crowd of people.
Yeah, I know.
Suddenly the platform becomes available, bang! There's a massive rush to the gate as Visa is in, bowling even fuller this time at the off stump, and it's dug out by Rossington down towards mid-on, and the over comes to an end. We've had 43 in the Northants first innings, and the visitors who won the toss are in a bit of a hole with 116 for 6, but Rossington there on 19 and Zabe on 7. trying to eke Northants out much longer into this beautiful afternoon.
Notch. And in the old days, you used to go, if you had a seat reserve, which I did, in comes Abby Sakandi running away from us to bowl to the left-handed Zabe, who's on 7, he's in and bowls, and Zabe drives, nice looking shot straight down the ground, fielded by Robinson at mid-off. There is no run. When you have a reserve seat, generally you get like a little ticket, don't you? And they stick it on the back of the seat, and everyone's looking to see, and it's a nightmare.
That's old hat now, those.
Yeah, it is old hat. So
old
this
hat.
train had above the seat, it had a display, and it said seat 40, which I was, in carriage A, and it said, reservation until or as far as Cardiff. So it was quite good. So I was able to get on the seat. I thought it was quite good. That's the Candy. Runs away from us, in and bowls, and pulled by Zabe. He doesn't quite get it, but he gets a single nonetheless out to Thomason, who's in from deep mid-wicket and fields. One more to Zabe. He goes to 8, the total 117 for 6.
Yeah, I spent a bit of time on the railway in the last few months or so, where possible. I really like getting the train.
Yeah.
I think it's a really nice way to travel.
Yep.
No one wants to be sat on a motorway, do you? It's,
Nope.
it's
But
it's really boring. There's nothing you can do.
It's so unpredictable.
Quite.
You just don't know. A journey that might take an hour takes, ridiculous amounts of time. In comes Sakandi, running away from us. Comes into bowl to the right-handed Rosington, the Northampton skipper, who's played very well. He just dabs that one away onto the leg side and picks up a comfortable single. Just a point to make here. I just felt last week against Durham, one of the issues was when Durham were 90 for 5, all of a sudden there were a lot of singles available, and for example, now Sussex has got a fine leg and a deep mid-wicket, almost a deep square leg, and there's a comfortable single there for Zabe, and I thought Sussex rather let him pick up too many singles that built the partnership. In comes Sakandi, running away from us, comes in and bowls to Zabe. That's wide of the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run. 118 for 6. And a bit of impetus got into the innings, so we'll have to see whether that happens again. But no, I agree, if the trains run on time, it's a great way to travel, isn't it? It's stress-free, let the train take the strain and all that.
Quite, yeah. Managed to get the train a couple of times down to Exeter for the rugby back end of May.
Yeah,
Took the train up to Old Trafford for the Northamptonshire Championship game up there.
Right.
Really nice, especially with the tram so easy to get from Piccadilly out to the ground as well.
So Candy bowls to Zabe, and Zabe is forward and plays to mid-off, and there is no run. From memory, I think did you stay on the ground?
I did, yeah.
Is that good?
Absolutely fantastic.
Really?
Yeah, it's a really nice hotel, and balcony overlooking the ground. And when you wake up in the morning and you're there, you don't have to go anywhere. You're there.
Yeah, that's quite nice.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You can just take your time.
Have a bit of a lie-in.
Went down the gym.
Did you? There's a gym there, is there?
Yeah, went for a little run.
Right.
Did my only 1 mile on the treadmill, because running is hideously boring and painful.
Yeah.
But it's got to be done to keep yourself ticking over.
Here comes Sakandi running away from us, in and bowls, and they just moved away from Zabe, taken by a tumbling Brown in front of first slip. There is no run into Sakandi's over. 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket, 430 Northands, 118 for 6 with Rosington on 20 and Zabe on 8. Live cricket on the BBC Sussex, BBC Northampton, myself Adrian Harms, alongside Alex Winter.
Especially on these away trips when it's very easy to settle into ice cream, beer, a bit too much food in the evening.
No exercise.
All the above, exactly.
Yeah.
Can't get yourself moving. So I brought the trainers down this week as well, and I'm going to have a little trundle up and down the sea tomorrow morning.
Have a little dip as well, Alex.
Well, that'll be very nice. When they're
still a bit chilly, I think.
There were a few in this morning, I tell you, as Visa is in, and Rossington a little bit, hurriedly really outside the off stump, was flashing a bat at that and got a toe end that ran away to extra cover for no run. It was a little unsure there, Rossington. 118 for 6 here. Yeah, wandered down. It was just after 9 o'clock that I had a little wander out down to the sea, and already there were people, they were sat up against the groin, so they were out of the wind, and they were sat there in shorts. It was absolutely beautiful. Visa in, down the leg side though, and flicked away, not past mid-on, good save. It was a fumble actually, but won't concede an overthrow. And they jog through for the single, so Rossington goes to 21, and Northampton 119 for 6. But yeah, they were there supping away on coffees, the usual plethora of dog walkers and runners, and there was a boxer-size class going on as well. These two very officious looking women in very tight shorts were barking orders at this group of people to box harder and harder and harder. Visa into Zaid, the left-hander, full delivery driven but not past point. Easy save to make for the fieldsman, just coming to his left-hand side in there. Must be Thomason with no name or number on his back. 119.46.
Don't quite know why Thompson hasn't got a number on his back yet. I thought he did last week. Maybe that was on his jumper.
Cyclists going up and down the seafront as well. Very pleasant indeed as Visa is in again from the far end, and Zaber's well forward here, trying to run a single into the covers but gets it too close to Thomason. This time moving in slightly to his right from backward point, and there is no run. I think that's where the Brighton Marathon goes up and down the seafront, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
And
I still
looks like you're limbering up for the Brighton Marathon here, aren't you? Taking a few quad stretches. Visa at the far end comes in towards us once more. Ball's very full, and Zaber's driving away through extra cover here. Hasn't got all of it, but will pick up a couple of runs out towards the players' dressing rooms. They're tucked away in the northwest corner of the ground, away to our left-hand side, and they get a couple of runs. So Zabe goes to 10 now, and Northampton's 121 for 6.
Yeah, we're up to Manchester. Sussex have got a game after this at Arundel next week. It's a 4-day game against Australia A, which I think, to be honest, Sussex could do without, really, with all the injuries.
Well, quite, yeah. It'd be interesting to see who they do put out for that game as Visa is in again. And Zabe in his crease here, quite awkwardly defending one back up towards the bowler, and Visa collects and then just lingers, has a little word in the ear of Zabe perhaps, but Zabe appears disinterested, wanders up to have the chat with his captain Rossington. This pair got through a little bit of time here, at least for Northants. Batted out the best part of 10 overs now. And taking the score to 121 for 6, but Northants in dire need of just a couple of fellas batting for a few hours here, because they were in desperate trouble just after lunch at 99 for 6. Not too much better off now at 121 for 6, but Rossington there on 21 and Zay with him on 10.
Yeah, I think that someone was saying there was some sort of a directive, I don't know the truth of this, in terms of putting out good sides against touring sides, as in comes Sakandi over the wicket bowls to Rossington, who drives sweetly into the covers, but straight to Wells, who cleans the ball on his trousers, and there is no run.
Well, I thought the reason that Australia A were here was because they are going to provide the opposition for the Australian Test side.
Yes, they are. They have got a game. I think at the Aegeus Bowl there's a game, and I know they've got a game against the England Lions, which is a game at Canterbury. That's when Sussex are up at Manchester. But also, when they did play Northamptonshire, was it rained off?
They played a 50-over game.
In comes Sakandi and bowls. That's a good delivery by Sakandi, and almost cuts Rossington in half. Taken by Brown, passes by outside the off stump, and there is no run. I'll just do this. Well, no further success for Sussex here at Hove. Northampton still in trouble though, 121 for 6. Skipper Rossington is doing his best to repair the damage. He's on 21. Zabe is with him. He's on 10. 4 wickets for Ollie Robinson, who's bowled beautifully. 1 for David Visa and 1 for Aaron Thomason. Up at Scarborough, Yorkshire continuing to go well, 186 for 1 against Surrey. And in the World Cup, England have posted a score of 337 for 7 against India. What are we saying?
Lions, Old Trafford.
Yeah. So we were talking about Australians having to put out sides putting out decent sides against the tourists. But Sussex will want to rest a few bodies, I think, for that game, as in comes Sakandi and bowls, and driven without timing, straight back down the offside of the track by Rossington. There is no run. So I'd be very surprised if the likes of, David Visa, I think, has played pretty much every match Sussex has played this season. So is Chris Jordan. I think Adam Rossington might have broken his bat. Yes, he has. So we can have a delay.
Yeah, that Northants 50 overs match against Australia A was really weird, because obviously there's no more 50 over cricket for Northants to play, and they rested all the bowlers. None of the main bowling attack played, and they borrowed in a couple of bodies. Azzarola made a return for for Northampton to play one game. Jack Blatherwaite, Nottinghamshire second 11 bowler, came down to play as well, and they just put out who they could find. Basically, a lot of the main batsmen played just to get a bit of a hit, but it was strange trying to play a 50 overs match because...
Did you cover the game or...?
No, I didn't. I was away.
Yeah.
I think had I been around, probably would have gone down. But because there was a break in the championship, I took the chance to nip away for a week. A week off, a rare thing in the cricket season, isn't it? The fixtures always come thick and fast, and even if there's a bit of a gap somewhere, there's generally sort of one game at least a week, isn't there?
Yeah.
The T20s.
Did you get abroad or...?
No, just down to Cornwall.
Nice. Was the weather kind?
It was pleasant, yeah. Yeah, came quite good for us down there.
So Candy turns in front of us. Rosington has got a new bat and runs away from us, coming into bowl to Adam Rosington. He's in and bowls, and Rosington drives. That sounded healthier. To mid-off, fielded there by Beer, and there is no run. Yeah, so I think that Sussex will be... there's plenty of batsmen who need to play, there's plenty of batsmen who need to be in form, but I think the bowling attack may not be the strongest. There's no way they're going to want to bowl that, because Arundel could be quite hard work on the bowlers. There's no way they're going to want the likes of Lisa and Jordan and Robinson running in for 4 days against, and it's a very good Australian A side as well.
Yeah, it is.
In comes Zakandi over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Rosington, plays into the other side. There is no run, fielded by Beer. Interesting, really, though, at the end of that over, 121 for 6, because they've had a game against Northamptonshire, which was a 50-over game. I think they were due to play Worcestershire. That was at Kidderminster. I think that was rained off.
It was, yeah. And
then a 4-day game against Sussex. Now, all of those are counties with the best will in the world. Why aren't they playing Surrey and you know?
Well, the argument always is because the test grounds, they get the international games. They take the tall matches to the smaller grounds to try and...
As well as those figures suggest, actually, in his opening spell, he bowled an awful lot of stuff down the leg side, which didn't get hit for the runs that it should have done. He did pick up a wicket with a loose delivery down the leg side, and he's coming in again, running away from us on a lovely afternoon. Oh, that's a horrible ball. Oh, is that a great catch? No, it's 4 runs. Well, that was an awful ball. It was a swinging full toss outside of off stump. It was carved away by Zabe, and I thought for a minute that Delray Rawlings, who made a spectacular dive, I thought for a moment he caught it, but he looked at his fingers as if he always got a finger to it, actually.
Yeah, he may have done so. I think it was a bump ball.
Oh, was it? Okay. In comes Thomason again and bowls, and this time it's left outside the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run.
Happened to Northampton a few years ago. Ben Duckett was taken out of their side, I think during the 50-over competition, to play a couple of games for the England Lions. And at the time I was thinking, well, what is the point in this? You know Duckett's a good player, you know he can score runs.
Yeah.
Why are you taking him away to, like I say, play in exactly the same conditions, just for a different branded team?
Thompson bowls again, and that should have been it for 4 as well. It was a full toss, and he's a very lucky boy of that not to go to 4 runs. That was a full toss, and Luke Wells rather got him out of strife there with a very good save in the covers.
And the England Lions set up again. There's more travelling.
Yes.
They always say that there's a step up in terms of how they prepare with these England matches, so it's a bigger workload to take on as well.
Thomason in again and bowls, and it's a better delivery, but worked down to 3rd man by Zabe, who picks up another single. He goes to 16, the total 127.6. I have to say that this wicket seems to be everybody else bowling it, and then Ollie Robinson, because nobody else, with the exception of Visa, who bowled well, has really got anything out of this at all. I think it's all about, you've got to pitch the ball up here.
He's got to bowl well.
Yeah, yeah, you've got to bowl well. In comes Thomason bowls on a short, pulled away by Rosington down to deep mid-wicket, picks up another single, end of another Thomason over. Hasn't really got his range right, Aaron Thomason here, who made his debut for Sussex a couple of weeks ago in the game at Kidderminster. He's now bowled 6 overs, no maidens, taken 1 for 28. Northamptonshire have recovered 128 for 6, a partnership now between these two of 29 And I have to say, really, they've been largely untroubled, I would say, Alex.
Yeah, that Zabe almost chop on was probably the closest that this pair have come to being removed so far, but an awful lot to do for Northants to try and rescue this position from 99 for 6. Won the toss, remember, this morning, got first use of a decent wicket, but so far haven't played well enough. Ball is always going to swing first thing. You've got to be good enough to get through those periods, and Northants weren't able to do so in the first period of this match. So Rossington taking the bowling from the Cromwell Road end. It's Sikander coming down the slope, and he's defending down towards mid-on for no run. 2 slips in place, third man, point. Orthodox cover really, more than an extra cover. Then mid-off, mid-on, and 2 out on the leg side. There's a deep square towards the pavilion, away to our left-hand side, with those lovely hanging baskets over there. Lovely sight. Away to our left. Very interesting building that, or a couple of buildings like mashed together, it looks like. A unique part of Hove as Sikander is in again, and Rossington on the back foot here is punching again down towards mid-on. A good sliding save is made and there's no run. And then long leg away to our left towards the much more modern stand that sweeps around the boundary away to our left, and it's reasonably well populated in there. Not a bad crowd in at all, which should be the case really on a sunny Sunday. If you can't get the punters in on a day like today on a ground like this, then county cricket really is struggling, but not a bad crowd at all. 1-2-8 for 6, and Sikander coming in, right arm over the wicket. Rossington on the crease this time, defending a little awkwardly down towards cover. Wells comes across to his right hand side to collect in there, and there is no run. The main pavilion to our left hand side, likened before to a railway station with those hanging baskets, and then the middle building really, which the scorers sit in, and the old clock there, and what's now an electronic scoreboard, but it just juts up slightly, and there's a covered stand, top tier of which to the side of it as Sikander comes in again and bowls full, but too straight, and Rossington whips it away through mid-wicket. Get a couple of runs here out towards the players' pavilion, and Rossington gets a couple of runs, goes to 24, 130 for 6. And a 2-tiered structure to the left of the main long room, if you like. A flight of stairs there towards that top tier which is covered, and a overhanging roof on the lower tier providing some shade down there, which you need today because it's very hot in the sunshine. As in comes Sikander again. In towards us, and Rossington lets one go just outside the off stump. Well left, it was only a half a foot or so outside the off stump, but let go through to Brown. And a slight gap before the indoor school in that northwest corner of the ground, and the corner of the indoor school building erected there for the players' dressing rooms. More modern structure. Flight of stairs down towards where some benches are housed down there, generally for the members and the players' guests. Sikander is in again, and Rossington gets one that comes back at him slightly, but he forces it away in front of mid-on, and they go through for a single to end the over. We've had 49 in the Northants innings so far. They won the toss this morning, chose to bat first, but were plunged into trouble just after lunch at 99 for 6. But they're now 1-3-1 for 6. Rossington is on 25 and Zabe is on 16. But a lovely ground here at Hove. I mentioned before, haven't covered a championship game here since 2015. I think it was against Middlesex at the start of that summer. Northants last year in 2016 for that T20 quarter-final where David Willey hammered a century in no time at all and sent Northants back to Edgbaston. And Northants' last visit here in the championship back in that awful year in 2014 when they were relegated from Division 1 without winning a match. It was a season of real struggle. They lost here by an innings, as they did so several times throughout the season. Umpires have just checked the ball here. Ben Brown has used one of his 2 official questions to the umpires about the state of the ball, but umpires Jerry Lloyds and Paul Baldwin have come together and decided the ball is okay. So on we go, and one question about the ball is used up. And it's back in the hands of Aaron Thomason, who's running away from us, going into Rossington. A short ball which he tries to pull here, and it's a Q end on it that just bobbles down wide over second slip in the end, and there's no run. But Rossington threw with a stroke there before the ball arrived. Quite slowly off back of the length, he looked to pull away towards the very short boundary, away to our right hand side, out towards the eastern side of the ground, the old score box. Out to our right as Thomason is in again, and Rossington this time is flicking out towards the short boundary, away to our left. Right, I beg your pardon. To his left runs Rawlings off the deep square fence, and they get around for a single. Rossington goes to 26, 132 for 6 Northants, and won the toss this morning. A useful combination here for Northants with the right and left-handers out there, as Thomason is into the left-handed J, back of the length, and just whipped away round the corner, runs down towards the long leg. They scuttle through with the first run, but one is all they'll get, and Zabe goes on to 17 not out, 133 for 6. As 2 seagulls patrol the Cromwell Road and at the far side of the ground. A block of flats over there that's probably 10 stories or so high. Thomason into Rossington, just one slip now. This is worked away towards deep square by Rossington, 2 straight. Thomason not adjusting his line for the right-hander. He gets a single and goes to 27, 134 for 6. Then a beautiful building just next to that block of flats, sort of a mock Tudor upper tier to it. 3-storey building, very attractive over there. A couple of balconies as Thomason is into the left-handed Zabe, who's chopping one down past backward point, and that was a really good save out on the wide third-man fence. And they're actually only going to take 1 run. It was very nicely placed by Zabe, just used the pace and chopped it down towards the very short boundary. But Phil Salt was running away to his left-hand side from third man and got down in good order to make the save and kept them down to just 1. So Zabe goes to 18, 135 for 6. It's Thomason, shirt untucked, into Rossington to complete the over, and again it's 2 straight, and Rossington can work it down to long leg for an easy single. So this pair just moving the board over a little easier here, and just a question of Northants trying to bat out a bit of time to get themselves going really this afternoon. Went nowhere really in the morning session, no partnerships at all. Alex Waitley got nicely set on 36 before he edged a slip. Bavuma looked in pretty good order, I thought, after his half-century earlier in the week, but he fell in slightly unconventional fashion with a catch down the leg side. And then there's 2 wickets just after lunch. Really rock Northants. A lot of work to do to ensure that their decision to bat first is not wasted. Still got 14 overs to go until tea time. Coming up to 5 to 3 as Sakanda continues from the far end. Running into Rossington, very full length, and Rossington digs it out down towards mid-on, and there is no run. 136 for 6. And almost perfect blue skies now. A bit of cloud that was around this morning has been blown away. There is a little bit of cloud just to the north of us. That's the beauty of being on the sea, that the weather tends to just move away inland.
Yeah. We have had occasions where it's been dry inland and sort of hosing it down here, but generally I think it's slightly better.
Sakanda into Rossington with 2 slips, back of a length, and nicely pulled away by Rossington through mid-wicket. I think this will be cut off by Thomason. No, it finds the fence. The boundary is just brought in off the boundary there in front of the pavilion. It's probably 10 yards or so in from that fence, and my initial thought was that Thomason from deep square was going to get around to cut that off, but in truth it wasn't the most concerted effort by Thomason to come around to cut it off, and Rossington picks up 4 and he goes to 32, 140 for 6.
Well, it wasn't a good ball, but I would agree with you. I thought perhaps that should have been cut off.
So Candy comes in past umpire Jerry Lloyds again, and bowls full, and Rossington is driving without too much timing out towards mid-off. And there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, these two, I have to say, have batted very sensibly and very well, and they've looked largely untroubled. And it has just been a case of when the ball's given to Robinson. Now, what you can say now is that these Duke balls do tend to go a little soft, so once you get to 50 overs, but so far the threat has largely gone since lunch.
As Sakanda moves in towards us once more. And Rossington on the back foot again here, punching away, only finds cover. And there is no run.
Post drop. Who put that down? Joe Root?
Yep, should have been the opening wicket for England as they try to defend a score they need to get.
In the opening over off of Jofra.
Yeah.
I know he gets hit for 2 fours in the over.
Rohit Sharma spilt on 4 in the opening over of that chase. 3-8 the target. England need to win as Sakanda here is coming down the hill and bowling a touch wide and getting pushed away by Rossington, but with no real timing, and it will just be cut off by Rawlings in front of the point fence away to our right hand side. Good save there. In complete contrast to the chase of Thomason earlier in the over.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was a considered effort by Rawlings, but he may have an issue here. He stayed down on the ground over the boundary's edge.
Oh.
And may have hurt himself in that piece of fielding. He's getting, well, I was about to say gingerly back to his feet.
What did he do? Did he collide with the boundary board?
I don't think so. I think he's just holding his right ankle. He is now up on his feet, which is good news, and he's just limping back onto the field.
Sussex do not need any more injuries.
Of course they don't.
I was just discussing, when I made a cup of tea, the sort of injury crisis at Sussex. And we understand that Anish Kapil, who was possibly going to play today, been making some runs for the seconds, injured a finger in fielding practice before the start to play, so they're waiting to see how that pulls up as well. So anyway, here comes Abhi Sakandi. He's okay, he comes running in down the hill bowls, and that's a good delivery by Sakandi that would have knocked out off stump if Rossington hadn't played it. Why did they take the last ball of that over? I was completely distracted. But there is no run. So that's a bad drop, isn't it, by Joe Root? I think it was Root.
It was, yeah. Should have been taken.
Yeah. As he should have done. And that could prove very expensive for England. But we're concerned here with county cricket at Northamptonshire. This is almost a mirror image of last week with a good recovery. Now someone going off the field. Laurie Evans is going off the field, and the replacement fielder, I think by the way he's running, that looks a bit like Tom Haynes, who's coming out of the pavilion. Laurie Evans goes off. Mike Charman hasn't announced who it is. It is Tom Haynes. So we're going to get a bit of Delray Rawlings. We're going to get some spin. So Thomason's little foray into the attack didn't last too long. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 33. And England to pick up a wicket in the World Cup. India 8 for 1. Is that Wokes' first ball? I think it is. Oh, we're caught and bowled.
It's a good catch down low.
Yeah, completely mistimed. In comes Delray Rawlings, bowls to the left-handed Zabe, who plays onto the onside, fielded by the eager Haynes, and there is no run. A slip is the only close fielder, as Rawlings in again, bowls Zabe forward, plays into the offside, no run. So, sweeper on the cover boundary, backward point cover mid-off, mid-on mid-wicket, a deeper mid-wicket, and a deep backward square as Zabe hits the ball straight down the ground. It's coming into the commentary box. Bang! Well, that was straight down the ground from Zabe. That was a very fine shot. I thought that was going to come sailing into our window here. That came straight down the ground. Good use of the feet by Zabe. He smashes the ball down the ground, and he's looked extremely good. He goes to 24. And Northamptonshire to 148 for 6, and it takes this partnership to 49 between these two.
Yeah, it was a good piece of batting. A little shimmy down and struck perfectly, wasn't it?
Well, I hope that Delray Rawlings continues to toss the ball up, because he shouldn't be frightened to. In he comes, he just pushes that one through a little quicker, and played by Zabe into the covers, fielded by Viren Chopra, and there is no run. Chopra on loan from Essex for this game. The game against Australia A next week, and then the trip to Old Trafford in a couple of weeks as Rawlings is in and bowls, and Zabe punches that to mid-off, and that is indeed the 50 partnership between these two. And it gets a nice ripple of applause around the ground. Very well played. Zabe goes to 25, Rosington to 34, and these two have looked very secure. 50 and 104 balls in 67 minutes.
Yeah, much needed effort for Northants. Played nicely, but a lot more to do. Still a long way away from that first batting bonus point. A long, long way away from putting up a score they would have envisaged having won the toss on a decent wicket.
Rawlings in again, bowls, and Rosington just eases that down the ground to mid-off. Rawlings is annoyed and kicks the ball, kicks away at the crease. End of the over, which went for 8, and we're going to see some more Ollie Robinson here, and Ben Brown is just having to turn to his tried and trusted seamers here, because really it's Robinson and Visa who are the two who have really looked like getting any wickets at all, and it is going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground here on BBC Sussex and BBC Radio Northampton. The South Adrian Harms alongside Alex Winter on a glorious afternoon on the south coast. Those that are sitting outside, hope they got their factor 30 on or whatever, because there's going to probably be some red faces out there if not, because it's a really quite a warm afternoon.
Indeed, yeah. Find yourself some shade.
Yeah.
Sun very, very hot. So Robinson coming back. Another great day for him so far. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 30.
Oh, I forgot that we had an update coming. That's rather caught me on the hop. So we just go hourly now on a Sunday. So after this update, so Robinson back into the Sussex attack. Then comes Ollie Robinson running down the hill, bowls, let go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. 150 for 6. Well, we've got some stiff lower order resistance here now from Northamptonshire, who are now 150 for 6. And a 50 partnership between skipper Adam Rosington, who's on 35, and Zabe, who's batted very well, he's on 25. Ollie Robinson back into the Sussex attack to see if he can take some wickets. He's taken so far 4 for 30. Meanwhile, in the World Cup, England making 339. India, in reply, in the third over, are 8 for 1, a wicket for Chris Wokes. So there we are. That's our cricket update done to the listeners on BBC Sussex and BBC Surrey. In comes Robinson running in, bowls, and Rosington to a short there. He looks to pull it, wasn't really there to be pulled, and he mistimed it to mid-on, and there is no run. 150 for 6. Rosington 35. Zabe on 25. 2 slips. Third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. In comes Robinson again, bowls, and straight back to him does Rosington, and there is again no run. You can email us if you want to throughout the day. It'd be good to hear from you. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport or at Alex Winter. Robinson runs in and bowls. He's got him, and he's fought back into the attack, and immediately Ollie Robinson does the trick, and the skipper Adam Rosington is on his way for 35, and Ollie Robinson picks up another 5-wicket haul, and really it has been a case of Ollie Robinson and pretty much nobody else for Sussex today. David Visa has bowled well, but Robinson is the man for the occasion. He gets one to nip away from the right-handed Rosington, and the skipper is gone. Ollie Robinson 35 wickets in the season. He really is bowling tremendously well, and another fifer. And Brosington has gone. Now there was some applause there. I thought there was an announcement about something else there for Ollie Robinson. It might have been a landmark in terms of first class wickets. I'll go and find out in a moment, but I didn't hear the announcement from Mike Chalmer. What I do tell you is he's taken 5 for 30, and Brosington is on his way for 35.
200 first class wickets for Ollie Robinson.
Thank you.
And they've come at 23 so far, so a cracking effort from him.
Well, we did say that really, Ben Brown is turning to Rod. He doesn't want to over bowl him. I guess this is the problem. But he's thinking every time he needs a wicket, he's having to turn to Ollie Robinson. That's just how important he is for Sussex. But what Robinson is doing is, I think, what the other seamers haven't done. He's bowling a good line and length. He's making the batsman play, and he just lured Brosington into a full shot, and keeper Brown did the rest. So Brett Hutton is the next man in for Northamptonshire. Brett Hutton is a big fella, isn't he? I mean, he looks like a rugby player as he wanders out, and he completely dwarfs Zabe, doesn't he? He's a really tall, muscular fella, makes his way out from the pavilion. And Robinson's going to carry on, as you would expect. 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. 35 wickets, Ollie Robinson, this season. Really off colour last week, but right back on it today as he comes into bowl to Hutton. He's in down the hill and bowls. Oh, Hutton's beaten outside the off stump. In fact, and that's the end of Ollie Robinson's over. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 30 for Ollie Robinson, an over in which he completed his 200th first class wicket. So well done to Ollie Robinson. I was going to say as well, Alex, at Sussex, Sam Keir and his colleagues have put together a little montage of Robinson's spell this morning when he kept beating the bat. And it's quite good actually, because it looks like just repeat performances all the time. Playing forward, not getting a nick, not getting a nick. But, Robinson takes his cap, his sun hat I should say, and he can be well pleased with his efforts today. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 30.
So that's back into big pressure at 150 for 7, and Rawlings from the CN bowling to Zabe, the left-hander, and Zabe is flicking here, doesn't get it back past the bowler though. Leans down of his left. There's Rawlings and there's no run. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, and deep cover all out here. As Rawlings comes in again, and this is a low full toss, just clipped down the ground by Zabe, and he gets a single down towards long on, away to our left-hand side. And there is a single to Zabe, which takes him to 26, and now just a case of Northants trying to scrabble their way up towards a batting bonus point, really. Can't hope for too much from this position. We're going well in that stand of 51 with the 7th wicket, but Rossington now out after a good start. Rawlings round the wicket to Hutton, and Hutton is forward, pushing out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Deep cover has stayed back here for Hutton, which I'm a little surprised about. Deep mid-wicket is also out to the shorter part of the ground to our left, as Hutton gets a very full ball that he nudges back up towards the bowler for no run. Slip has been in place throughout here for both Beer and now Rawlings. As the left-arm spinner goes in again, floats one up, and it's a very full delivery, again just dribbled back up the pitch by Hutton, and there's no run. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and backward square leg completes the field here as Rawlings bowls a touch straighter, and Hutton able to work this one out through mid-wicket away to our right-hand side. Phil Salt's over there. He's just moving a few yards in off the boundary, away from that old score box that was slightly ruined by that big screen that was erected quite some years ago now. It still looks pretty enough. The county flags hanging atop it. End of the over, 152 for 7. Hutton on 1 and Zabe still there on 26.
Was it the game at Northampton when Sussex didn't bring their flag?
I think it was.
Someone pointed out, they said, where's the Sussex flag?
I think you're right.
and I promised to find out, but then didn't do so, which was very amiss of me. 152 for 7. In comes Robinson, coming into bowl to the right-handed Brett Hutton, who's running in and bowls, and Hutton lets that one go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Is that another let-off for India there in the...
No, it was wide of the slip.
Right.
If you hadn't guessed, we do have a monitor with the England-India game on here.
In comes Robinson again, back to his mark. Comes racing in again from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and Hutton drives nicely into the offside, fielded by Luke Wells, and there is no run. 152 for 7. 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Ollie Robinson 5 for 30. In a rich vein of form, the Sussex seamer. He's looking for another as he comes racing in down the hill and bowls, and well, it was a good delivery that would have ripped out off stump, and Hutton just about got enough on it, playing fairly late and played to mid-on. There's no run.
Presumably this is his end, Robinson, the Cromwell Road end, always likes to come down the slope.
Yes, he does. Although I would say he bowls his fair share up the hill as well. I was talking to him, he came on commentary at Arundel. He was talking about the impact when he's got Jofra Archer bowling at the other end, and how that helped him last season. He got 74 wickets, but he's doing it on his own this season as he bowls, and driven by Hutton and fields of his own bowling does Robinson, and there is no run. Yeah, I don't think he was saying that, you know, Jofra softens him up and I take the wickets, but it does help, doesn't it?
Of course, yeah. Bowling. Bowlers work in partnerships, don't they?
Well, absolutely. And actually, last year in the winter, Ollie Robinson had a hip operation. He comes again and bowls that go outside the off stump for Hutton, and there's no run. And that took him pretty much from the end of the season until the new year. He said, I virtually did nothing for 3 months, couldn't do anything, recovering from surgery. Came back and took wickets in the first 2 games, then picked up a shoulder injury. In fact, a side injury. I think it was underneath his sort of armpit. He was showing me where it was. There is a name of the muscle, but I can't remember.
Intercostal?
Something like that. But he missed 2 games, and he missed that game at Northampton. And he comes down the hill, bowls, and it's just too wide outside the off stump. He's annoyed with himself, Ollie Robinson. Hutton just lets that one go. End of the over, 152 for 7. Hutton on 1. Zabe on 26. I think we're going to get another change of bowling, and Ben Brown's, he's determined today that if you're not doing what you're doing, you're out of the attack, and I think that's good captaincy. So Delray Rawlings bowled 2 overs for 10, clearly wasn't doing too much, until you're out of the attack, and in comes Will Beer. So it sounds a bit harsh, but do you know, that's what the captain's there for.
Yeah, it did look fairly innocuous, Rawlings, but just the job you have to do, I suppose. Zabe took him down the ground for that big 6. So
yes, he did. Yes.
The other 11 balls only went for 4 runs. So
yes, you're quite right.
I'm not surprised that he's withdrawn that quickly. But it's back to Beer here. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15 today for the legger. And he's going to come right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Zabe. He's got himself a little start here. Can he go on to a good contribution to help his side reach a batting point? He goes back to cut Beer's first ball back into the attack and mistimes it out towards point. And there's no run. So a slip in place, backward point, extra cover in very tight, a deeper mid-off, sort of halfway back to our right-hand side, and then deep cover on the boundary in front of those hospitality boxes as Beer bowls much straighter, and back is Zabe to push away to short mid-wicket, also a long on, deep mid-wicket, and deep backward square, which for me is a little defensive.
Yeah, with the side 152 for 7.
Beer in, and skids on, quite a straight delivery that Zabe was back to, pushing away just in front of point, and Wells comes to his left-hand side to collect, and there's no run. 152 for 7, Northants. Trying to scrap away with the lower order from here to get it past 200. As Beer moves in again, gives us much more air, and Zabe is driving at it. Firmly back up towards the bowler, who collects and then feigns to shy at the stumps. And Zabe maybe have just taken a stride out of his ground, but he was safely back. Beer steps in again, past umpire Baldwin, bowls a bit wider and gets wristily driven away by Zabe. It's an attractive looking stroke to the sweeper away to our right hand side for a single. Zabe goes to 27 and Northamptonshire 153 for 7 in the 56th over of the day here. So after this there are 8 remaining before the tea interval. So not too bad time-wise as Beer steps in again and floats one up, and Hutton is forward, driving down to the deeper mid-on, but up comes Robinson to collect before they can go through for the singles. End of the over, tidy return from Beer, 153 for 7 Northamptonshire, who won the toss this morning and lost Ricardo Vasconcelos for 2, Rob Newton for 14, Temba Bavuma for 14 as well, Alex Wakely for 36, and then after lunch Rob Keogh for 21, Proctor for 1 and Adam Rossington for 35.
It's going to be Robinson who's going to carry on from the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end. For those of you who don't know Hove, as Alex was explaining earlier on, there's quite a pronounced slope down the ground. Lots and lots of blue skies. An absolutely beautiful afternoon now. A bit breezy, which is probably keeping it pleasant enough for spectators. And Robinson in the hunt for his 6th wicket of the innings. He comes in and bowls to Zabe, who's forward and plays into the offside. There is no run. Actually, interesting you talk about the overs that have been bowled today, because the norm in the last few weeks seemed to have been finishing at 7 o'clock. I mean, pretty much every game seems to have been. We had overs to make up last week. We lost 16 overs on the first day, so the second and third days we played through until 7 o'clock, making up for lost time. So it's quite gratifying to see that we're almost on time today, as Robinson is in and bowls, and forward comes Zabe, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Hutton on 1, Zabe on 27.
Di has tweeted to say, the big question of June that's been vexing the nation. 6 weeks practice, has Adrian Harm's tea making skills improved? Because if you recall, you were under milking the tea at Northampton.
I was,
weren't you?
yes, and I made a not very nice cup of tea for Martin Emerson last week. In comes Robinson and bowls, and Zabe works that one down to third man. Sekandi's going to need to get around quickly, which he does, and gets in the throw. And Rolly Robinson applauds Abby Sekandi. He says, well fielded, and that was a good bit of fielding by Sekandi. He was around very quickly and got in the throw. So it was a good bit of cricket by Sekandi, 154 for 7. Yes, I did undermilk your tea on a couple of occasions. I do remember doing that.
He has offered to make me a cup so far today, but I suppose it is supposed to be any afternoon's an afternoon for a cup of tea, but I'm happy with my bottle of water.
Yes.
My reusable bottle of water, it must be said.
And reusable water. As in comes Robinson and bowls, and Hutton is forward to ball a good length, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run.
Filled up at Victoria Station yesterday.
Yes.
I was pleased to see there was a big water fountain there. And there was a decent queue of people just refilling their bottles, which was great to see. And then I was amused to find in my hotel room there were 2 little Kilner jars. One had hot chocolate in it, one had ground coffee in it. A little cafetiere was there as well. A little note that said, we are committed to not using plastics, etc.
Robinson bowls, and Hutton works this one to mid-on. They've taken 1, and nothing that much Phil Salt can do about that. The total goes to 155 for 7.
And then also by the tea and coffee and these reusable vessels that were provided was a plastic water bottle. So I thought, well, that just goes against everything you've just said, isn't it?
Did you point this out to them?
Well, no, I may leave a review.
Right, okay. 2 slips for the left-handed Zabe. A fine leg. Delray Rawlings is going back to deep mid-wicket. I don't really like this idea, I have to say, of deep mid-wickets. And now Sussex have got no one at all, saving one on the leg side. What an odd field. So there's a fine leg, a deep backward square, and a deep mid-wicket. So there's a run anywhere on the leg side for Zabe if he wants it. Robinson in, bowls wide of the off-stump, taken by Keeper Brown, and there is no run. So, end of the over. 155 for 7. Hutton on 2. Zabe is on don't think there's a heat wave this week, is it? I think it's just meant to be sort of relatively dry, and certainly in this part of the world, sort of quite pleasant. In fact, I have to say, the heat yesterday, I was moving my daughter to a different accommodation in Cardiff. It was unbearable down there yesterday. It was really, really hot.
It was not a day to be in the city, was it, yesterday?
No.
Neither to be in the fresh air in the countryside, or indeed here by the coast, as Beer goes in and Hutton is forward, pushing out towards extra cover for no run. Yeah, I was grateful to be in the countryside yesterday with a nice cooling breeze on occasions, despite temperatures in the early 30s mid-afternoon, as Beer floats one up and Hutton pushing forward, blocking out to extra cover, no run. Still got the sweepers out here, either side of us. Deep cover to our left, deep mid-wicket to our right, and Beer, this very patient approach, then a little skip into the crease, bowls a touch flat and touch short here, and Hutton goes back, but can only punch down towards short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Beer floats himself up a catch or two. He's got his shades on here, his fair hair, steps away from us again and bowls quite straight and brings Hutton forward this time, and the number 9 defends just out on the onside, and no one knows who quite is going to collect this. Chopra, Robinson and the bowler himself all paused and just wondered if he was going across to pick it up. In the end, Chopra does so, lobs it back to the bowler, who's stepping in again now, and Hutton forward again, just in defence this time, blocking out to extra cover. Across goes Rawlings there to collect, and he's working on the ball in his shirt. I think you just popped away, Adrian, but Sussex did ask the umpires a question of the ball a little while ago when Rossington was going well with Zay. This is floated up and steadily driven back up towards the bowler, and a maiden there for Will Beer, appreciated by this steady crowd in.
Yep, not a bad crowd, is it, actually, for I think Sunday cricket is pretty well supported, actually.
Yeah,
particularly down on the south. I think people...
Traditional cricket watching day,
well,
isn't it?
I think it is. I like the idea of cricket on a Sunday. I can understand why Saturdays is an issue, because people perhaps play club cricket or got all those other things to do.
Yeah.
But, all very pleasant here.
I think Saturday's the doing day, isn't it?
Yes.
You've got stuff to do, you go and do it, people to visit, etc., etc. But
Yeah.
Sunday's normally family day, isn't it?
Yep.
And you can afford an afternoon at the cricket.
Elsewhere around the country, Derbyshire going well against Middlesex, 224 for 2 at Derby. Glamorgan 194 for 2 against Worcestershire. Another half century there for Marnus Labuschagne, who is a very fine player. The Australian, in comes Robinson, bowls and pulled away by Zabe, only as far as Salt. It gets in the throw. Well, that didn't miss the stumps by very much, and I think had it hit, judging by the reaction of Salt and Robinson, that maybe didn't miss the stumps by too much, but Zabe scrambled home for another single. He goes to 29, Northamptonshire 156 for 7. And Glamorgan have had a renaissance this season. I have to say they are undefeated in Division 2, and they played here and they played extremely well. A good game of cricket against, obviously against Sussex, but Labuschagne made a very good 100, and he must be in and around contention for the Ashes, I would have thought. Robinson
played against Sri Lanka for Australia over the winter.
Right.
Labuschagne.
Well, he looked a very fine player down here. In comes Robinson and bowls, and Hutton just stretches forward, plays it to backward point, footed by Rawlings. There is no run. So Glamorgan, the leaders of Division 2 of the County Championship, going well. Lancashire, the side in second, against Durham at Sedborough School, 118 for 3. So there's the scores in the second division. First division, Kent 201 for 2 against Warwickshire. Nottinghamshire 162 for 6 against Essex. Notts having a very poor time. Essex going really well in the championship at the minute, as Robinson is in and bowls and driven by Hutton without timing, and Robinson fields. There is no run. Somerset 235 for 2 against Hampshire at Taunton. A century there for Hildreth. And Yorkshire suddenly from absolutely nowhere have collapsed at Scarborough. And are now 219 for 5, having at one stage been 187 for 1. Jordan Clark in amongst the wickets. He's taken 3 for 52. Robinson down the hill, bowls another delivery that would have hit the stumps, but Hutton played it carefully enough to mid off, and there is no run. 156 for 7. We are really on time here because there's 37 overs left in the day after this one. 15 minutes until tea. With the spinners who have been bowling, we are rattling through the overs. Robinson turns. Comes running in, bowls, and short down the leg side. And Rosington, Hutton, I thought for a minute, had gloved that through to keeper Brown, but hadn't done so.
Yeah, 10 of the allocations so far have been sent down by spin.
It does help, you know, doesn't it? As in comes Robinson wandering away to his mark at the far end. 2 slips, point, cover mid-off, mid-on, 2 men back on the leg side. In comes Robinson again, bowls, and Hutton is solidly forward onto the onside. Thought about a single, but it really wasn't there. And Phil Salt came in very quickly to field. Anyway, end of Robinson's over, lovely figures. Very impressive indeed. 17 overs, 5 for 33 for Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, cracking stuff. And
including 6 maidens.
Right on top here, Sussex. They would have been thinking sent into the field, just try and bowl Northants out within the day, and I think they'd have been very pleased indeed, but this is a cracking position, 156 for 7. A chance to fire Northants out below 200. Northants who had actually picked up a reasonable number of batting points in the opening 5 rounds of matches. It's a little bit of a stutter. They did almost pick up 3 against Leicestershire last week. Here is Beer, stepping away from the sea, goes into Zaid, the left-hander, who is driving, just back up towards the bowler's right hand, where Beer gets down to collect and then gets immediately up to make sure his shades are back in place. He just dropped down his nose slightly as he went down to pick that up. Beer quickly in again, and Zabe again driving, this time past the bowler, down to the deeper mid-off, who is Robinson, and his son out away to our right-hand side. And they get a single, so Zabe goes to 30. Good contribution here from Zabe in his first championship appearance of the summer.
He's batted very well, Alex. He's batted very straight.
157 for 7. Been part of one important partnership. Can he be part of another as Hutton plays forward here, and it gently turns away from the right-hander, just pressing out to extra cover. Here's Hutton, and there's no run. Sakandi is now warming up here at mid-on, just down to our left-hand side. So maybe he may relieve Robinson from the top end, perhaps as move towards tea. BF gives this more air and induces the drive. It's pressed out down towards mid-on. The warming up Sakanda is there, and there is no run. He just looks down the hill towards the hospitality boxes to our right. They're having a good day down there.
Oh.
Indulging in a beverage or two as Beer bowls quite flat here outside the off-stump. He gets driven away past extra cover by Hutton. There'll be a couple of runs here down towards the edge of the pavilion away to our left-hand side, and they do come back for the second. So Hutton goes to 4, and Northants are 159 for 7. In the 60th over here. Against Leicestershire last week, they managed to drag out the innings for 90 overs as Beer floats one up, and Hutton forward, driving out to extra cover with no timing, and there is no run to end the over. So 159 for 7 Northants, and we've got 4 overs to go until the tea interval.
Well, we may get some cake.
Oh, I'd say.
Yeah, we do. Generally speaking, we get brought up some cake, which generally gets brought in here first, Alex, before it goes to the press corps, of which I think there are only a couple today.
Yes.
So maybe a bit more cake for everybody. Let's hope so. So while we're very tidy for Sussex, as you say, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 19. It's the control that Ben Brown's been looking for. He hasn't really got that control. Aaron Thomason was expensive. Delray Rawlings a couple of overs for 10, but Beer was just what his skipper needed. Now, can Sussex pick up a wicket here before tea? I'm sure they'd love to. 10 minutes to go before the break. And it's going to be Abby Sakandi who's going to come in from the far end, the Cromwell Road, and he's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, who's played very well for his 30 runs. Sakandi is in and bowls, and Zabe drives to mid-on, fielded there by Phil Salt. Back in the Sussex side today, split the webbing in his hand at Lord's about 3 weeks ago. Really nasty, and he had to have an operation on the tendons. And I'm a little surprised to see him playing, if the truth be known. He came and did some commentary with us last week, Phil, and said he'd had a net last week and his hand was quite sore afterwards, but he just wanted to play, so he's clearly okay. In comes Sakandi, round the wicket, bowls, and Zabe drives nicely down the ground. There's runs here, at least one, possibly two, and maybe all the way for four. Phil Salt in hot pursuit, but he prevents it. In fact, it was just a single. That was a very good bit of fielding. I think, to be honest, I think Hutton was a little slow, and Zabe is saying, well, hang on, there was always two there. But for some reason, Hutton decided not to. And if I was Zabe, I think I probably wouldn't argue with Brett Hutton, because he's about twice the size.
Yeah, Hutton just had to be in his ground to make sure the bowler didn't get down to it. So when he actually set off, Zabe was about halfway down the wicket.
Yeah, but there was definitely two there. No question about that. Sakandi is back to his mark at the far end of the ground. And is in bowls. And that's short by Sakandi. Pulled away by Hutton down to fine leg where Will Beer fields. Now this time there is only a single, because Beer is very quickly round. Gets in the throw to Ben Brown. One more to the total. 161 for 7 here on BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. Adrian Harms and Alex Winter doing the honours. We've had Luke Wright join us for an hour earlier on today. If you were listening, I hope you found it interesting. Good to hear from Luke and the reasons why he's no longer playing 4-day cricket. And he gave a very thorough explanation as well, so I think that one's been put to bed. As in comes Sakandi. Round the wicket, in and bowls, and a loose drive. That's probably the loosest shot that Zabe has played. It was outside the off stump. He didn't need to play it, and he followed it.
Yeah, that was a poor one. It was not the length to have a drive at all. It was quite wide as well. He just takes his helmet off here, Zabe. He knows he's got himself nicely set here, 31 not out. He should know as well that his side desperately need him to try and go on to make a 70 or an 80 here with a lower order to put something on the board.
Sakandi round the wicket, bowls, and Zabe is forward and just plays confidently to mid-wicket, fielded there by Viren Chopra, who will be opening the batting for Sussex. Harry Finch left out today. He's had a horrid run of form as Harry, and I don't know whether you're ever relieved to be left out, but I think when you are in a poor trot of form, the pressure just builds and builds and builds. I wonder if sometimes you just can't feel your way out of that, really. And Sussex have had some horrid starts in recent weeks. In comes Sakandi. Round the wicket, bowls, and Zabe is solidly forward. Plays to backward point, fielded by Thomason. That's the end of Sakandi's over. Tidy enough, without looking over-threatening, I think we have to say. 11 overs, 0 for 41 for Abby Sakandi. 3 overs to go until tea, 161 for 7, and the first of those 3 overs is going to be bowled by Will Beer, who comes wandering in from his fielding position down here at 5. It's quite breezy out there, Alex, isn't it? You can see the trees swaying around the ground. It's a bit like this against Durham last week, not as windy as last week when the effects microphone was really getting buffeted around. But it is going to be Beer who's going to pick up the Sussex attack.
So 161 for 7. And Beer from the sea end takes a couple of steps in past umpire Baldwin, bowls just outside the off stump, and gets cut away by Hutton, but straight to Rawlington extra cover. Takes it slightly on the back foot as it bounced awkwardly in front of him, but makes the save comfortably nonetheless.
Hutton looks like he's hit a long ball if he wants to.
Yeah. Gets a slightly straight one here, he just defends. Again down towards Rawlings, who tried to use the pace of the ball, but just flick it up off his heel there into his hand, but the move didn't come off. Get back on the training ground, Del Rey. Beer, long sleeve shirt, steps in and gives us one a lot of air actually, a loopy delivery that Hutton wasn't tempted to try and whack away, just watched it carefully and dribbled it back up the wicket for no run. Hutton knows that he can hang around for a long time here, as he did against Sussex in the return fixture to help save that game on the last day. Beer in, and Hutton, almost gets one that skips through as he was back, and he maybe should have been forward. Keeps it out to mid-wicket though. Chopra was there. Big decision to go back and just try and chop it away, dab it down really. Almost undone. 161 for 7. Beer again quite flat and brings Hutton forward this time. This time more comfortable in defence, out towards mid-wicket for no run. And the field going back just to allow Hutton the single here, I fancy, end of the over. Deep backward square and long off both going out as Hutton is forward, driving down towards that. I say long off, it was a deep mid off really, 10 or 15 yards in from the rope just away to our left hand side. So end of the over, and we've just got a couple to go now until tea time, and at 3:37 that is pretty much where we like to be. 162 for 7 Northampton, Hutton on 7 and Zabe with him on the 31.
Yeah, 2 overs to go until the break, and Beer continues to keep things nice and tight for Sussex. I'm a little surprised that David Visa hasn't bowled leading up to this tea break. I think he's looked more likely to take wickets. Ollie Robinson with 5, Visa with 1, Thomason with 1. 2 slips for Abhi Sakandi, who waits for Hutton to settle and then comes in down the hill. He's in and bowls, and Hutton just works this sort of way on the leg side and picks up a comfortable single. Does Brett Hutton, fielded by Thomason. You see, I don't know, I'm a bit old-fashioned, I've decided, Alex. So why for the right-hander do you have that man out there? You're going to pitch the ball up. I just don't understand. I think you've just given him a single, really, so Hutton can just help himself. It's a dab on the leg side, and you take a single. I don't quite understand that field placing.
Yeah, I think they've been just a little bit defensive.
So many counties do it, and it drives me mad, because you're just letting batsmen get a single all the time. In comes Sakandi and bowls, and that's a good delivery by Sakandi, and Zabe is forward, he's up to the task, drives the ball straight back, and there is no run.
I mean, fair enough, protect the short boundary at all times, as they have done, particularly down at this southeast corner of the ground, away to our right hand side. There's been a fieldsman down there for most of the day, really.
Yeah.
But they have gone just a little bit defensive, I think. Even against Zabe, how many times has been able to just dab and go and compile this 31? He's probably had a few too many easy singles.
In comes Sakandi bowls and Zabe drives through the offside. That's a very good stop by Luke Wells, who's fielded very well today, and he got a super catch at third slip. Ben Brown is saying, yes, well done, because I think he gets a bit of stick, Luke Wells, for his fielding. But that was a very fine stop.
He's a big fella, isn't he, Wells?
Yes, he is. Well, I think by his own, he wouldn't be considered, perhaps the quickest or the nimblest, but that was a very fine stop. And that slip catch was as good as they come, really. That was a very fine catch. Sakandi in again and bowls, and this is a much better over from Sakandi. He's making Zabe play, and Zabe plays straight back down the track, fielded by Sakandi off his own bowling, and there is no run. My goodness, we're going to get to tea almost on time. One more over to go after this. I think we'll bring out the bunting.
You can certainly bring out the cake.
Yeah. There is no sign of the cake, so I'm getting slightly anxious. I'm sure that we will be catered for, he said, hopefully, looking around behind us at the door, which still hasn't opened. Oh, I can hear a bee or something around our effects mic. In comes Sakandi bowls, and Zabe plays this one to backward point, fielded there by Thomason. And there is no run. We should explain the effects microphone is on the roof above us. So if anything is buzzing around there, that's what it is. Or a seagull decides to sit on it, which it has in the past. You get the noise. Sakandi is back to his mark. The far end and comes running in. Around the wicket, bowls to Zabe, and down the leg side, and he strangled Zabe. No, he hasn't. Zabe was going nowhere. He looked rather anxiously in the direction of umpire Lloyd. It wasn't the most convincing appeal, I have to say. Taken by Brown, there is no run. It is the end of the over. 163 for 7. Hutton on 7, Zabe on 31. And we've got 1 over to go before tea, and that's going to be bowled by the leg spin of Luke Wells. No, it's not, even by Will Beer. What am I talking about? Interesting, actually, when Luke Wright was on commentary, and he said he thought that Luke Wells had a bit of a side strain and probably wouldn't be bowling.
Oh, right.
So that was a nice bit of an interesting insight from Luke. So 1 over to go. Then there'll be another 32 to be bowled in the day. And it is going to be the first of those to be bowled by Will Beer.
So 167 for 7, and Beer is in, bowling a low full toss here, a loopy one that Hutton can only play down towards mid-on for no run. So the wickets to come here after lunch. Kiev for 21, Proctor for 1. They came very quickly after the break before Rossington and Zabe shared a stand of 51 for the 7th wicket as Beer goes in and Hutton is just defending out into the covers. But then Rossington fell to Robinson to give Robinson his 200th first-class wicket. Rossington going for 35, and Northants plunged back into big trouble. At the moment, still on course to be fired out very cheaply as Beer bowls outside the off stump, and back is Hutton to cut away, only as far as point for no run. That was after in the morning session, Vasconcelos fell to the first over of the day for just 2. Newton fell for 14, and then Bavuma for 14 as well, and Wakely for 36. Beer in, down the leg side, another full toss here, but again Hutton can't find the gap, flicks it straight to backward square leg, and there is no run. We've got 2 balls to go in the session. Lovely sunny conditions here at Hove. The perfect week to be on the seaside.
Yeah, you picked a good one, Alex.
I think the last time I did a championship game here was in April, and it was pretty miserable, certainly for a day and a half. I'm getting a haircut halfway through. This is pushed away by Hutton to extra cover off the back foot for no run.
You had a bit of spare time to... Yeah.
Afternoon to kill.
Yeah.
Went to a barber who... And the barber, he claimed to have been a drummer for some very high-profile bands.
Really?
As Hutton smothers the last ball of the session back to Beer, and that is tea. I'll pick up that story after the interval, but tea time here at Hove, and Northants struggling. Sussex day so far. Northants 163 for 7.
Right. In his 17 overs. Meanwhile, Yorkshire 231 for 7 against Surrey up at Scarborough, and in the Cricket World Cup, India 63 for 1 in the 17th over, that in reply to England's 337 for 7, in which Johnny Bairstow made a century. Robinson back to his mark at the far end of the ground, and comes running in and bowls. Anzai drives loosely outside the off stump, taken by Brown. There is no run. Thank you, David, turning off the clean feed so we can concentrate on the cricket on a glorious afternoon here at Hove. It really is. Barely a cloud in the sky. Perhaps to the east of the ground, a little more cloud. Quite breezy, which is probably keeping it rather nice for those spectators who are watching. But plenty of sun hats around, and shorts and t-shirts, very much the order of the day, as Robinson is back to his mark at the far end of the ground. That's the Cromwell Road end. He's going to come running into bowl to the left-handed Zabe. He's in and bowls, and Zabe lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run. 2 slips, a third man, point cover mid-off, mid-on. But on the leg side, a curious field. There's a fine leg, a deep backward square, and a deepish mid-wicket, only about sort of 10 yards inside the boundary for Ollie Robinson, who turns at the far end of the ground. Figures of 5 for 33. He comes racing in towards us and bowls as Avi's forward and plays confidently enough into the offside, fielded by Luke Wells, and there is no run. Breezy day though, the trees around the ground are swaying in the wind. The two flags proudly on the flagpoles by the clock tower scoreboard are fluttering away in the breeze. The Northamptonshire one has got a bit tangled up actually around the flagpole.
Could say it's a bit like their batting.
Touche! As in comes Robinson and bowls, and Zabe again shows very good judgment outside of the off stump, lets the ball go through to keeper Brown, and there is no run. So 32 overs remaining in the day. The new ball available in another 15 overs for Sussex, who will hope to have wrapped things up by then, but certainly these two played very confidently before tea. And I think what has been proven on this pitch, if you play straight and play properly, you can make runs, and that's exactly what Saif Zaid has done. He's batted extremely well. In comes Robinson and bowls. That's a short delivery, and Zaid just ducks at the knees, lets the ball sail over his shoulder through to keeper Brown. So a maiden over for Ollie Robinson to start after tea. 18 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 33. Very fine figures indeed. Northamptonshire 163 for 7. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. Adrian Harms and Alex Winter.
Hello again everybody. Glorious day here, isn't it? Almost complete clear blue sky now. That little bit of cloud that was in and around the ground throughout the morning and into the afternoon, it's being blown away with this westerly. It's been around for much of the day, but it's not that cooling a breeze actually. It was outside for 10 minutes or so at the tea break. Sat in the stand away to our left hand side. Really warm up there. You do need to be out in the sun today. The breeze, as you can hear, just whips around our effects mic, and Will Beer in his sweater here is going to get us underway from the C end after tea. Comes in right arm over the wicket to Hutton, and Hutton is forward. Very full delivery, just nudging it out on the onside, out towards Rawlings there. Just before tea it was largely a 3-man game with Beer, Hutton and Rawlings, and here he comes to his left hand side to make the save, and there's no run. Slip in place, backward point, deep cover is back, and then mid off and mid on, pretty orthodox now. Short mid wicket, backward square leg, and a deep mid wicket as Hutton plays forward on the off stump, and just nudging back up towards the bowler's left hand. And Beer, as I say, in his sweater here, so maybe he is feeling the breeze. Bending down to collect, and now back to his mark. Fair head, shades on here, Will Beer. Stepping in right arm over, past umpire Baldwin, gives us plenty of air, and Hutton is driving on the bounce back up towards the bowler's right hand, and there's no run. Seagull flies over the offices on the far side of the ground as Beer prepares to step in again. And Hutton forward once more, slightly flatter ball this time, just dabbing it down out towards a straightish mid-wicket position. Across comes Varun Chopra, extremely leisurely in there to collect and flick the ball back to Beer. He's on his way to rattling through a maiden here as Hutton blocks another. Well landed delivery on a decent length, but Hutton well forward to block it back. Beer now to complete a very quick maiden. Deep backward square and mid off, just drop back slightly, and Hutton is forward, playing with very gentle turn out to short extra cover, where Delroy Rawlings does the fielding. So a couple of maidens on the spin to begin the evening session. 30 overs to come. 163 for 7 Northamptonshire. Hutton is 7 and Zabe is 31. So still a lot of work for Northants to do to try and get up to a batting bonus point here, Adrian Harms.
Yep. And Ollie Robinson will be very keen to prevent Northamptonshire doing that if he possibly can. Those figures are 5 for 33. He says it's the most lovely afternoon here. 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover mid off. And those 3 men back on the leg side. It's a curious leg side field, Alex. There's a fine leg, a deep backward square, and a deep mid wicket. So anywhere on that leg side, you could take a single. There's obviously some sort of a plan Sussex have got as Robinson comes in and bowls, and that's your short delivery that Zabe just ducks underneath and lets the ball carry through to Brown, who takes down the leg side, and there is no run. Chopra and Evans are the slips. Abby Sakandi is down at 3rd man. Aaron Thomason at point. Luke Wells in the covers. David Visa at mid-off. Phil Sort in that position at mid-wicket. Delray Rawlings at deep backward square, and Will Beer at fine leg as Robinson is in and bowls to Zabe, who plays very confidently to backward point fielded by Thomason, and there is no run. Total remains at 163 for 7. St Amble's back to the far end of the ground in his 19th over. Last week in the 2nd innings against Durham, he only bowled 5 overs. He felt that unwell as in comes Robinson bowls. Pulled away by Zabe and short of Phil Sort at mid-wicket, who missed field. Now, was that a chance? Ben Brown's got his hands on his head. Now, the only thing I would say about that is, and I'm not defending Phil Sort, that was a misfield and it allowed a run, is that he has split the webbing on that hand, and I just wonder whether he just thought, I'm not saying he, but you know, the ball coming towards pretty hard, and I'm sure that was on his mind. He's been out for several weeks with that hand injury. Yeah, and he
just looped up off the shoulder of the bat, it seemed.
Yeah.
Zabe a little slow on the pull, it seemed. It just looped up towards him. Oh
no, Phil Sort is making a sign towards the pavilion. I hope he hasn't hurt that finger again. In comes Robinson and bowls, and down the leg side, and that's not a great delivery, and he's bowled very well today, Ollie Robinson. That was a slightly tired delivery. Now Phil Sort, I know he's got a problem with the webbing of his left hand, and he's got a problem with the finger on his right hand. His little finger has been strapped up for some weeks, and I reckon he caught the ball on the end of that. Well, it was certainly one of his fingers, because he's showing Luke Wells now. And he's made a signal towards the dressing room, and I thought the 12th man should be running down the steps. The ball has momentarily been lost just down below us. Abby Sakandi is trying to find it, so it's got lost down here amongst all the covers. And he can't find it. Let's see if we can see it.
Adrian Harms is clambering over a table.
Abby Sakandi is on his hands and knees. He's crawling under the covers trying to see where the ball is, and he's now being helped out by... who else is coming down here and having a look? This is a bit of village, isn't it?
From you, or...?
Me. But just the way the players are looking for the ball is quite funny, really. It's a sort of thing that I'm used to in the level. Oh, there, he found it. Well done. Yeah, well done. Laurie Evans. It had got wrapped up in a bit of sheeting just down below us. I hope that is the match ball. I think it was. Anyway.
That was a 3-man job in the end to collect that.
Now Phil Sort is staying on the field. He's not happy with his hand, but he made a signal, didn't he, towards the dressing room. And no 12th man has come out. Excuse me. So he's going to have to stay out there for the time being. So having stepped through the overs earlier on, there's been a bit of a delay. In comes Robinson again. Down the hill bowls, and Hutton just lets that one go outside the other. Doesn't look quite as threatening since tea, Ollie Robinson. A little wide of the off stump. I think we can forgive him that because he's bowled beautifully all day.
Older ball, I suppose, isn't it? Into its 67th over now.
Yeah, it is. And
short burst here from Robinson, you would think, and then maybe Sussex will just try to just go through the overs until the second new ball is due.
Yep, I think you're right. Robinson down the hill bowls, and that was right. It was a good delivery, right on middle and off, and played by Hutton onto the leg side. There is no runs at end of the over. I think Phil Sort is going to leave the field, and he's looking at his finger. Oh dear, I do hope he's all right.
Yeah, off he goes.
It must have been a bit of a gamble playing Phil Sort. Tom Haynes comes running on. So that's not good news.
Hope he's okay. Maybe a case of trying to strap him up and Might be okay to come out to bat, but...
Well, the other injuries, and we've a note through from the Sussex coaching staff, which is always very kind, so thank you for letting us know. Steve Manzel's managing his elbow injury, Chris Jordan is ill, Harry Finch omitted, and we've just got to hope that Phil Salt is not going to add to that rather lengthy Sussex injury list.
Particularly with the T20s on the horizon as well. So 168 for 7, and Beer from the sea end. There's a nice combination, Beer and C, as flicked down the ground by Zabe. Well, it did get past Rawlings at mid-wicket coming to his right-hand side. He got 2 hands down to it, and in the end did enough to prevent them going through for the run. Beer quickly in again, and the left-handed Zabe is driving this time towards mid-off. They set off for a sharp single here, and Zabe gets himself home, and he gets past the man backing up actually. Well, again, it was Rawlings with a hand, not a complete save, but half a save, and it was enough, because Hutton, actually I thought, would be the man more in trouble there, because Zabe had called early for the single and was off in a flash, and was quick between the wickets. Hutton a little more lumbering, but did get home, unchallenged in the end. 169 for 7, Zabe is 33, and Beer is bowling to him, and Hutton is well forward, pushing down to Rawlings at extra cover. This comes a few yards to his left-hand side to make the save, and there's no run. The Northampton flag has to unfurl itself from its flagpole, the old score box away to our right-hand side. As Beer steps in again and brings Hutton forward, defending back up towards the bowler's left hand, and there's no run. Time seems to stand still when Will Beer's at the back of his mark. He just pauses, both feet together, and steps, and then moves a bit quicker and a skip into the crease and bowls a little straighter. It's worked around the corner by Hutton, only as far as backward square leg though. And there is no run, 169 for 7. And now, as has been the case, Phil drops back to try and give Hutton the single.
I bet he's got his eyes on that leg side boundary. Hutton he hasn't been tempted so far.
Beer in outside the off stuck here, and Hutton trying to chop it away was beaten by one that just got through a little lower. And the over comes to an end. So 169 for 7. We've got 28 more overs to go in the day. And we've also got another 12 until the second new ball is available.
Yep. So you'd imagine that Ollie Robinson's not going to bowl too long a period here. With the new ball, as I say, available fairly shortly. See, Virat Kohli's gone through to a half century for India with a 99 for 1. In pursuit of 339 or 340 they'll need, won't they, to beat England. I think that's going to be a tight finish up at Edgbaston. There'll be a few nerves around there.
Will be the highest World Cup chase if India can win.
Well, in comes Robinson round the wicket, bowls, and Zabe just works it away down to fine leg. Will Beer trots into field, and there is just a single to Zabe. He goes to 34, 170 for 7. Northamptonshire, 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Robinson running in again, down the hill, and bowls, and Hutton just covers up and plays quietly to mid-on, and there is no run. Footed by David Visa. I'll give you the scores in the other second division games as we go through here. Derbyshire going along very nicely at Derby, 259 for 2 against Middlesex. Another 100 there for Billy Godalming, 102. Lewis Rees making 96. Robinson again is in the bowls, and Hutton works this one down towards fine legs. He's going to need to get a move on here, and he doesn't get there. And it runs away for 4 runs. Nice shot by Hutton, just erring down the leg side. I don't think he's looked quite as threatening after T. Ollie Robinson. I just wonder whether perhaps he might have a little rest We'll come back and take that new ball when it becomes available fairly soon. But a nice little shot by Hutton. He's batted very nicely. He goes to 15. He's faced 58 balls. But Northamptonshire won't worry about too much about that. 174 for 7. Robinson is in again, bowls, and Hutton is beaten outside the off stump. Well, that was a much better delivery, just straightened up a little bit. And Hutton, who was playing down the wrong line. Glamorgan 240 for 2 against Worcestershire and Cardiff. Marla Slabashane on 88. It looks like another century beckons for the Australian. Glamorgan top of the table in the second division. And Lancashire 146 for 4 against Durham at Sedbergh School. As in comes Robinson and bowls, and I think that's going to be a leg by, signalled by umpire Loys. We'll just wait and see. Yes, indeed, there we are. 175 for 7. The scoreboard ticks over to 150. Zabe 34. Robinson at the end of his run, bowling the last ball of his 20th over. 5 for 43. As in he comes and bowls, and Zabe works that one away to mid-on, or more mid-wicket really, fielded there by Tom Haynes. There is one more to Zabe. He goes to 35 in 89 balls. So that's the end of an Ollie Robinson over. I just wonder whether he may have a little rest here. Ben Brown is just wandering up. I think he's going to have a little natter to Ollie Robinson. I suspect that might be just have a blow for half an hour, Ollie, and let's wait for the new ball to come available. And when it does, I'm sure he will be bowling. But it's going to be Will Beer who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. 27 overs left in the day, 176 for 7. And these two, as with the previous partnership with Rossington and Zabe, these two have just batted very sensibly, very straight, and runs have come, Alex.
Yeah, just had 26 so far. And still work to do to get into bonus point territory at 176 for 7. Beer is in, and Zabe gets one quite straight that he just works away to a man at backward square leg who for some reason is only 5 yards deeper than orthodox, which allows him to go through for an easy single. And it's not as if you've got a complete rabbit at the other end, and it's not as if Zabe is Brian Lara with respect to him. It's not as if Zabe is smashing it around from one end, is it?
No, it's not.
Hutton forward, just defending this out towards mid-wicket for no run. You can just, in this type of situation, you can just get a bit carried away with only trying to get one bloke out.
Yep, and that's why I don't understand field placings. You're either on one, either saving one, or you're not really.
Beer in and flatter, and just in his crease this time is Hutton, blocking away again to Chopra at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Sikander is limbering up at mid-off now, so maybe he's going to relieve Robinson at the far end. 20 overs in the day so far for Ollie Robinson. Beer is in. Forward is Hutton. He's blocking back up towards the bowler this time. Runs it back up the pitch for no run. To his 14th over of the day here will be very economical. Has gone for 22 runs so far. 4 maidens in that time. Skips in again. Bowls quite flat batch of balls. They have gone a bit softer than in previous years as well.
Sakandi running in again and bowls, and they drives nicely into the covers, fielded there by Luke Wells. So tidy over this from Abby Sakandi, bowling down the hill, as I guess most quick bowlers would rather do, rather than puffing your way up the hill.
Well, sometimes bowlers can say if they're coming down the hill, they can sort of get away from themselves and almost lose the run of a bit.
Yeah, well, certainly they do say that. Certainly with in comes Sakandi who bowls, and Zaid runs that one down to third man. That could, well, no, it's not going to go for 4 because Will Beer is going to get round quickly. Get in the second run. They seem to get a bit of a move on. Not sure there should have been 2 runs there. Will Beer was around pretty quickly, but good running by Zaid, to be honest. I mean, he looked up, he saw Will Beer wasn't at the ball, and he came back for the second.
He wanted to straight away there. Zabe recognised that Beer had ground to make up to his right hand side. It was skipping away down the slope.
Phil Salt is okay. He's back on the field, I can see now.
Oh, good news.
He seems to be holding that finger. He's looking at it as well, but let's hope he's okay. As in comes Sakandi down the hill, round the wicket bowls, and a good delivery that would have hit middle and off. Zadie's forward, plays it back to Sakandi, and a perfectly respectable over from Abhi Sakandi. Not a huge amount of menace in it from a wicket-taking point of view, but what he has done, he's kept Zaid quiet, which will please his skipper. Zaid on 39, sorry, Zaid on 39, Hutton on 18, and Sussex 183 for 7.
Top score in the innings now then, Safe Zabe here, going past Wakeley's 36 earlier on. Wakeley, Rossington, Keogh, the men to get starts today, but nothing of any note for Northants so far.
Jeff Lloyd's been in touch from a sunny Lancing, and he says, good afternoon, Adrian and Alex. Sussex have made a great start to this match, a big difference from the Durham game at Hove last week. It'd be nice if Sussex could claim another wicket or two before the new ball is due. I'm sure Sussex would like to do that.
Beer trying to do so, bowling to Hutton, who's just pushing one backward of pointing. It's a single because fielder's man, after having to run to his left-hand side in their Visa, I think it is, going around to collect with the left hand. And they get a single, so Hutton goes to 19, 184 for 7. So the batting point still 16 runs away here for Northants, but you would think, still with Buck and Sanderson to come, that they should manage to cobble their way up past 200 now. Well, especially with the second new ball still 8 overs away. Beer to Zabe, outside the off stump and cut away out towards the short boundary. That's 4. First boundary with any great meaning for quite some time, I fancy. We've had a few boundaries behind the wicket, really, little flicks away from the seamers that have straightened. But apart from Zabe's lift down the ground against Beer, I can't really remember.
No, I agree.
Too many boundaries of that manner, certainly. He's now got 43, 188 for 7, and Beer goes in again, bowls much straighter and much fuller, and gets dabbed away to short extra cover, and Chopra comes across to field with the left hand, and there's no run. A crucial thing here for Northants to try and take some time out of the game in this first inning as Beer bowls, and Zabe comes down the pitch, hits another one down towards us, right up towards the commentary box for 6 more. Repeating the trick as he did before the tea break, a shimmy down the pitch and a very sweet strike up and over the bowler's head, and almost once again crashing into our commentary box, and Delray Rawlings again is having to come over the advertising hoardings to collect the ball from among the covers down to our left hand side. A sweet strike from Zabe, he now goes to 49, and Northants up to 194 for 7.
Well, good shot, wasn't it? Good use of the feet.
Well, they brought the mid-on, who had been back up for the start of this over, and Zabe's taken full advantage, and now long on goes back, so there is a single available down the ground, and Zabe pushes, well, he pushes towards mid-off, and mid-off can't save the single, and that will take Safe Zabe to a very smartly compiled 50 here. Just a couple moments of real nervousness, that cut off an inside edge where he almost dragged on, and then a loose drive against Robinson from a ball not full enough to dry that, where he played a miss, but apart from that it's been pretty organised here, and has gone through to a badly needed half century for Northamptonshire in, I think, 100 balls exactly. 155 for 7 the score. 195 for 7, sorry, as Hutton drives and the bowler intervenes with the left hand to make the save, and there is no run. So a better period here for Northants since the tea break. 163 for 7 they were at tea, and they're now 195 for 7, so 5 more needed for the batting point. Well, Safe through to 50.
Yeah. Well, I think Alex, since he's came in, he's played very straight, he's played very properly, he's not taken any chances, and I think he's shown that what is a decent pitch. There's a bit of bounce in it. For those who weren't listening earlier, the groundsman was saying this was the pitch that was used for the match against Derbyshire last year. There's a bit of pace in it, bit of bounce, and if you play properly, there are runs to be had. And that's exactly what Zabe has done. And he's now going to face Sakandi, who's going to come down the hill from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to the left-hander. He's in and bowls, and Zabe drives to mid-on, fielded there by Salt. And there is no run. Just the one slip in place now, that's Laurie Evans. There's a third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square and a fine leg. People sunning themselves all the way around the ground. A couple of people sitting over there with a couple of nice looking pints. Looks like lager they've got on the table down there. A gentleman down there just enjoying his pint in the sunshine. And why not? What a lovely thing to do on a lovely sunny afternoon down on the south coast.
Yeah, it's a day for a few beers.
Yeah. In comes Sakandi and bowls, and they've just plays into the offside, and there is no run. In terms of the World Cup, India are going on quite nicely. 133 for 1 after 26 overs. They need 340 to beat England. But I think Sharma was dropped when he hadn't scored by Joe Root, and he's now into the 60s. So that could prove a very expensive miss.
And they're quite well placed, India now. Still need 8.5 and over to win, and for over a long period of time that's quite testing, but two batsmen going very well.
And 9 wickets in the bank. In comes Sakandar running in down the hill, bowls, and they just worked that one off his hip down to a fine leg, fielded just down below us by Ollie Robinson in his white sun hat. I can see Delray Rawlings is warming up, so we're going to get a bit of spin from Rawlings. Perhaps he's going to replace Beer at this end. 196 for 7. 19 Hutton, 51 to Xavier. We're just looking at because the sun is coming and it's shone directly into the box, into our commentary box here. As Sakandi is back to his mark at the far end of the ground. He's going racing into bowl to the right-handed Hutton, who just back up punches that into the offside, and there is no run. And these two now within 4 of a 50 partnership. A very fine partnership it's been as well.
Trying to confirm Zabe's numbers for the half century here, but my machine appears to have stalled.
Alright, see if I can get them up. He hit 2 6s, 2 4s. As in comes Sakandi over the wicket bowl. Short pulled away by Hutton down to fine leg, and he's going to get 4 runs, and that's brought up the 50 partnership. And that was a very strange shot. It was short, and Hutton looked like he was always trying to get out of the way. And at the last minute, he pulled at the ball and played it very fine down to fine leg, and he's got 4 runs, and that brings up the 200, which means there's a batting point secured for Northamptonshire. And it also means that these two have gone through to a 50 partnership, and a very well made 50 partnership as well. Hutton goes to 23. Abhi Sakandi wants a change in the field. He wants Thomason, who's at deep mid wicket, to go more to sort of deep backward square. And the fine leg, Will Beer is saying, well, where do you want me to go? And Beer is saying, they're saying, why don't you go a little finer? As in comes Sakandi. Down the hill and bowls, and Hutton, that's right up in the block hole, well bowled, and played onto the onside by Sakandi, and there is, by Sakandi, not at all by Hutton, I'm sorry, and there is no run. So end of the over, 200 for 7 are Northamptonshire. Hutton on 23, Xavier went through to his half century, is on 51, and Northamptonshire with a batting point in the bank, Sussex with 2 bowling points. Most of those courtesy of Ollie Robinson, who's taken 5 of the wickets to fall. We are going to get a change in bowling. Will Beer is coming out of the attack, and it's going to be Delray Rawlings who's going to come in to bowl his left arm spin. The new ball now 7 overs away, and I'm sure Sussex will be hoping that's going to bring some reward, because these two have looked largely untroubled.
2 4s, 2 6s, 101 balls. The numbers for Sabe's half century. In his first appearance of the season, he's played very well indeed. And can he keep it going for Northants and take them a bit deeper into this first day, having won the toss and chose to bat first? Get bowled out within the day would be a failure really for the visitors. Here's Rawlings then, CN, left arm over, and forward is Zabe, the left-hander, pushing away to short mid-wicket for no run. The field right back here really, with deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and deep cover all back. Slip in place, backward point, extra cover in quite tight, as is short mid-wicket, as Zabe sweeps here out towards the pavilion. Will be cut off by deep mid-wicket, running around to his left-hand side over there, Aaron Thomason. And they go through for a single. Zabe 52, 201 for 7, Northamptonshire. So they have clawed their way into bonus point period with a couple of half-century stands here with the 6th and 7th wickets. But still much to do to be competitive, you feel, on a pitch that's played pretty well, as Rawlings goes round the wicket to Hutton, and Hutton is taking a full ball from the leg stump and working it into a mid-wicket position for a single. Across goes Chopra to collect over there to his right-hand side. And Hutton goes to 24. 202 for 7 on this most glorious of Sunday afternoons. Rawlings in again in his long-sleeve shirt, brings Zabe forward, and he just opens the face here and gets a single backward of point. Sensible batting, little push forward, open the blade and gets a run. Wells going across to collect. Zabe to 53. 203 for 7. Aircraft in the distance, flying towards the east, maybe towards the continent, as Rawlings is in again and Hutton forward to defend. Quite a flat delivery here, back up towards the bowler's right hand, and there's no run. I suppose Gatwick the nearest airport round here, Adrian?
Yeah, it would be. Yep.
Got the train through Gatwick last night as Hutton comes forward to defend back up the wicket, and there is no run to end the over. 203 for 7 Northants. Hutton is on 24, playing a good hand alongside Zabe, who's got 53. But the problem here for Northants is that we're building from a disastrously low base at 99 for 6 after the top order largely all failed. Wakely 36, Rossington 35, Keogh 21. The men to try and get settled, but none of them could go on to play the useful contribution that Zabe has here. 6 overs till the second new ball available.
Yeah, which you think could be very important for Sussex. They'll certainly want to wrap up the Northamptonshire innings if they can, but these two have played very sensibly, and as I say, they played very straight as well. Zabe faces as Sakanda comes running in down the hill and bowls, and it's worked away by Zabe off the hip to that mid-wicket gap. It's another comfortable single, fielded out there by Delray Rawlings, and just one more to the total. That's an example, I would say, of just giving the batsman a comfortable single. I mean, if you had your mid-wicket in tight on the one, he couldn't have taken a single there. But in the end, it was...
I definitely think they could have pressed a bit harder here, Sussex. If you are going for a few boundaries, fair enough, but as I mentioned before, that cut from Zabe that went for 4, just his second boundary. I don't think I can remember his other boundary.
No. In comes Sakandi. Bowls. Oh, and he's bowled him. He's got the wicket as Abhi Sakandi, and that's a very welcome wicket for Sussex. A good delivery by Abhi Sakandi, who's bowled much better here in his second and third spells. Maybe just nipped in a little to the right-handed Hutton, who, to be honest, it caught us all a little bit by surprise because he's defended extremely well. But a good delivery, maybe just nipping into the right-hander, and Hutton is on his way for 24, and Northamptonshire 204 for 8, and a welcome wicket for Sussex, particularly as the new ball is now just 5 overs away.
Yeah, big blow for Northants. Good wicket for Sakanda to take. It looked as if Hutton just played round one there. Good delivery, top of the off stump.
Yeah, it was.
Good piece of bowling. Just hit his right area, and Hutton, for once really, couldn't get out to the defender. It's played well there. He's blocked back 73 balls. I think a 20 or a 30 from your number 8 is fair enough return. And again, Northants now have to be bowled out within the day. Can't quite see the replay on the big screen away to our right hand side.
What could Sussex expect from Buck and Sanders? I think Nathan Buck made runs at Wantage Road, actually, from memory.
He did, yeah. It was a vital innings down the order, because
Yes.
Northants at one stage looked like they may have been asked to follow on before Buck made a half century in the first innings there.
There was a gentleman who
51.
There was a gentleman sitting next to us, and he was saying, I think Buck's a good player. You know, he can bat. I have a feeling he might have got something towards a half century, you know.
51 he did.
Oh, right, okay. So, some drinks have been brought out for the some of the fielders. David Vita taking advantage of one of those. Will Beer, I can see standing there as well. We're shielded from the sun in here. I kind of wish we weren't, really, because it is a lovely afternoon to be sitting outside. See the gentlemen over there, that little sort of gated area over there. They've got their own box.
Very nice.
They're sitting over there. I can see the wine glasses are out. very pleasant indeed. Enjoying the cricket. And I think England have got a wicket. I think it's Virat Kohli who's out as well. And I think Leon Plunkett's the man who's done it. So that's very important, because India were looking pretty good. In comes Sakandi, comes running in and bowls to the new batsman, who's Nathan Buck, who turns that one away. I think that's come off the pad, and it's going to be a single. And that's all, but it did come off the pad as signalled by umpire Lloyds. 205 for 8. It brings the left-handed Zabe on strike, who's very much been the mainstay of this Northamptonshire innings. What a short, compact left-hander who's played very well. And he waits now as in comes Sakandi with a wicket to his name and bowls, and Zabe is caught behind! And another wicket, 2 wickets in the over. Zabe has gone. It's the first really full shot that he's played, and Ben Brown dives away to his left-hand side, and a terrific catch by the Sussex keeper. 2 wickets in the over for Sakandi, and all of a sudden Northampton's back in trouble. 205 for 9.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling that. It's just got a bit of lift from just back of a length. Zabe's really annoyed with himself. He just couldn't quite ride the bounce. He just come in with a bit of purpose there, Sakandi. Bent his back and got one to climb from just back of a length, and he couldn't ride it, and it's a thin edge behind, and Zabe's fine innings comes to an end. Maximum bowling points for Sussex, and certainly now Northampton are going to be rolled over before the day is out, and maybe even before the second new ball is due as well. But applause here for Zabe, because he has played well.
Yes, he has.
First appearance in the Championship for him this summer, and generous applause for a badly needed half-century from him. Sakandi from round the wicket, just got one to climb. Just wonder whether he could have dropped his hands, I suppose, but it was the bounce that did for him there. So Sakandi, one intervention from the top end.
Yeah, and just as we were thinking, like, Ben Brown is looking just to get through to this new ball without too much damage, Sakandi comes and gets a couple of wickets in the same over. Who knows, he may be getting a third, because there's still a couple of balls to go in this over.
Just looking at a replay of the Hutton wicket, I think it's a really nice piece of bowling. Angled in, and it's just straightened.
Yeah.
Bit of seam movement all of a sudden with the old ball. Clip the top of the off stump, it's a cracker.
So that piece of Sakandi figure suddenly looking a lot better. 2 overs for 50. 2 slips, third man. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep backward square and a fine leg as Sakandi's back to his mark at the far end of the ground, and he comes running in to bowl to the number 11, who is Nathan Buck, who has a bit of a yahoo at that one outside of the off stump, gets an inside edge, the ball down to fine leg, and there is no run. Yes, there is 1 run, I'm sorry. The total goes to 206 for 9. Sakandi wanders away. I think there's a decent crowd in today, actually.
Yeah.
Not bad at all, particularly at the far end. The deck chairs to the right of the scoreboard, as we're looking up the ground, are pretty well full, and people enjoying the sun, because it is a lovely afternoon. Barely a cloud in the sky that we can see. There may be more behind us. But here comes Abhi Sakandi running in down the hill, and bowls, and just worked away down, well, more than worked away, thick edge down to third man. Ollie Robinson can't get that, so it's 4 more. So the total 4 more to Buck, and Northamptonshire go to 210 for 9. Buck actually goes to 4. Sunderson is on 1. That's the end of Abhi Sakandi's over, and he gets a generous round of applause, an over in which he took a couple of wickets, did Abhi Sakandi. And Northamptonshire 210 for 9. If you're just joining us, they batted first this morning, won the toss. But it hasn't quite gone to plan. Some very fine bowling by Ollie Robinson, who's taken 5 of the wickets to fall. And now we've got, 5 overs to go into the new ball. But what do you think Northamptonshire will do here? Do you think they'll think, well, hang on, a quick 20 or 30 might be worthwhile now, because it's going to be pretty tough going against the new ball? Might be the tactic. You know, chance your arm, short leg side boundary, old ball, and see what reward we get.
Rawlings to Sanderson, who's back and pushing up towards the bowler for no run. The fielders remained back here despite the number 11 on strike, so long off, long on, deep wicket, deep backward square and a deep cover are all out. Rawlings in, very full, and Sanderson able to clip it down the ground for a very easy single, so doing absolutely nothing at all, just gets his side a run. And you just feel there's been a bit too much of that this afternoon.
Yeah.
And had they squeezed a little tighter, this could still be 170 for 9. As it is, Northamptonshire got 211. Just the one batting bonus point on the board. As Rawlings comes into Nathan Buck, and Buck is back to try and cut. That bounced a bit, just outside the off stump, and went over the attempted cut stroke. Buck, as we've been mentioning, showed what he could do against Sussex in the return fixture earlier this season with a fine half century. And here he gets struck on the pad. Appeal for LBW, probably too high, you have to say.
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit.
Rawlings, long sleeve shirt back of his mark, steps in and gets chopped away, but only as far as Visa at backward point, and there's no run. 211 for 9. Since that innings, Buck has got almost nothing at all, actually. A 5-ball Buck 10 and 5 in his 3 innings. And here he tries to smear it towards the short leg side boundary and gets not a lot on it at all, really, and the ball just runs very slowly down towards long on for a single. So Buck goes to 5 and Northants are 212 for 9 in the 76 overs gone now, so doesn't appear.
Picked up a couple of wickets in that previous over. Who is going to continue from the Cromwell Road end of the ground to bowl to the right-handed Nathan Buck, who's on 5. 212 for 9 as in comes Sakandi with 2 slips. He's in and bowls and hammered away through backward point as a misfield by Delray Rawlings at backward point. It was slapped away by Buck, but it's a single. He goes to 6 and Northamptonshire to 213 for 9. 2 slips and a third man, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 men back on the leg side. A deep backward square leg and a fine leg on the boundary as in comes Abhi Sakandi. 2 wickets to his name. Runs in and bowls, and that's ballooned over the head Ben Brown, and that's going to be 4 byes. Are they going to be 4 wides?
No balls.
4 no balls. So it was high over the head of Sanderson and high over Ben Brown as well, and Ben Brown immediately turned around and apologised to Abhi Sakandi. He said sorry about that, but nonetheless. So does that go down as 6?
Yes, sorry, 4 plus 2 it does, yeah.
In comes Sakandi running in down the hill on bowls and turned around the leg side by Sanderson, who takes 1, and that's all he's going to get because it's to the fielder at deep backward square, who's Aaron Thomason gets in the throw. 1 more to the total, 220 for 9. Another 20 overs remaining in the day. If we do get a change in innings, and you'd think that's reasonably likely with the new ball available in the next 3 overs, or 3 overs after this one, you'd have thought Sussex would expect to take a wicket, and then we would lose 2 for the change of innings, which always seems a bit of a shame on a lovely sunny day like today, but there you go, they're the rules. As in comes Sakandi again and bowls, and worked away by Buck again down to 3rd man, picks up another comfortable single. He goes to 7, and the total to 221 for 9. Still those 2 slips in place. Still the 3rd man protecting this relatively short offside boundary towards the clock tower scoreboard, for those of you who know Hove. In other words, on the short boundary on the opposite side to the main grandstand and the changing rooms, as Sakandi is on his way again. He's in over the wicket, bowls, and that was a good delivery by Sakandi that would have hit the stumps, but Sanderson was up to the job and played it straight down the ground, fitted by Visa And there is no run.
Yeah, always crucial to the tail. Bowl at the stumps, bring every dismissal into play.
Yep. Yep, and that's very much...
can get too carried away from continuing to bowl that nagging line on fourth stump, or getting carried away with short deliveries. Just bowl out the stumps.
Comes Sakandi again over the wicket bowls and played by Sanderson to between mid-wicket and mid-on, and it's Luke Wells who just trots across and fields. And again there is no run. 221 for 9. Buck on 7s, Sanderson on 3. One more ball to go in this, the 77th over of the innings. As Sakandi turns at the far end of the ground. Comes running in down the hill. He's in and bowls, and well, he was aiming to slap that one through the offside. There's no sweep on that cover boundary. Was Ben Sanderson, but it whizzed past the outside edge through to keeper Brown, and that is the end of the over. 221 for 9, 7 to Buck, 3 to Sanderson. 5 wickets here today for Ollie Robinson, 2 for Abby Sakandi, 1 for David Visa, and 1 for Aaron Thomason. An announcement going out around the ground, and I can't. I think he's just giving an update on the World Cup score, actually.
I think he was, yeah. India 154 for 2 in the 31st over there, chasing 338 to win. So
that's a tall order now, isn't it?
Yeah, they need above 9 and over to win. Virat Kohli is out, as Buck here is having a leg side swing and almost losing his off stump. Or just bouncing over it, and via Brown's gloves out towards backward point for no run. That's Rawlings, left arm round the wicket, bowls to Buck, who's back and cutting nicely here through extra cover down the slope. Just be a single though, as Thomason comes in front of the pavilion to collect. Buck goes to 8, 222 for 9.
Another century for Marnus Labuschagne, the Australian playing for Glamorgan. Glamorgan 282 for 2 at Cardiff against Worcestershire. So the leaders of the second division of the Championship are going along very nicely again.
Sanderson now is back to cut and also gets it down the slope for a single. Just run away to the pavilion. Way to our left hand side out towards Thomason again, who runs away from those hanging baskets and the members. Set away to our left hand side. 223 for 9 as Rawlings goes in again. Buck has a big swing to the leg side fence here and gets a good piece of it and gets 4.
Thought he might.
And it wasn't a completely convincing strike, but there was enough bat on it to get it past mid-wicket and wide of long on. Robinson running in front of the hospitality box away to our right hand side, couldn't cut it off. So a decent strike from Buck. He goes to 12, 227 for 9, and Northampton will hope here that Buck can maybe repeat his feat from the reverse fixture between these sides as he goes back to cut here and gets it past point. Work for Thomason to do again in front of the pavilion, and this time they'll be able to get back for the second run because Thomason had more ground to make up to his left hand side this time, and the score goes to 229 for 9.
Well, nothing to be lost here, and as a tail ender you're probably looking at that leg side boundary thinking, well, I've got a slow bowler on, why not? Why not have a dip for it?
Rawlings in again, and Buck again goes to swing leg side and gets struck on the pad, and the ball just bobbles down a yard or so on the leg side. So Buck having a swing and almost paying the price, but he's still there. He's got 14, Sanderson's got 4, and Northampton at 229 for 9. With now, well, the scoreboard's just gone blank actually. I think we've got still a couple of overs to go until the second new ball is due.
2 more. A century for Billy Godalming for Derbyshire. Derbyshire going along very nicely against Middlesex, 278 for 2. Lewis Rees made 96. And the side in second place, I think probably everyone's favourites for promotion, Lancashire, are 184 for 4 against Durham at Sedbergh Schools. That's in the second division. First division rattling through. Kent 258 for 2 against Warwickshire at Canterbury. Nottinghamshire bowled out for 213 by Essex. As in comes Abby Sakandi running down the hill, comes into bowl to Ben Sanderson. Sanderson drives without timing down to mid-on, fielded by Visa, and there is no run. 3 wickets there for Siddle, 3 for Beard, 3 for Porter. And Essex are the informed side in the county championship.
Yeah.
Somerset also in good form, and today they've had a good day at Taunton. 328 for 3 they are against Hampshire. So they've just fallen away a bit in recent weeks. Hildreth 105, Tom Abel 82, Dale Banton on 68 as income. Sakandi bowls, and that's thrashed away through the offside. Nothing wrong with that. That's a lovely shot by Sanderson. He just belted that away through the covers. That was a lovely shot. Standard deliver, 233 for 9. That was a very fine shot. Sorry, Tom Banton, not Dale Banton. Thinking of a footballer.
Who does he play for?
He used to be a Dale Banton years ago. I think he played for York and Aldershot. I think I'll have to look him up. Dale Banton. I think he then got a transfer somewhere else.
Goodness.
In comes Sakandi running down the hill. 2 slips, bowls, and just played into the offside by Sanderson. And there is no run. Sam Keir is down below, is taking more photographs. He's taken a lot of pictures today as the Sussex press officer. And Sakandi wanders away. George Bartlett is on 39 for Somerset. So certainly the second division of the championship I can see going right the way to the end of the season, and it could well be the first division does as well. Yorkshire 276 for 8 against Surrey at Scarborough. In comes Sakandi bowls. Oh, that's short, and I thought he'd gloved it down the leg side momentarily, but didn't do so. And there is no run. 233 for 9. So Northamptonshire, we're thinking, well, if they could get a couple of batting bonus points, it might seem not quite such a bad day. At least they've got some runs on the board. There was a bit of bounce in this wicket. Then comes Sakandi again, racing in. Bowls. Oh, and he very nearly got a nick on that, did Sanderson. The ball rattles through to Brown, and there is no run. So Dale Banton, if anyone's remotely interested, was born in Kensington. He played for West Ham, Aldershot, York, Walsall, Grimsby, Aldershot again, and Goole Town. So there we are. That's how I got his name from, and he's 58. As in comes Sakandi running in down the hill, bowls, and driven nicely into the offside by Sanderson, who wanted a single, but Phil Salt was in very quickly. And there was no chance of a single being taken. So it is the end of the over, 233 for 9. I think that Delray Rawlins has been taken out of the attack again. He's bowled just the 5 overs, 0 for 23. Yep, ready for an update with my colleague David back at base. So, blast over with this ball. And it is going to be Wilbur. This is Adrian Harms at Hove on a glorious sunny day with Northamptonshire 233 for 9, having won the toss and batting first. Sussex have made inroads throughout the day. Ollie Robinson, the pick of the bowlers, he's taken 5 of the wickets to fall. Meanwhile, Surrey have reduced Yorkshire at Scarborough to 278 for 8. Wickets there for Jordan Clark. And in the World Cup, it's a bit of a cliffhanger up at Edgbaston, where England made 339. India in reply 171 for 2 in the 33rd over. You already heard that appeal there for Will Beer, not given though by umpire Baldwin, as in comes Beer again and bowls and swung away onto the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs. Bounces, 1 bounce over the ropes, and there's a good shot by Nathan Buckler. I'm not sure about the merits of bowling a spinner from this end with that short boundary, because these two tail enders have decided. I mean, and actually, I think these are good tactics, to be honest.
Yeah.
Alex, why not? I mean, it's not going to be this easy against the new ball, so why not have a swing and a dip, get some runs on the board, maybe get a second batting bonus point? Who knows? I think he'll do it again. In comes Beer and bowls, and this time away on the offside by Buck, who fancies a couple of runs here actually, but it's Thomason who comes in and prevents the second run being taken. So 238 for 9. Buck goes to 19, and these two have added a very useful 33 runs.
Yeah, handy.
Without really having to do too much. In comes Beer again and bowls, and forward comes Sanderson, turns it away on the leg side, and there is no run. You'd have thought the new ball would be taken immediately. In fact, Ollie Robinson is just down below us at third man, and he's warming up, so I see no reason why Sussex wouldn't take the new ball immediately. As Beer is in again, bowls and tripped away to backward point by Sanderson, fielded there by Visa, and there is no run. I would imagine it would be David Visa who would take the new ball with Ollie Robinson. Just the one slip in place, and Beer is on his way. Bowls, flick with a twirl of the wrists, and just played away into the offside by Sanderson. That was really very straightforward. Picked up another single to Sanderson. He goes to 9, 239 for 9, and these two have added 34 what could be very important runs at the end of this innings, taking account of that short leg side boundary. Ollie Robinson is wandering in, so I think there's no question he's going to bowl with the new ball from the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end. We've got 16 overs remaining tonight. A change of innings would mean we'd lose 2 of those, so I think we're pretty much set fair for finishing here around about 6 o'clock this evening.
Way of the sun, which is reflecting off the glass away to our left-hand side.
Can you see okay? Do you want to come and sway a bit here?
I'm okay at this low angle.
Right.
But forgive me for looking a little
looks like you're
lackadaisical here. Yeah, exactly. Feet up. Yeah. Pass me a drink.
Yeah.
So, back comes Robertson. He's had a fine day. 5 for 44. Adding to the 30 wickets he'd already taken in 6 matches before this.
Yeah.
And has come back to try and finish Northants off. 239 for 9. And Robinson from the Cromwell Road end bowls to Sanderson. Big swing and a big top edge over the slips cordon for 4. Full ball outside the off stump. There was a little bit of width on offer, and Sanderson was always going to have a go. And they say swing hard, and that's just what he did, and got a big top edge. It wouldn't have been a chance had a 4th slip been in place, and he was fine of Will Beer on the third man fence away to our right hand side. So 2-4-3 for 9. Suddenly Northants are only 7 runs away from another batting point.
Well, and it looks a lot better than it did when it was 99 for
99 for 6 it was, yeah definitely. Robinson in. Bowls at the stumps this time, much better, nice and full, and Sanderson can only dig it out to Thomason at square leg for no runs. Still back to 3 slips in place, third man point, mid off, mid on, square leg and long leg here. As Northants try to just eke out a few more runs, bonus runs really, but they've had plenty of bonus runs so far, because it was 205 for 9, so this pair have done well. As Robinson is in and Sanderson drives, but only as far as mid-off. Straight to Salton there, who's showing no ill effects of the little knock he took on his hand earlier on today, which is great news.
Yes, I was slightly concerned about that, but
Adrian Harms is now doing yoga away to my left-hand side.
Don't give away my secret.
Or is it Pilates?
A little bit of both, I think. They're all spare seats, or they're not spare seats. I'm just going to Edgbaston.
Robinson in, very full. Sanderson squirts it away again, just as far as square leg. There's no run.
Well, he's bowling at the stumps, Ollie Robinson, isn't it? So, if...
Much better.
Yeah, if, Sanderson misses, Robinson hits, and that's the way to bowl to a tail ender. But I think it's a wise move, bringing in the third man for that edge.
2-4-3 for 9. Robinson just in conversation with Visa at mid-on. As he makes his way down the slope and in towards us again. Past umpire Jerry Lloyd he comes. And Sanderson gets one down the leg side here. It strikes him on the pad and goes nowhere, actually, just a yard or so from the bat. There was a brief cry for LBW, but Would have gone way down leg and probably too high as well. And there was no run. Deep square now drops back for the last ball of the over. Deep point is also going back just to try and keep number 11 Ben Sanderson on strike for the start of the next over. But I'd probably say you've got, with a new ball in particular, as good a chance of getting buck out either, as Robinson is in and Sanderson off the back foot can punch away to that man at deep point, away to our right hand side. And they do get a single to end the over, which will mean Sanderson will keep the bowling. But little bonus cameo here for Northampton with Sanderson 19 and Buck on Sanderson 14, I beg your pardon, Buck on 19, and Northampton's 2-4-4 for 9 in the 81 overs gone.
Yeah, well, a very good cameo as well. 39 runs these two have added, which may not seem a huge amount, but we in a total of 244. That's a nice little partnership. In fact, since it's a 99 for 6 of these last 3 wickets, we've added not far shy of 150 runs. And just to make the point again, I thought just playing straight and sensibly, if you do that on this pitch, there are runs to be had. Well, what can David Visa do? He's got the new ball in his hand, only 1 over old. Ollie Robinson, 21 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 49, still fine figures. But here comes Visa, running away from us, coming into bowl to Sanderson, and Sanderson cracks that one away through the covers. That's a super shot outside the off stump, and Sanderson just said, thanks very much, I'm going to hammer that one away through the covers for 4 runs. 248 for 9 as Sanderson goes to 18. That was a very fine shot.
That was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? Just back of a length. And he smashed it away out towards the pavilion from a boundary. So just 2 away now, Northants. The lower order last week cobbled Northants towards a 3rd batting bonus point, and they fell for 299.
Oh!
Can they get over the mark here for another point?
Well, in comes Visa, running in over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Sanders and plays it into the onside. They've taken 1. Visa throws at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and fortunately Abby Sakandi was backing up, but the total goes to 248 for 9. I guess from a Northamptonshire point of view, I mean, needless to say, that if they could bat out tonight, they'd absolutely love to. But I guess in a funny sort of way, if they got to 250, probably 2 batting bonus points is more than they could have hoped, and then it's an awkward sort of 10 or 12 overs for the Sussex openers. And I always think there's nothing much to be gained in those overs.
Not at all, no.
That sun is getting lower and lower, isn't it?
There's very few places I can stand to get out of the way.
In comes Visa and bowls and playing to the offside, another single, and that is indeed going to be the 2nd batting bonus point. So well done to these two. Have batted very well. They've added a very good 45 now for this last wicket. I mean, some of it's been a bit unconventional, but you know what? They've put back to ball and they've swung hard and they've ridden their luck. Not that they've had any drop chances or anything.
No, they've chanced their arm once or twice, but...
Yeah, done it right, haven't they?
You ride your luck.
In comes Visa, running into bowl to Sanderson, and Sanderson stuck on the pad. The ball bounces well on the onside, there is no run. Alex and I are sort of dancing around the commentary box here, because we're trying to get out of where the sun is shining. Oh, and it's coming right in. I think it's not, actually, it's sort of shining through this side window, and then back through.
It is. It's shining off the front glass.
Yeah.
Coming in the side of the box. If it was a normal window, we'd be all right.
Yeah, we would. But it's not. In comes Visa, running in over the wicket bowls, and he beats Sanderson outside of the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run. Glamorgan have actually lost a wicket now against Worcestershire in that game down at Cardiff, and it is Miles Labuschagne. He's out for 106. But Glamorgan still with a very good day. The leaders of the 2nd division, 293 for 3. Been some pretty flat tracks down at Cardiff this year, as you will testify, Alex. In comes Visa and bowls, and a perfectly presentable forward defensive by Sanderson plays it straight back down the track. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 250 for 9 are Northamptonshire. Buck on 20, Sanderson on 19. There are another 14 overs left to be bowled tonight. And this last wicket partnership, I should say, is now worth 45.
Yeah, there was an utterly appalling pitch first game of the season down there. And Northants travel down. 550 plays 750. Pack up and go home, thank you very much. No chance of anybody winning that game. within the allotted time. A timeless match. You may have got there towards sort of day 8 perhaps, but it was not a competitive cricket wicket. 250 for 9 Northampton. Robinson down the hill bowling to Buck, who tries to smear this away out on the offside but gets a toe end that just runs back up the pitch for no run. Just the 2 slips now, and there are now 2 men patrolling the short boundary away to our right hand side. Third man and deep backward point are both back down towards the hospitality boxes, which have been reasonably occupied today. There's been a few out on the benches. As Robinson comes in again, and Buck just opens the face and gets a very easy single down the slope away to our right hand side. Rawlings out there collecting, and Buck taking a single, and he goes to 21. 251 for 9, and this has been a really good effort by Northants, because 99 for 6 they could have been rolled over for a score below 150, and if you get bowled out for that kind of total, generally is absolutely no way back at all. You have to cobble together something to work with, and they've done so here as Sanderson drives and misses outside the off stump. Full length delivery, a swing and a miss from Sanderson outside the off stump. 251 for 9. It's not a great total, and I suppose goes to prove what Northants might have been able to put on the board had they batted a bit better against the new ball. New ball is always going to swing around a bit, certainly warm enough to do so, and there was a little bit of sea movement I fancy there as well this morning as Robinson comes in again and bowls a touch straight, and Sanderson works this wide enough of mid-on, and they probably could have got a run there, but they erred on the side of caution as Visa went to his right hand side, and the score remains 251 for 9. But all credit to the lower order here. First Rossington and Zabe in a stand of 51 with the 7th wicket, and then Zabe and Hutton in a stand of 54 for the 8th wicket have battled Northants back into the game really, as Robinson goes wider on the bowling crease and brings Sanderson forward to play to extra cover, and there is no run. And then this pair here for the 10th wicket have also done remarkably well, adding 46 runs so far. Very, very useful runs for Northants. Nothing in the way of a score that's going to really put Sussex under too much pressure when they come out, but annoying lower order resistance here. And with 13 overs to go in the day after this, a very tricky period to survive tonight potentially, as Robinson is in, bowls full, and Sanderson is driving out towards mid-off. Salt is there, down to his right hand side he goes to collect, and the over comes to an end. 251 for 9, Buck on 21 and Sanderson on 19. So the men out today after Northants won the toss: Baskin Sellers for 2, Newton for 14, Bavuma also for 14, Wakely for 36, those wickets before lunch. Then after the break, Keogh for 21, Proctor for 1, and Rossington for 35 all fell. And then Hutton for 24, Zabe for a very well compiled 54. Put something on the board here for Northants, Adrian.
Well, they have, and they've certainly got something to bowl at now, which didn't look likely at 99 for 6, as you say. In comes Visa and bowls to Buck, who works that one away into the covers, and there is no run. I guess the one consolation you can take when there is a good contributions down the order is, and particularly now the new ball has been taken, is that this is a pretty decent pitch. These two have just played very sensibly. I'm sure that Salt and, I would imagine, Varun Chopra is a very experienced player. He will have a few nerves when he coming out the back for his new country, as Visa is in, and he beats Sanderson outside the off stump and beats him all ends up. And that hasn't happened too much in the last half hour or so. As Alex was saying, these two have added 47 now for this last wicket. And yeah, they've batted very well. Visa turns, 2 slips in place. Actually 3 men around the boundary, which seems a bit odd really, as in comes Visa and bowls, and again he beats Sanderson outside the off stump. So there's a fine leg, there's a deep square leg, and there's a sweeper on the cover boundary. Oh, and a third man. So sorry, there's 4 men out on the boundary, and the new ball is 4 overs old. I don't quite get that.
No, neither do I.
You know, I'd have thought you want to get a wicket, so you got your leading bowlers on. So let's have maybe 3 slips and a gully. In comes Visa and bowls and turns to the onside, and it's just a comfortable single. In fact, it could almost be 2. In fact, it will be 2 because Beer's got quite a long way to come round to field the ball, and it's 2 runs. And I just don't get that, because an orthodox mid wicket in there prevents any runs, doesn't it? I sometimes wonder.
What's harder to do, dab and go, or hit it through the infield?
Yeah, I mean,
infinitely easy to just nudge and go.
Well, I didn't play a high standard of cricket, but I still think the rules apply in terms of field placings, and I'm not sure about this field. 4 men on the boundary as Visa is in and bowls, and Sanderson just leans forward and plays it straight back down the track.
I mean,
there is no run.
If you're out there now, you're thinking, new ball, but not a great deal of pressure. I can get a single there, and there.
Well, absolutely. So on the leg side, there is only one fielder saving 1. There's 2 men back on the leg side. Just the one man who's in front of square says, in comes Visa and bowls, and just played into the offside. It's a comfortable single to point, because there's a sweeper on the cover boundary. End of the over, 255 for 9. Don't quite understand this. 22 to Buck, 22 to Sanderson, and a 50 partnership between these two. And the runs have come. Well, it doesn't matter about the time they've taken to get the runs, but they've come pretty easily, really. And the new ball, there's no pressure. If this were me now, I'd have 3 slips and a gully. I'd have a ring of 3 on the offside, saving. You'd probably have a third man as well for the slice over the slips. But I think there's just too many and this did happen against Durham last week. I felt that there were just too many comfortable singles that were taken.
Yeah, third man is absolutely fine, particularly with the bowling at the Cromwell Road end, as it will be now.
Yeah.
Don't allow a little edge for 4 runs, but don't allow a little block through point for 4 for doing nothing and getting a run. Here is, from the far end, Robinson. Sanderson forward, playing him out towards mid-off for no run. So 255 for 9 here, Northants, having been 99 for 6, a really good comeback. And even at 205 for 9, these are good runs on the board here. Never quite know how to assess a score until both sides have batted, but it is a score to work with now for Northants. As Robinson moves in, past umpire Jerry Lloyds, bowls a bumper, nicely swung away by Sanderson, got on top of that hook quite nicely actually. Down towards Thomason, away to our left-hand side, out towards the pavilion. Gets himself another single. Goes to 23 now, Ben Sanderson. Very useful runs. And I'd like to say this is Sanderson's highest score of the season, joint highest score of the season now. He made 23 in the first game of the season against Middlesex. Robinson into Buck, who's got 22, and he's carving this away out towards the cover boundary for 4 runs. What a handsome strike that is from Buck. It's a really poor ball from Ollie Robinson, short and wide, and Buck, standing in his crease, has timed it superbly well. Cracked out towards the old scoreboard for 4. And he now goes to 26. 260 for 9. A couple of half centuries this season for Buck. I mentioned the one against Sussex in the game at Wantage Road earlier this year. Also made a 50 at Glamorgan. As Robinson comes in again, and Buck gives himself some room and tries to swat it away, and got in a horrible position and played a missed. Not quite sure what he was trying to do there, but was he trying to go offside? Was he trying to go through the vacant mid-wicket position? Not quite sure. He almost swung himself off his feet as the ball went through to Brown. 260 for 9. As Robinson, looking for a 6-fer, comes down the slope, and Buck gets one off the power, looking to turn it leg side. The ball just bobbles away, a yard or so from the wicket. And they didn't take the run, sorry. On a gorgeous day here at Hove. It's been a cracking day's cricket. Everything you could ever want, really, from a trip to the seaside, but particularly a trip to the seaside to watch cricket.
Yeah.
In one of the game's loveliest grounds. Struggle to find too many better than here at Hove, as Robinson is in and bowls very full, but Buck is covered, driving for 4 more. 2 full this time from Robinson, and that was really nicely timed out towards the offices for a boundary. So the fun continues here for this 10th wicket pair, and Buck is now up to 30, and Northampton 2-6-4 for 9 with 11 overs to go in the day. And this will be really, really irking Sussex here, Adrian.
Well, it will, because 205 for 9, you're thinking, well, we get the new ball, we'll take this wicket and we'll have sort of, well, actually before the new ball maybe. But it's just a bit of, these two, they've chosen the ball to hit, but I just think they've had the opportunity to pick up too many ones and just build this partnership.
If someone chances their arm and creams you around the ground,
yes,
good luck to them.
Yes,
that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
But they, like you say, they've been gifted way too many easy runs.
4 men on the boundary. In comes Visa, bowls, and forward comes Simonson and plays into the covers. There is no run.
A field like this, I'd expect a bloke to be in on 70.
Yes.
And batting really well.
Yep.
If Zabe was still out there, 60, 70 not out, you'd say fine.
I would agree.
But not 10 and 11.
And also, you've got a new ball that's 5 overs old.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make an awful lot of sense, I don't think. Visa runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and forward comes Simonson, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
Middlesex did a very similar thing at Northants last season, and Northants had a batsman on 20 out in the middle, and they had 4 men on the boundary.
Yeah.
I was thinking, why have you got this many people out? And talking to the Northants squad really afterwards, several of the players and a couple of the coaches, they said they hadn't got a clue what Middlesex were doing, but they won the game, so I suppose it doesn't matter.
Visa is in and bowls and played away into the offside straight to Thomason, so 3 dot balls. So in defence of David Visa in this over, he's bowling to his field. But particularly on the leg side, there's a fine leg. I do understand it's a short boundary, but as you say, it's the 10 and 11, and they've now added 59. For this final wicket, as in comes Visa and bowls, and you're driven straight down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. Oh no, well done, Abby Sakandi. Yeah, that was a good save. That was a very good save by Abby Sakandi. I thought that had beaten him. He charged across the mid on. He got a left hand to it, because once it beats the fielder here, coming down the hill, you got no chance. So that was a very good bit of fielding by Abby Sakandi. 265 for 9. In comes Visa again and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Nathan Buck, and there is no run. The total remains 265 for 9 here on BBC Sussex and BBC Northampton. Thank you for joining Alex Winter and myself today, Adrian Harms. Good to have your company. I know tomorrow will be a lot more people in the offices and listening, and people with their earpieces in while they should be working. Well, they probably are working, but they're listening to the cricket at the same time. As in comes Visa again. The 2 slips go down. Visa is in and bowls, and it's clipped away on the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that. A lovely shot over pitch by David Visa, and help yourself. And David Visa's really annoyed. He kicks at the turf. Nathan Buck goes to 34, but that was a lovely shot, just flipped away through square leg, and there wasn't a square leg, and the ball just raced away for 4 runs. Lovely shot. 269 for 9. This is a very fine partnership. Partnership of 64 now between these two.
Yeah, fine performance. But nudging Northampton into a reasonable spot in the game. Still not a fabulous spot.
No.
I think when you see runs being scored like this in this type of situation, there must be a large sorry line of Northampton's top order batsmen in the pavilion going, I wish we were out there now.
Yes, absolutely.
How many could we have got if we had got through that new ball this morning on a sunny day?
I agree.
But
they didn't. And
certainly this last wicket and the work that Zabe and Hutton and Rossington before that did have kept Northampton in the game. Because 99 for 6, I mentioned it when you just popped out, Adrian, Northampton could have been rolled over for something stupid, and that would have been almost game done from there. But here they are in the contest. 269 for 9, and Robinson is in. Coming into Sanderson, who is in his crease, pushing down towards mid-on. They considered a single, but it was too close to Visa there, just coming to his right-hand side, and there was no run.
Well, I mean, I can understand here. So for this field now, 2 slips, I would probably have a third. But you've got Beer at third man. Not got a problem with that. I would just have the deep square up at square leg saving 1. You've got a mid-on saving 1. Okay, you might have a fine leg for perhaps the inside edge down towards 4. But
Robinson in with 2 slips. And this is just outside the off stump, and Sanderson swings and misses. He was trying to cut it away. He was just trying to exaggerate the width by leaning a little bit too leg side there and got in a poor shape, and then up playing and missing. But a great hand for Sanderson, who now has his highest score of the season here, this 24. Buck with him on 34 not out. And Northants probably just about winning this session. First one they've won today as Robinson is in and strikes the pad. There's a brief cry for LBW, would have been leg side. The ball runs away towards second slip. Evans goes after it to prevent the leg bite from being taken.
Yeah, we had a great view of that, didn't we? That was definitely down the leg side.
Squawks again of those seagulls, and I had a tweet in about the seagulls.
Oh, did you?
After I described them as rats that deserve to be shot earlier on. Rodney tweeted me at...
Is that a bit harsh? Or?
Not at all. Robinson in, and Sanderson drives on the up down the ground. What a shot from Ben Sanderson. 1-2 bounces and out towards the Cromwell Road boundary, full of length, and Sanderson has punched it back from whence it came. What a fine strike, perfect timing. And he now goes to 28, and Northampton 2-7-3 for 9. So this story from a newspaper in North Wales says a teaching assistant from Prestatyn has revealed how he was advised to use an umbrella to prevent himself from seagull attacks. I'll come back to it in a moment as Robinson is into Sanderson, and Sanderson is trying to clip this leg side, gets struck on the pad, it runs to Brown's left and there's no run. Tom Ellis was unable to use his garden and forced to shield himself from the swooping birds after they nested just above the doorway of his bungalow. The gulls, which have hatched 2 chicks, have been fiercely defending the nest and regularly attacking Mr. Ellis as he enters and leaves the property. I told you they were scum. They must be defeated, these seagulls. Pass the shotgun. Robinson in towards us. Ball's back of length. Whacked away by Sanderson. Out towards the pavilion. Fielder in the deep. Takes the catch. And Northampton have finally bowled out for 273. And the leg trap has worked. A back of length ball that Sanderson swung away with good purpose, really. Had it been at the other end, it would have sailed away for 6. But the long part of the ground out towards the pavilion, Thomason able to come around and claim the catch. So, after a most frustrating final partnership, Northants are dismissed for 2-7-3, and Ben Sanderson is the last man out for 28, but his highest score of the season has put a useful little number on the board here for Northants, Adrian Harms.
Yes, it has, and well batted that final pairing, and well done Ollie Robinson, who's claimed 6 wickets. As in comes Ben Sanderson. Bowls and clipped away by Phil Salter mid-on, but there is no run, so dot ball initially. Three slips, backward point. Cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As in comes Sanderson, bowls and sort of struck around 5 pad, the ball ricochets into the slips, and there is no run. An awkward little 7 overs for Sussex to negotiate here. I often think there's not an awful lot to be gained and much to lose, really. Yeah,
well, when the 9th wicket went down in this 75th over of the day, there was a good period of time remaining, and we thought that Sussex were going to have a good sort of half a session to get stuck in to replying to the Northants score, but now it's just a case of surviving here. It's worked out quite well for Northants.
And bowls and Sanderson plays into the onside. Sanderson pitches around middle and off, and there is no run. Elsewhere in Division 2 today, terrific day for Derbyshire. 329 for 2 they are at home to Middlesex at Derby.
I think they were sent in there, Derbyshire.
Were they?
Yeah. I think there was no toss. I will check. Yeah, no toss.
Wow.
It's a bit of a Nasser Hussain special.
Yeah. So Middlesex not having it their own way. Many thought they'd be right up there for a promotion, as in comes Sanderson bowls to Salt, who punches that to mid-on and there is no run. Glamorgan 311 for 5 against Worcestershire. It's a bit of a fight back from Worcestershire down at Cardiff. And Lancashire 227 for 4 against Durham at Sebra School. In the World Cup, India 226 for 4 in the 40th over, so still needing well over 100 to win. As in comes Sanderson, running in and bowls, and Salt eases this into the covers and gets his first run, does Phil Salt. He'll be pleased to be back in action, the young opening batsman, having split the webbing on his finger really nastily at Lord's, taking a slip catch a few weeks ago. He's had an operation. We thought he wouldn't be back until July, or middle of July. But he's back for this game and he gets his first run. So, now Varam Chopra is going to face his first ball in Sussex colours. Experienced opening batsman, brought in on loan for a couple of games. In fact, 2 county championship games and the game against Australia A next week at Arundel Castle. And he's about to face his first ball as in comes Sanderson and bowls. And Chopra gets a run off his very first ball. Well, he's an experienced batsman at Varam Chopra, but I'm sure he's pleased to be on his way. And Sussex go to 2 without loss. End of the over, end of the opening over. Salt on 1, Chopra on 1. And to open the bowling from this, the C end of the ground is going to be Brett Hutton. He's having a natter away to his skipper. So 6 overs to go tonight. 3 slips in place for Northamptonshire.
And 5:45, so a nice prompt finish coming up, it seems. Three slips in place, and Hudson with his dark hair turns and goes away from us into bowl to Chopra. A pair of right-handers out there. Chopra struck on the pad. A huge cry for LBW. It looked a bit high from here. The ball runs away towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. A little bit of sea movement. Back into the right-handed Chopra here. On loan from Essex. For how long do we know, Adrian?
Yeah, 2 championship matches and the Arundel game next week against Australia A. So certainly 3 matches initially.
Hutton in and just pushed away towards point for no run here by Chopra, who played for Essex in the 50 overs competition. And got a big century, couple of big centuries actually, against both Middlesex and Gloucestershire at Chelmsford back in May, but has played no first team cricket since then. He's been playing against the white ball, it seems. A couple of second 11 T20s in the last few days before this, as Hutton goes in. Oh, and Chopra beaten. That's really nice. Squared the right-hander up, seamed away and beat the bat through to Captain Rossington behind the stumps.
Yes, I mean, I think over 10,000 first-class runs, 20 centuries, so he's a fine player. But Essex is a very powerful batting unit. You've got to be a good player and you've got to score plenty of runs if you're going to stay in that batting lineup.
You do, and they're a side in good form as well at the moment.
They are.
They've come really good in the last few weeks and are on top today at Trent Bridge, because they're 33 for 1, replying to Notts 213. Notts did win the toss there, and they'll be disappointed they've only put up 213, but a real struggle for Notts this season. 4 orthodox slips now in, as Hutton goes away from us. And it's just outside the off stump and cut away. Top edge from Chopra, but down out towards the marquee at third man for 4 runs. It was a bit too wide, and Chopra entitled to have a cut at it. Top edge over the head of 4th slip, Bavuma, and down to the third man rope for 4 runs. So Chopra goes to 5, and Sussex go to 6 without loss in the second over here. So 4 orthodox slips. And point, extra cover come mid-off, mid-on, where Newton continues to wear his slip over, as he tends to do. Mid-wicket and long leg completes the field as Hutton turns and goes away from us again. Into the wicket he goes, and it's another appeal for leg before. This time it's gone! And Hutton strikes, and Chopra on his Sussex debut has gone early in the piece, and Sussex lose an early one. 6 for 1, and a good evening session. Gets a bit better for Northants, and that looked a pretty good shout, and the finger from umpire Baldwin went up pretty quickly. Sussex 6 for 1.
Well, we were saying, weren't we, it's one of these little sessions where you feel you've got everything to lose and pretty much nothing to gain, really, from a Sussex perspective. And Varun Chopra brought into the side a bit of experience at the top of the order to Sussex have been getting the most awful starts. But I'm afraid there's another one. Chopra on his way, LBW for 5. Now I'm wondering who's coming out now.
Would they send in a night watchman?
Well, Jason Gillespie told us earlier on this season that it's with 6 overs to go you think about a night watchman, but it's very much up to the batsman who was due to come in next. And the man due to come in next would have been Luke Wells, but it's definitely not Luke Wells. That looks like Aaron Thomason to me. He's coming wandering in. So I think, yes, we do have a night watchman. Yeah.
Indeed it is.
Come on, Aaron, says somebody. So Aaron Thomason has got a fan somewhere in Hove. But that's just what Sussex didn't want, and just what Chopra didn't want on his debut. I haven't interviewed him yet. I don't think I'll do it tonight either. I think I might find somebody else to. Oh yeah.
Absolutely dead on the replay. Yeah, looked to be on the back pad actually. Just pushed forward and seamed in and beat his angle back. He was just slow down to it. So Hutton to Thomason, the night watchman, and Thomason lets one go just outside the off stump, and the ball runs back towards the bowler and ends a fine opening over from Brett Hutton. It's got the early wicket. Chopra gone for just 5, and Sussex replying to Northants 273. A 6 for 1, and we've got 5 overs to come in what's been a glorious Sunday afternoon down on the south coast. Barely a cloud in the sky now. We've had some wispy ones throughout the day, but they seem to have all blown away now.
Yeah. And
it's set to be an evening to be down on the beach with a cold beverage, I think, Adrian.
I think it is, yeah. Get the barbie stoked up. And
well, quite.
Yeah. So, 5 overs to go tonight, as Alex was saying. The first of those is going to be bowled by Ben Sanderson, who's going to come running down the hill to bowl to the right-handed Phil Salt. 3 slips go down, and Salt forces that one away into the offside without timing, and the ball is... there is no run. Umpire Lloyd at the far end is administering some repairs, I think, to Aaron Thomason. Not sure if it's his bat or his glove or something. Either way, he's okay now. He's looking at his bat. Here comes a big seagull landing just down below us, slipping around. In comes Thomason and bowls, and Salt is caught. A second slip and a second wicket, and Phil Salt is on his way for 1, and Sussex's run of poor starts continues. Phil Salt caught a second slip. That was a very fine catch actually, away to his right hand side. And Sussex in the 3rd over with this awkward little 7 overs to bat are all of a sudden there's 6 for 2, and Salt is on his way for 1. Good catch.
Tremendous catch, yeah. Healthy edge to Hutton's right hand side at second slip, and he's clung on really well there. And well, what a transformation after tea here. Northampton
got another night watchman now.
Came back 163 for 7, and they were, despite runs for Zabe and Hutton, then reduced to 205 for 9, sorry. But that stand from Buck and Sanderson has really given a momentum shift to Northamptonshire. And they've come roaring in here with a new ball for the Smith. Both openers cheaply. Yeah,
and actually now, Luke Wells was always due to come in at 3. He was kept back in the hutch for the night watchman. Now he's coming out. He's probably... Jason Gillespie was telling us earlier this season they leave it up to the batsman. It's up to the incoming batsman. If it's 6 overs or less, then it's up to the batsman to decide. So Luke Wells probably thought, well, actually, I'll just stay in now. But now he's probably thought, well, actually, I better get in, because if Sussex lost another one now, that could be sort of 10 for 3 over. That's ridiculous.
There's still time, isn't there? Still got 4 overs to come after this.
What? Who took the catch?
Hutton.
A very good catch.
Yeah, very good grab.
He's a big man as well.
It's a good slipper.
Oh, it was a very good catch. So 12 wickets in the day. What an exciting day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lots of wickets. Lovely sunny day. Good company, Alex. 4 slips in place now. Is this you? Yes, it is. Or is it me? I can't remember. It is me. It's a long day, isn't it? It's going to be Sanderson. You've got a much better memory than me. 4 slips. Look at this. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And we have to say it's a blameless track. There's a bit of bounce in it, but nothing to worry about, really. As in comes Sanderson in and bowls, and Luke Wells covers up and plays into the offside, and there is no run. Talking to Luke Wright today, we were nattering away about Luke Wells, who's also been very short of runs in recent weeks. He made a very good 98 not out up at Durham, second game of the season, an innings that ultimately saved Sussex, and eventually Sussex went on to win the game. Since then he's been very short of runs, but Luke Wright was saying today, you always get the feeling with Luke Wells that a big score is just around the corner. But this is an awkward little spell he's got to negotiate. In comes Sanderson and bowls, and Wells is... oh crumbs, I thought for a minute he'd been caught in the slips, but the ball dropped short of third slip, and there is no run. Luke Wells kicks away at the crease. Six for 2 are Sussex, both openers back in the pavilion. Sussex's run of poor starts continues despite a change in personnel at the top of the order. As in comes Sanderson again and bowls. Oh, Luke Wells lets that one go. That wasn't that far away from the off peg. With a good delivery. You have to say a good leave actually by Wells.
Yeah, left it more on bounce.
Yeah.
So, certainly from that top end there has been some bounce and some good carry through, and that, as I was mentioning earlier on, brings everybody into the game. Bowlers need it, batsmen need it. Ball comes onto the back quite nicely. When players have got it, and we've seen some reasonable run scoring today.
Sanderson in again bowls.
Oh dear.
Wells was beaten there. He played all around that actually. I mean that went through. I mean, he didn't go past the outside edge, he went past the inside edge.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he was trying to play that. It was almost identical to the previous delivery, and he was trying to chop it down, and it came back and beat the inside edge. So 6 for 2 after 3 overs of the Sussex innings. Well, start here for Northamptonshire. They battled back. They added 174 in the end for the last 4 wickets, which is a cracking effort.
Yes, it was.
99 for 6. They were moving towards a situation where they're about to be rolled over very cheaply indeed, but they battled back, got themselves a score, and now right on top as Hutton goes away from the sea and bowls to Thomason, the right-hander, who's pushing out towards point, and Safe Zabe is there to make the save, and there is no run, and it was Safe Zabe's runs.
Yes, it was.
His half-century, very composed effort in 101 balls, just 2 boundaries, but 2 sixes in there too, both struck down the ground. Lovely shots that almost found us up here in the commentary box.
They did, didn't they?
But really got Northants going this afternoon as Hutton past the umpire is in and bowls decent length, and it's pushed away by Thomason out towards point. Where Zabe is again doing the fielding, and again there is no run. 4 orthodox slips in place as Northants seek another wicket before the close. Which should see them utterly dominant. It's a pretty decent position at the minute, but 3 down overnight.
Well, absolutely. Runs on the board. We said at least. It's funny, isn't it, how the momentum shifts and sometimes come in a game. You get the lower order and the bowlers suddenly think, well, do you know what? We've got some runs here. Quite fancy this.
And short sleeve shirt going in. Bowls a fuller length and brings Thomason forward, who's blocking it back up towards the bowler's left hand. And there is no run. A couple of seagulls still swirling around down towards the Cromwell Road. Sure, they'll be swirling around on the shoreline now as well. People digging into their fish and chips for tea.
Yeah, I bet they are.
Hutton is in, bowling a nice full length again and bringing Thomason forward to defend on the off stump. Just getting pushed back up towards the bowler for no run again.
It's all about survival here for Sussex, isn't it? I mean, going in 3 down would be positively disastrous.
Up goes Hutton again with his jet black hair. Bounds into the wicket and bowls down the leg side this time. Poor ball, just lost his line. Thomason looking to flick it away, missed, and he remains on naught, and Sussex remains 6 for 2. With this day having been transformed really since the tea break.
Yes, it has. No, absolutely it has. And the game is suddenly well advanced, isn't it? From
Hutton goes up the slope again and bowls just outside the off stump, and allowing it to pass through is Thomason. End of the over. 3 more to come tonight. Sussex 6 for 2. Have already lost Chopra, LBW, Hutton for 5, and Salt caught at second slip by Hutton off the bowling of Sanderson for just 1.
yes, absolutely. It is a glorious evening, as you say. Just 3 overs remaining. In the World Cup, India now 249 for 4, needing 89 off 47 balls. That's a tall order, isn't it? That's pretty much 12 and over. As in comes Sanderson down the hill, bowls to Wells, and Wells gets his bat and gloves high out of the way. Sanderson will be disappointed at that down the leg side. But he played his part in that very good last wicket partnership. As Sanderson again. 4 slips go down. He's in a bowls, and Wells is forward to a ball of good length. Would have hit middle stump if he hadn't played it, Luke Wells, but he did play it. Second over, and Phil Salt then caught in the slips. A very fine catch by Brett Hutton, who's a big man, diving away to his right hand side. And now Sanderson is changing the angle of attack. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Wells. He's in on bowls, and Wells lets that one go. Good lead by Luke Wells. There was a bit of a howl, but that was missing off stump by a little way. It's the end of the over. 6 for 2 are Sussex, and they've got 2 more overs to negotiate tonight.
So, a fine day of cricket we've had here. Northampton won the toss this morning on what looked like a pretty decent pitch, but they were quickly in trouble because they lost Vasconcelos for 2 and Newton for 14 before Bavuma for 14 and Wakely for 36 all fell before lunch. And after lunch, Keogh for 21, Proctor for 1 and Rossington for 35 all fell. As Hutton goes in right arm over, and it's left outside the off stump by Thomason. But then after tea, Northampton's battling back really, really smartly. Hutton made 24, Zabe at 54, Buck an unbeaten 34, and Sanderson a season's best 28 to make 273.
Thank you, David. Sussex in trouble here. They're 6 for 2 in their first innings. Both openers, Chopra and Salt, back in the pavilion here at Hove. That in reply to Northamptonshire total of 273. At Scarborough, Surrey 22 without loss in reply to Yorkshire's 327. And an exciting end to the game up at Edgbaston. England making 337 for 7 in the World Cup against India, who are 255 for 4 with 7 overs remaining. That's our last update to the listeners on BBC Sussex.
So 10 balls to go in the day. And Hutton with 5 slips now, I think, are going to go in, are they? It is going to be 5 slips. Wakely, Keogh, Vasconcelos, Bavuma, and now Zabe are all in that slips cordon. Point, mid-off, mid-on, and it's going to be a deep square. The only men not catching. As Hutton is in past the umpire and bowls just outside the off stump though, and allows Thomason to let this go through to Hutton to Rossington behind the stumps.
Yes, I think I'll see if David back in the studio can hear us. If he could turn the clean feed off, that would be great. But I suspect he's can't hear us, so we'll
just pull the cans out. We're okay now.
Yeah.
Away goes Hutton then, running away from the sea. And bowls full, brings Thomason forward, pushing down towards mid-off for no run. Any Sussex supporters just tuning in, don't be alarmed. Thomason is in as a night watchman here. I suppose you can be alarmed because of the position overall, but not to the extent that Sussex are 7 or 8 down already. Thomason in as night watchman after Chopra fell for 5, and then Salt going as well for just 1. And now it's probably Northamptonshire's day, you have to say, as Hutton goes past the umpire. Ball's very full and really nicely driven here by Thomason. but he finds Sanderson out at mid-off, got a wide mid-off position, and there is no run. 6 for 2, Sussex here.
No, I think definitely Northamptonshire's day. I think
runs on the ball on a couple of wickets.
absolutely.
I think, yeah.
Having 99 for 6, you'd have taken this.
So last ball of a really good day for Brett Hutton, and he goes in and bowls just outside the off stump. It nipped back and Thomason was letting it go, and Hutton cannot believe it hasn't caught the pad or flicked the top of the off stump as it goes through to Rossington. So end of a fine day for Brett Hutton. Made really important runs earlier on, 24 of them, and shared a half-century stand for the 8th wicket with Safe Zabe. And here with the ball, has sent down 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4. And with an over to go, Sussex replying to 273 are 6 for 2.
Yeah, so 1 over to go in the day. And it's going to be bowled by Ben Sanderson. Very impressive figures. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2. And Luke Wells, all he wants to do is survive these 6 balls and march off, and Sussex can have a rethink and go again tomorrow morning. 5 slips in place. Don't see that too often. We are today as in comes Sanderson and bowls to Wells, and Wells is forward, plays it away into the offside. And there is no run. 6 for 2 are Sussex. In the World Cup, India needing 78 off 36 balls. That's 78 in 6 overs. So that's 13 and over. And I think that's going some, to put it mildly. And comes Sanderson running in around the wicket, bowls to Wells. Crumbs, that didn't miss by much either. Well, you have to credit the batsman with a good leave, but I'll tell you what, that missed the off stump by a whisker. And Luke Wells survives. Neither of these batsmen have scored yet. We hear the seagulls crying away in the back. It'd be nice to wander across the pavilion and get our post-match interviews actually and get some sunshine. Everyone else has been enjoying it. In comes Sanderson and bowls and clipped away by Wells. He gets his first run back foot of square. And some rather ironic applause around the ground. So Luke Wells will be pleased to have escaped at the last 3 balls, and they're going to be left to Aaron Thomason, who's going to have to face probably these last 3 balls. In fact, if a wicket went down now, do you come off if it's a wicket in the last over?
You would, yeah.
I mean, I don't quite understand that rule really, but anyway, them's the rules. So the 5 slips go down. In comes Sanderson and bowls. This is a bit reminiscent of Ollie Robinson this morning. I mean, that was just too good a ball for Thomason, wasn't it? He was just completely beaten outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Yeah, that was a cracker. Angled in, seamed away and beat the bat.
Yeah, lovely delivery. Sanderson wanders back. 2 balls to go in the day. And then we'll be back here tomorrow morning as in comes Sanderson and bowls, and this time Thompson does it. They could carry through though. Good bounce as well. I think Northampton will be kind of looking forward to tomorrow morning on a nice sunny morning and a nice hard pitch. And there's certainly been some bounce throughout the day. I hear the wind now on our effects mic. It's really making a bit of a racket up there. There's Sanderson with the last ball of what's been a very entertaining day's cricket. Comes running in towards us and bowls, and Thomason is forward. Plays it straight back down the track. There is no run. So that is the end of the over and the end of the day's play. And a very good day as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. I think you have to say they've had the better of things. Recovering from 99 for 6 to post 273, and then reducing Sussex to 7 for 2 in reply. So thank you for your company, thank you for your emails and your tweets.